Explained by the Billy Meier contacts, mysteries, myths, legends, conspiracy theories, historical inaccuracies, and more, compiled by David Chance, revised July 2, 2025.
Extraterrestrials, Earth Foreigners Part 3. See also Extraterrestrials, Giza Intelligences Bapheth. See also Extraterrestrials, Greys. See also Extraterrestrials, Reptilians. See also Future Earth Humans. See also Gilgamesh. See also Hyperboreans. See also Ecostones. See also Longskulls. See also Men in Black. See also Nazca Lines. See also Nocodemian. See also Partar. See also Quetzalcoatl. See also Rods. See also Starchild Skull. See also Teos Caves Metal Library. See also Tunguska Event 1908. See also UFOs Flying Saucers.
Contact Report 306.
How is it then with you when an estate arises? Here on Earth, it is very often the case that the surviving relatives get together and dispute with one another, just because of the wealth, so because of the money and the goods and property, etc.
Such a doing is foreign to us.
Of course, you have indeed no money, and you can always get all goods and property from the community without any money, just what you want. This probably prevents any envy or any resentment, etc., which means that each one has what he or she wants. This might also explain why theft is a foreign word to you, and why you have no crime in relation to this. If anyone can possess what he or she also always wants and also receives this from the community, then any theft and fraud, etc., are nipped in the bud.
You encounter the sense of the matter.
Now, I would like to ask about what technology and energy source you actually use for your intergalactic and planetary communication. As I know, your technology is aligned in such a way that there is no loss of time during communication, not even when this is carried out across millions and billions of light years. Can you explain something about this to me, or is it all a secret?
We use the technology of negative speed. By what means a signal is already manifested at the destination through corresponding communication devices before the actual transmission or sending of the signal has even begun. Thus, the signal already reaches the goal upon input of the signal. The sending distance is unlimited and therefore extends throughout the whole universe. The energy sources, for which you ask, are actual signal carriers by which everything is linked together throughout the whole universe and through which the cosmic communication of all things, all life, and all existence takes place. These energy sources are not detectable and are not at all usable without suitable and high-precision auxiliary apparatuses. For the human eye, they are completely invisible, and they have the capacity to penetrate any matter irresistibly. And when I say any matter, I mean it. For no matter or antimatter exists throughout the whole universe that could not be penetrated by these energy sources that travel billions of times faster than the speed of light with unimpeded speed. These faster-than-light energy sources are subneutrinos. Our technology allows us to equip these with signals, which also happens with billions of times the speed of light and has the effect that the signals spread like lightning throughout the whole universe and indeed indefinitely in all directions. In order, then, to catch the signals, special and highly sensitive sensors are necessary, through which the signals are then transmitted to an equalizer and deciphered.
Our science knows about neutrinos, however.
That's right. But I am not speaking of the neutrinos that are known to the earthly scientists, but of subneutrinos, concerning which the scientists of the Earth do not know that they exist.
But now I have got a question about beaming. At what distance is this possible for you?
The distance amounts to 3 light seconds.
Bang. That is, yes, 1 moment. Yes, that is indeed about 900,000 kilometers. Just a moment. 899,377.374 kilometers, as my auxiliary brain says here.
That is right.
So, do your personal protective shields function like the ship's protective shields? I mean such, that the protective shields automatically strengthen when any energies or materials collide with them? And what about physical projectiles? Do they become deflected or dissolved, or are they also converted into shield-strengthening energy?
You gave the answer yourself. The personal protective shields function in the same way as the protective shields of our aircraft. Any energy hitting them is converted and reinforces the shields, by what means they become absolutely impenetrable and indestructible. Also, any matter hitting the protective shields, including firearm bullets, etc., immediately turn into pure energy, which the protective shield takes in and absorbs, strengthening it. Larger objects, such as large meteors or comets, on the other hand, are only partially dissolved into energy, while the largest part is hurled away by the impact on the protective shield.
Contact Report 307.
Do you allow me to use your writing instrument for a few hours?
Of course. I have already told you several times that you need not ask me particularly about it, but that you can simply use the typewriter if you feel like it. What do you have to write that is so important? With your technology, it is easier for you to write down everything you want or need to.
That is right, but I find it very interesting and relaxing to be able to write down my thoughts and feelings with such a writing instrument. Somehow I find it romantic, and I also feel very connected to you when I sit in your chair and work with your writing instrument.
Aha, so you are also romantic.
Furthermore, I am also devoted to you in deep friendly love. To your inclusion of these two recordings, which I have found in my father's, Svath's legacy, with other notes, etc., still existing, I will connect you in my flying apparatus to devices known to you, whereby you will be conscious of the recordings in a few moments.
But something different. At the moment, the street parade in Zurich that took place yesterday is coming to an end. Also in Berlin, such a parade is always taking place. What do you think?
For my part, I am a very modern person in every respect, even if the antiquated can offer me a lot. I'm also open for the youth, in whose circles I often stay and feel comfortable. So I also take part in their leisure activities and in anything else they create or undertake. And when I speak of our youth, I also mean children who are both of puberty and prepubescent age. Their occupations of all kinds are, however, meaningful, if sometimes also omitted. But what is offered and undertaken at these street parades in Zurich and Berlin is, in the truest sense of the word, simply frighteningly primitive and unworthy of a civilized person. It is indeed the primitive act in behavior. Those who participate in these activities obviously also do not have a valuable life content through which they are consciously able to evolve. And quite obviously also humans who should have recognized the true meaning and value of life, at least according to what they claim to know and understand in relation to the creational truth and the creational laws and recommendations, can be led to this primitive doing. Participation in such frighteningly primitive events, however, testifies to the opposite of what they purport to understand and know.
Contact Report 310.
But I know you. You have been with Ta and me in Vienna lately. Your name means she is like a queen. I still remember that well. You told me that yourself. You are from Era.
That is so, yes. Well, I am 93 years old.
Contact Report 311.
Regarding the Syrians who at that time presented Svath with their pear-shaped spaceship, did that concern a people who, here on the Earth, is called Nomo, and did those who provided the gift belong to the genetic manipulators?
A people called Nomo is unknown to us, and indeed in our space-time configuration as well as in yours. My father Svath received his flying device as a gift from a Syrian people who are called Samanet.
Did these people have something to do with the genetic manipulators?
No, that is not the case. With the Samanet people, it deals with a people who live in a space-time configuration which is not identical with that in which the genetic manipulators live.
Does it deal then with our space-time configuration?
No, that is not the case.
Then, in 1976, Simyase, your daughter, also did not speak of two solar systems of the planets of Sirius in our space-time configuration, rather of a completely different one. Note: see Contact Report 63, 85-88.
Certainly. We always only speak of the constellations known to you in your space-time configuration in order to show, in terms of direction, approximately what the talk is about in regard to the space-time configuration spoken about by us.
Aha. And how does it stand then with that in regard to inhabited systems in our space-time configuration?
Then we also do not speak of another space-time configuration or of other dimensions.
That's clear. Understood. I assume that those who were genetically manipulated also have nothing to do with the Samanet.
That corresponds to the situation. The Samanet are quite normal humans who have not been genetically manipulated.
Those who were genetically manipulated, who came into the solar system together with the refugees from the ranks of the genetic manipulators, and therefore with the sympathizers of the genetically manipulated ones, were the descendants of those who had been genetically manipulated, as well as descendants of those who did the genetic manipulations. Or?
That is correct. The genetically manipulated descendants were descended from the 8th generation, as were the descendants of the genetic manipulators.
Contact Report 314.
Can I ask you one more thing about the euro, which is supposed to be a single currency?
Of course.
So it says that the euro is a single currency for the European Union. Nevertheless, I see it differently. Because as I have learned, there is not one single currency for the EU, but it's different currencies. Because each EU country mints its own euro coins and prints its own euro banknotes. I do not think that this is the same as a single currency, because a single currency would really have to be uniform, in the sense that there is only one form of euro, and not separate coins and notes from each EU country.
That is right, because uniformity means that there must be uniformity in every respect, so that not every EU state can produce its own coins and notes, even if there is a uniform value description. A real single currency should only be determined by the European Union, but never differentiated by individual states.
Did your ancestors know this problem too?
That was the case, yes, but it was very quickly recognized that really only a global single currency was the right thing to do. In fact, our ancestors also knew the problem of money, but they solved it by a real and global single currency before all means of money were abolished. When the correctness of moneylessness was recognized, and everything was transformed according to its benefit.
Contact Report 315.
He, Andreas, should know, as Quetzal has also explained in general terms, that he too is not infallible, and therefore just as imperfect as all of us human beings are, thus also us of the Pleiaren. With regard to the Hasi's Figu Kos group resolutions and the things that require fulfillment or change, he must finally realize, rationally and in a reason-based manner, that the implementation and transformation of many of these matters may take years or decades. This was also the case with our ancestors in earlier times. My way led me here anyway because I am spending my holidays here until the end of the month, together with my whole family, who have all already wandered on the grounds of the center.
You really mean your whole family, all your wives and children?
That is of correctness. He, Andreas, may always consider that I, too, as an Ishvish, am still in need of learning for the rest of my life, as are you, my dear friend, even though we are so much more knowledgeable and wise than humans in general.
Is your new means of transport not ready to be used yet?
No, unfortunately not yet.
But when will it be, I mean in terms of the new travel arrangements?
There are still various things to be fixed, but in the foreseeable future, everything will be ready for use.
Contact Report 316.
How do you actually cope with the coldness that prevails at the moment? We already had 17 degrees below zero.
I can do without cold. I prefer to stay where it is warm. But some of us, love the cold as much as the warmth.
Contact Report 317.
And what about correcting and writing the old contact reports?
Florina and Njana will do that. If I have time, I will intervene once or twice. But that will be very questionable because I will be fully occupied.
Uh-huh, and how do you propose to intervene?
That would be possible for me via relay stations.
Uh-huh, and not transmitting the report?
Unfortunately not. Because for that, I would have to be present in the SOL system, because our transmission equipment has a limited range.
Then another question. Were there early connections between Aristotle, Apollo, Zeus and consorts, and the ancient Lyrans and Vegans?
No.
Contact Report 319.
Sorry, that is what saddens me.
So you are also looking around. What is wrong with you all of a sudden?
Through what I have said, I have created associations in me that grieve me. Actually, it moves me a lot and makes me cry inside.
I do not understand.
The connections are sometimes strange. Also, I am seized by a deep inner stirring as a result of Edith's actions, which I cannot understand. I have always lovingly locked her in my thoughts. I did not think that at my age anything could affect me in such a manner that crying would be a relief. If it pleases you, then I would like to play chess with you in the joy of a chess game.
Of course. Then let us start right away.
Contact Report 321.
I see that you now have a computer, which will certainly help you overcome many of the hassle of using an electric typewriter. With your permission, I will deal with this device later. However, it will be very unfamiliar to me because I am completely unfamiliar with such earthly technical achievements and therefore do not know anything about them. Most likely, I will do more mischief to you on the device than just get something rational done. I am sure I will cause mischief, because I have never dealt with such a device before, because this kind of technology does not fall into my field of knowledge. From a technical and electronic point of view, I am only versed in our own high achievements and in the resulting and new higher research and construction. We have already processed some of the data from your General Assembly last Saturday, and it was discovered by our specialists who deal with your bookkeeping that a serious error was made.
You probably do not miss anything at all that happens in connection with our members. It is simply phenomenal, and sometimes hard to believe.
You know that our registrations in this regard are comprehensive. All those mentioned above, along with all the others you know, will visit you again in the course of this year if they have the opportunity to do so, which will certainly be when they are on holiday. In fact, all the members of the core group should, up to the present time, have formed their understanding of our way of presentation to such an extent that they understand our somewhat higher and logical language and expression, and thus should not continue to think in their own inadequate forms, but should make an effort to acquire our whys of thinking and expression in an appropriate manner. But the authoritarian and partisan insults lack any basis in every respect, because our very precise clarifications and knowledge of your person, your characteristics, emotions, and behavior, etc., completely exclude such machinations, as Quetzal explained to you in the 80s. And, of course, we take the liberty of constantly checking this, even if it is not necessary, because you have been so closely connected with your task since time immemorial that you would not be in the least bit guilty of anything of the kind that you are accused of in this form or otherwise. We do not monitor this in order to control you, but to have clarity at all times about how you react to everything, and this is because we allow ourselves to evaluate your reactions and behavior and use them instructively for ourselves. And in this respect, many facts come to light which are very useful to us because they have been lost to us over many thousands of years, so we have to learn them again. And when I still think about the attacks and slander you are constantly exposed to, and from time to time any attacks on your life, and that you simply accept all this without resistance and without hatred and without thoughts of revenge, but for all those who still have good thoughts and feelings for those who are wicked to you and to whom you feel real love in a spiritually fine, feeling wise and who you would reach out a helping hand and support them if they needed your help, then I can only say that I myself am not as big as you in this respect and that I still have a lot to learn from you. If these things were to come to me, then I would fight back. Even if I, like all of our peoples of the Playaran, am very peaceful and know no hatred and no vengeance, and otherwise no retaliation, I would defend myself, like all other of our peoples, against attacks and slander against honor and life, etc.
It is certainly as you say. I will not object to that. But I would like to say that it is not always easy for me either to remain calm and not to fight back. Sometimes, however, there is nothing else to do but fight back, whatever that may be. So I do not let myself be killed as easily as it may seem, because I do have the means to defend myself if necessary. But the absolute rule is that I let rationality prevail. I control my thoughts and feelings, and I do not let myself be carried away by emotions. Besides, I have pretty good nerves of steel that do not let me down so easily. It would be even nicer if things were different, because then I would not be able to fulfill my mission. I am also just a normal human being, even if I am somewhat more versed in spiritual teachings than other human beings on the earth. Which certainly does not make me megalomaniacal, but I know very well what responsibility I have to bear and what important mission I have to fulfill. And I have to direct my thoughts and feelings as well as my actions precisely in accordance with this. Consequently, I may also not take any unauthorized right to violate the creational laws and recommendations.
You shame me, dear friend. You really embarrass me even though I am centuries older than you. Not only me, but all our spiritual leaders and all our peoples have a lot to learn.
During a conversation with Quetzal in the 80s, it was once mentioned that you do research on the refraction of foreign universes, which means that you want to construct a trans-universe transmission gate that enables you to advance into another universe, which is not a parallel universe like the Tao universe or a sister universe, but effectively a foreign universe. And if you succeed in this, Quetzal said at the time, then it should be possible for you to advance into many other foreign universes. At that time, Quetzal spoke about it. It was 1987 or so, as far as I know, that it would take another 15 years or so until your research and the corresponding technology had progressed so far that one could talk about it again. The question now is, has all the research and construction progressed so far that everything is nearing completion? And what about the other project, the transmitter gate through which I can go to Simya-se one day, as you promised me?
Both projects are in the same area of research and development, so they are related and conform. And indeed, both projects have now progressed so far that they are nearing completion. The final perfection should be reached in the next 6 to 7 months, which will allow the new technology to be used.
When I think that I was not only the first and so far the only human being on Earth to be allowed to visit the Playaran and the Dal universe, and now I am to be given the opportunity to be taken into a foreign universe, or into several of them, then I could go directly megalomaniacal. But if that really happens, then I will probably be so overwhelmed by everything that I will only become small and ugly.
I can understand your thoughts and feelings very well, even if you express them with your words in a form that sounds a little strange to me, because I know only too well that your sense of reverence and dignity for everything creational is so pronounced that you can never fall into megalomania. But I, my dear friend, also feel this reverence and dignity for all creational things, which is why your words can also be applied to me. For me, too, everything will be very strange and new, and indeed it will be I, who will make the first journey into a strange universe. Because this was so proposed by the High Council and found to be right by our entire spiritual leadership and uniformly by all our peoples as a result of my being the Ishwish of Era. May I assure you, my friend, that I too will certainly be overwhelmed by all that is new, and by the very fact that I am the first human from the Dern universe to be able to move in a foreign universe. Of course, all human beings who are in my flying apparatus will be with me, so I will not be alone. But I will be the representative of the High Council as well as of our spiritual leadership and all our peoples. And that somehow gives me a feeling that I am granted the great honor of being the relevant first human being from the Dern universe who is allowed and able to advance into a foreign universe, something that even for Henoch was not possible to do, because in his time the technical possibility of this had not yet existed, which we were also only able to develop through Asket's people and their befriended and much more highly developed peoples.
Somehow I hear something in your words that sounds like uplifting joy, but which anchors in great humility and eliminates all pride.
You are able to profoundly grasp my thoughts and feelings, which actually lift me up in joy and do not let any pride arise, which, in any form, is always false. But now, dear friend Edward, I would like to turn to your new computer device and try to see if I can cope with it, which I doubt, because such earthly devices are completely foreign to me. Now please show me where I can find the switch for this computer device. I cannot do that because this technology is too complicated for me. In order to be able to operate it properly, I need your instruction. Your laughing while watching me is not helping me. I really need your help. For me, everything is simply a much too old technology that I cannot get along with so easily. In order to really work with it, I would have to deal with this for us, extremely old technology in more detail.
And well,
When I see the drops of sweat on your forehead, it seems to me that we older men have a little trouble with certain things. You with our antediluvian technology and me with our most modern. Always from your point of view, of course.
Our adolescents show all due respect to the older people and the elderly, and they are completely unfamiliar with any kind of disparagement.
Among the adolescents and also among the younger adults here on Earth, unfortunately, there is very often a lack of respect for old age and for human beings in general. In disgracefulness, People of all ages are shown neither respect nor reverence. But how could that be when you consider how war, hatred, vindictiveness, racism, xenophobia, lack of love, betrayal, torture, the death penalty, injustice, sectarianism, exploitation, fraud, crime of all kinds, greed for profit and power, as well as terror and murder and manslaughter, along with labor rape and mistreatment of children and women of all ages and religious, social, and racial backgrounds prevail.
All these inhumanities are just as foreign on all our worlds and among all our races as they are on the worlds and among all the races of our Federation. In contrast to the human beings on Earth, we cultivate reverence and dignity and respect and honor in every respect, and consequently no hatred and quarreling, nor any of the evils and degenerations as you have called them.
Contact Report 323.
That slaughter, according to Jewish ritual, was never, and at no time, demanded by an Ishwish, respectively by a god, as it is expressed by Earth humans, because the renegades themselves who carried the title IHWH held to the law that animals of every species and kind should not be exposed to any kind of torture. Rather, if they are ready to be killed, that it must happen very quickly and completely painlessly. This was an irrevocable law since time immemorial that was always respected and followed by the evilest renegades themselves, and also today has unconditional validity for all of our peoples in the entire Federation, and is followed without exception.
And how is it thereby that no pork is permitted to be eaten by the Jews and the Muslims? That this is supposedly unclean, and therefore, in the measure of the Jewish concept, should be unkosher, respectively not kosher.
That is also a pure Earth human sham, because actually, in this regard, such a nonsensical order was also never demanded by an IHWH, respectively a god.
Contact Report 324.
For our part, we distance ourselves directly from this country, America, because in many respects it does not correspond to many human rights and laws, as well as many humane rules, and in manifold form to human dignity, as one can demand of a country that is led in a humane, and therefore human and human-worthy manner.
In certain cases, we make calculations of a person's life expectancy, especially when someone is elevated to the presidency of a country, etc. Do you also make such calculations, for example, regarding your person, who is of a certain importance?
This is indeed the case? Yes, and this is because through this, certain plans and goals can be created, and these can be efficiently striven for, carried out and achieved, because the time for the realization of a plan and the fulfillment of a task, as well as the achievement of a goal, can be calculated exactly. And if you ask me how the calculations look like with regard to my person, then I may well tell you the result, which is 1,218 years.
Bang, there he is. It is always funny, Quetzal. Even though I got used to your sudden appearance and disappearance from the very beginning, it always touches me strangely every time. You are just suddenly there or gone again. It is just all very different from the way you see it on TV when they beam in the future films. The flickering, etc. shown there is simply completely missing, because everything is really so lightning fast that there is no flickering effect or the like.
Contact Report 325.
Let me hug you. I am so happy to see you.
Let me hug you. Come, let me take you in my arms.
Come on, dear friend. I guess you have nothing against a kiss, and this one is additionally from my sister, Sim Yase. I am to greet you especially from her.
Come, Billy, I do not want to be second to the others.
Thank you all. You are actually embarrassing me. Only you are missing Quetzal. Do you not want to fall around my neck and...
I can do that if that is a need of yours.
Do not you dare, my son. I am not from the other shore.
What am I to understand by the fact that you are not from the other shore?
The other shore means in our friend's expression that he is not homosexual.
But what is the general state of affairs among you Plearin in this relationship?
The general opinion and behavior, as well as the ideas of morals and customs of our people, correspond in a large measure to the statements and explanations I have given you, and therefore they correspond to what you have just said. Man-to-man embracing without any associated forms of kissing is part of our customs and traditions, both when we greet each other and when we say goodbye, but the embrace is limited to the fact that it is only practiced among men who are friends or relatives. This applies equally to men and women, although the custom of exchanging impeccable kisses on the cheek is also used. It is equally true for the female sex among themselves, thus for woman and woman.
Contact Report 326.
Even among earthly men, the state between man and woman should be such, as it is in our case, that the woman alone has to decide and determine in regard to her own concerns, including pregnancy and any necessary abortion of the same.
Contact Report 327.
Well, it is the same with many other Earth humans. They are simply afraid of extraterrestrials and of the unknown, which often leads to the fact that they would rather kill themselves than face the effective truth. In many cases, the lying religions and sects are also behind this, as in the present case. On the other hand, there are also the so-called UFO sects, such as the Rael sect, through which people are driven into the craziest beliefs and heresies and become estranged to the truth and the reality.
For my part, I will help the man concerned in such a wise that I will remove all memory of his experience from his mind. He will no longer be able to remember anything related to the experience and its consequences. Actually, it was a careless mistake on my part, which I have to correct and rectify again so I do not violate the directives. The mistake I made does not constitute a violation of the directives either, but only a unconsidered inattentiveness on my part, in that I did not consider the consequences which could have been caused to the man. In fact, I was not aware that he is a religious man and lives in an unpredictable faith, from which his fear and his erroneous view of the truth result. I could not know this because our directives prohibit us from intruding into the personality of any human life form, and thus into their very own thoughts and emotions in order to fathom them. It is also cozy here in the arbor. Wolfgang's work is good, which he has done here. He is very talented. I like it all very much. Many Earth humans are far from being rational in the wise that they acknowledge and become aware that not only has the Earth brought forth human life, but also have many other planets in the billions of galaxies in this and every other universe where there is a material belt.
Contact Report 328.
What is the situation with your language mixtures? Are your various languages preserved, or do they fall into decay as they do here on the Earth? And is there such a thing as trying by all means to eradicate other languages in order to make a special language the world language, as has been practiced here for decades or even more than a century by the Americans, who first and foremost try to eradicate the German language, along with all others, and replace it with their American language?
Something like this does not happen here and would not be allowed. On Era 16,403 alone, we have different languages, which in turn have many dialects of their own, and for this it is determined by a corresponding law that all languages and dialects are preserved in their form. This means that the languages and dialects must not be mixed with others either, but must be preserved in their originality, which is a conscious duty for all errands to keep to it and not to let any violations arise. Many inhabitants of Era learn several foreign languages and dialects much more frequently than is the case with humans on Earth. For the general understanding of all people of all ethnic groups among themselves, it is the duty of every single person on Era to learn the standard language, which we simply call Eranish Erin, as well as Pleiaren Sarat. This language is used from the earliest childhood. Therefore, it is equal to the mother tongue, and it can be said that every Eranisha citizen learns and cultivates two mother tongues perfectly from childhood on. In addition to this, we have the intercosmic Kosan, a language spoken throughout our Federation and spoken by little more than a third of our total population.
The Ishvish Mata, or God's Eye, was created millions of years ago by a megalomaniacal Ishvish. It is a so-called ring nebula, which also appears naturally and cosmically. In our Milky Way alone, there are said to be more than 600 of them, although there are also different forms, as you explained to me on my great journey. The Ishvish Mata, however, was created, as already mentioned, by an Ishvish who had become megalomaniacal. In addition, questions arise again and again why an Ishvish, who is supposed to be a king of wisdom, can cause destruction in this or any other negative form. To this end, I have explained, according to my knowledge, that not all Ishvishes are the same, since there are different forms or degrees of the term Ishvish in relation to different fields of knowledge. In this episode, I explained there are, for example, the degrees of Ishvish in relation to the technical science, the computer science, the historical science, the medical science, etc., etc. The highest form of Ishvish is the degree of spiritual science, in which creation science and life science are anchored, as well as all the fields related to these. Spiritual science, and thus the Ishvish, is the degree of the highest spiritual knowledge and the spiritual teaching, and thus the most comprehensive knowledge and the greatest wisdom with regard to all creational laws and recommendations, as well as their observance, and to the conduct of life according to the laws of the creation, etc. And exactly in this form, that is to say, in this degree of Ishvish knowledge, love and wisdom are so highly developed that no more conscious mistakes and mistreatments against the creational laws and recommendations, as well as no more wrongdoings and other violations can be committed. Because true love as well as knowledge and wisdom have become too extensive and too powerful to be violated. The situation is quite different with the other forms of Ishvish, which do not refer to creational law concerns but to material areas, in which great knowledge and great wisdom can be attained, whereby, however, these Ishvishes of purely material areas of knowledge are not immune from consciously committing mistakes, which are directed against the societal or creational order by serious offenses, and by which even the most serious destruction and annihilation can be caused. This was also the case with the Ishvish who, in his megalomania, created the Ishvish Mata, or the Eye of God, for he was an Ishvish of the science of physics and the science of technology, etc., as you explained to me at the time. And he possessed, only in these material fields of knowledge, a great knowledge and great wisdom, and was therefore an Ishvish, or a king of wisdom. But another question. Now and then the Earth humans from our future come into our dimension, and thus into our space-time continuum, as you explained to me on my great journey. See Contact Report 31. Also the Skrills and bioorganic flying objects, two special species, penetrate into our dimension from a dimension affiliated to us. Does this also apply to other humans of other dimensions who do not belong to you or to the Earth from the future?
That is the case, yes. But such occurrences are very rarely observed by us.
And what about foreigners from outside our Dern universe coming into our universe area from a foreign universe, apart from Asket's race from the Dal universe?
Something like that is not known to us. Even our very extensive monitoring and constant checks have never revealed anything that would indicate such events.
There's no possibility?
At least it's extremely small, because outside of our Durndal twin universe, we are mostly surrounded by universes that are only subtle and therefore much more highly developed than our two universes. But now, dear friend, do I once again have a request concerning a game of chess, if you are not too tired?
Fine, of course.
Contact Report 329.
This is Melchora and this is Orlana, both in the post of Aaron Spiritual Guides. Her companion is Jaspan and he is an Aaron Spirit Guide.
But may I know the meaning of your names?
Melchora means the Queen of Light. The name Jaspan means like a jewel, and my name means the Fearless One.
But now I would like to inquire, in all decency, who are those other 9 humans sitting so quietly back there, listening attentively to our conversation?
They are observers and rapporteurs because they will report on our meeting in official form to the entire Aaron population.
I see. Then they are, so to speak, journalists or reporters?
That is correct.
Hello, you humans back there. Allow me to tell you it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you. You are most welcome. Reporters, a 9-fold greeting of female and male voices is heard, whereby the hands are also raised to the left side of the chest for greeting, and a slight bow is made, whereby I naturally follow the familiar greeting gesture. The reporters back there, do they speak German like you all, or do they wear language converters like Orlana, Jaspan, and Melchora? Where did the other 2 go anyway?
They have gone to Tar's private chambers, where you will later have your conversation.
It was a very special experience for me to meet them all here in your great space.
As you know, we, like you, have always known that humans on Earth are behind the making of crop circles. Through Quetzal, you were also given the opportunity to observe these earthly human machinations. Now it turned out, however, that since the 80s we observed again and again strange, apparently extraterrestrial flying objects, as we assumed, with and in the vicinity of the crop circle pictograms, which has been preserved until today, whereby we have now gained the knowledge that these are not actual extraterrestrial flying objects, but flying objects belonging to Earth. Of course, we were interested in what was going on there, but due to our extensive tasks, we could not personally seek detailed observations and clarifications. So we exposed a very small stationary observation probe at high altitude, which was equipped with all the necessary exploration facilities. But this did not happen until spring of this year, that is to say, a few months ago, although up to then, we were still of the opinion that the movements recorded by our registration equipment were extraterrestrial flying objects and would have a direct or indirect connection with the crop circles. Soon it turned out, however, that this was not the case, but that these alien flying objects only had a fraudulent function, a fact that quite obviously was only due to the interest of crop circle believers, who, as we now know, do not come from a different space-time structure, and thus also not from one that is upstream of the Earth in the future. And as no influence of these objects could be detected, another small probe was exposed, which records and analyses fine matter vibrations, and thus fine matter energies.
But what about you contacting future generations from Earth? Have you contacted any, or will you do so at all? And finally, I would like to know whether they are the same future pilots who have been seen, observed, filmed, and photographed in various forms all over the world for years? Is it possible to get more detailed information about this, or is the whole thing secret?
It is not classified as a secret. No, we have not made contact and will not do so, because our directives do not allow us to do so.
But these are Earth humans of the future, who are already quite sophisticated.
The development of that form does not matter, because the directives also determine other conditions, such as the fact that a humans or a human race may no longer be subject to warlike actions, which is not the case with the future human beings, as you call them.
I see. So then at least these future generations still play warriors. It's a pity, a real pity.
Contact Report 330.
But now let me know what has happened.
It might be easier if you check the monitoring disk.
I will do that, but you know that we can only do limited checks.
Yes, I am aware of that. But still, it would probably be easier if you could retrieve the incident from the monitoring disk, if it was even registered.
There will be a record at least of your swinging waves, as well as those who were involved in the whole thing, like Silvano, Patrick, and Madeline, as you said. But there will be no record of the trigger-happy person, because they are only recorded in certain matters with the group members, but also only in a limited measure and not for private purposes. You know that privacy must be respected.
Contact Report 331.
Svath, Simyase, Ptah, and Plagia are related to Quetzal in a kinship, because Quetzal is Svath's son.
Instead of son, we just say great-great-great-grandson. So Quetzal is Svatha's great-great-great-grandson.
Meanwhile, Heptah has penetrated into the material part of the universe. As I told you earlier, they have not yet found any life forms of any higher kind. Discoveries of life forms are limited so far only to microorganisms. Furthermore, it is a first universe, that is to say, universe of the creation, like our Dern universe. Before I go away, I will ease your pain, tennis elbow. I have a small device for this purpose in my standard equipment. However, with this, I can only relieve the greatest pain, which will soon reappear if you continue to do your work with the same intensity.
Do you know what age Svath was when he died?
Svath was Ptah's father. He was 1,152 years old as far as I know, but I cannot say that with certainty. And as we know, in the form in which the girl was ill, there is no other case known on Earth at the present time, which I can say because we record the illnesses of the people of the Earth when they are peculiarities.
Do you also have same-sex couples living together, which also raises the question of whether there are lesbian women and homosexual men, and if so, whether such same-sex couples are considered legal ties?
Homosexuality is a natural nature adverseness and can be both genetically determined and acquired. But you know that, of course, this also exists with us, as with all human life forms. But it is so that if desired, homosexuality, if it is a genetic condition, can be corrected and neutralized, and the state of heterosexuality can be established. But if this is not desired, then it is accepted and respected, because there is no discrimination in our country with regard to these matters. And if same-sex couples come together in a life partnership, then this is absolutely right, and thus also corresponds to our order, because every form of life must be respected, no matter how it is in any relationship.
Contact Report 332.
I was a bit confused. That is right. Because when I heard the people talking in the kitchen, I got a bit uncontrolled. So I immediately beamed to my flying apparatus, which I had left floating a few meters in height over the big square in front of the big wood storage next to the biotope, shielded from view. From there I walked to the center to get to your kitchen.
Really a bit unusual and confused. And why did you walk through the rain? Because you could have had it different.
I felt the need to walk a little and feel the rain, which I did not want to shield. And I was really a little confused and uncontrolled in my actions, which is why I did not call you until I was here in your workroom. She instructed me to heal your arm with a more suitable device than she had on her last visit.
Oh, my tennis elbow. Thanks for Florina's and your help. Fantastic, no more pain. We should have such a device here on the Earth as well. Thanks, my friend.
The future is not waiting for us on the Earth either, so neither is the progress of medical technology.
Contact Report 334.
Since on the Earth, the 66th birthday of a human is considered a special day, which is known to us, your day has also been commemorated on Era as a result of many requests in your honor, which is why your entire life story will be openly presented for several hours, via our worldwide communication system, to all Eran human beings, who take a great interest in your work as well as in your life and your mission. We are currently continuously analyzing the efforts, attitudes, and initiatives of all the governments of the world.
Contact Report 335.
Ta's words are the following as I let you hear them here. Note dated 23.7. 2005. And Jonna played a recording of Ta's own words to Billy.
Contact Report 340.
In our written language, all nouns are written with capital letters, as is every word at the beginning of a sentence. You can take the German written language as a model.
Contact Report 342.
You are kind of cheerful, but it is my pleasure to welcome and greet you.
Indeed, I am happy and cheerful.
And what reason is that?
The same reason that you always give me when I ask you about your cheerfulness. Freedom and happiness when we are in contact. That I can see you and talk to you, even if only briefly. That I have a very dear and precious friend in you. And that I enjoy life.
Contact Report 343.
Regarding our directives that we should not make ourselves noticeable and not openly make ourselves visible to human populations, which themselves are not yet capable of actual space travel and have not yet become really human. Up to here, at an altitude of 2,000 meters, I was able to follow the impulse track that started from the camper corner at this altitude and led from here to here. And there the trace also ends abruptly, which means that once again an Earthman was hypnotically abused by the Syrian group for an assassination attempt on you, whose swinging waves were made unrecognizable to us by a deformation so that we cannot locate him. Presumably the same earthly person was always used for all assassinations on you in this regard. And since our locating devices now reach from the center to here and we could register the vibrations of the Syrians, they must be acting against you from so far away from the center, otherwise we could locate them. And since we unfortunately had no working possibility up to now to locate also earthly persons who were transported from outside the security zone by a transmitter to your proximity, we could not save you directly from that. But such an intrusion is no longer possible now, because finally I have finished the protection module I have been working on for years. I have now inserted this module in the control organ, so that no penetration is now possible in your proximity in the mentioned form. This means that you can now at least be safe in terms of the Syrian group and their machinations, as the module has a range of 600 kilometers in a radius of around the center.
Then at least now I am completely safe from these loonies?
That is of correctness.
Contact Report 344.
Tauron and I would like to enjoy the night a little bit more and walk around on the center's grounds a bit more.
Contact Report 345.
Clearly it goes well with you, and you also appear to be contented. Therefore, I assume your expedition must have culminated successfully.
Yes, your assumption is correct because my expedition was successful. This at least for the first venture, about which you certainly want to hear, I assume, yes? To say is this, that suddenly everything very quickly has come to an end because on the 30th of June, when we have unexpectedly found a humanity to which a probe in space brought us when we searched for its origin. Unfortunately, I do not have enough time today to explain everything in detail, so I will do so at a later point in time.
Of course, I know, because Quetzal reported to me regarding this probe. However, he was of the opinion that your expedition was to last still a longer time. Now, however, start shooting briefly and succinctly. What arises from the foreign universe? You must not be detailed, but just briefly and succinctly describe the most important events. We can talk about it at a later time in detail, as you say.
So then listen. Actually, it appeared that we must extend our expedition still several months, but then success arrived unexpectedly. First, after several months of searching, we found a planet, on which rather still wild humans lived, who were only equipped with stone axes, stone spears, and stone knives.
Thus, cavemen, respectively Stone Age humans, or similar, correct?
Yes, they lived partly in caves, but also partly in primitive huts, which they made out of branches, leaves, and moss. Across the planet, we were able to identify 46 different groupings. The planet itself had large primeval forests, as well as fertile land, on which many and diverse animals roamed and fed themselves on all kinds of things. You can yourself imagine approximately the same appearance that Earth presented around 6 million years ago. Weeks later, after which we further penetrated into the foreign universe, we came upon a small artificial object, which was drifting through free space. When we got hold of it, we established that it was a probe created by intelligent life forms which certainly had served for the exploration of a planet, but however apparently was driven from its course and was thrown out into free space. So we calculated the flight path of the probe and followed it for several months, after which we then actually reached a solar system in which about a dozen planets moved around a central star, although certainly only 2 of the planets were developed in such a wise that they were able to carry higher life, as we soon discovered. On one of the planets, the third, which was somewhat smaller than Earth, and which was about 1.51 astronomical units distant from the Sun, and which traveled on its 677-day-long orbit about the central star and had a self-rotation of 21 hours and 37 minutes. There existed no human, but only higher animal life forms of primeval form, as well as also this primeval condition applied to the vegetation. The second planet, somewhat greater than the Earth, had 3 large island continents which existed in a large saltwater ocean and were surrounded by a large number of smaller islands. Their entire mass was around 1/3 greater than the continental masses and islands of Earth together. This planet was at a distance from the Sun of 1.48 astronomical units and had a self-rotation of 22 hours and 52 minutes. The planet carried human civilizations. In fact, there were 3 different races, which consisted of diverse peoples who were of white, green, and blue color, adding to a total number of around 498 million human beings. Our clarifications, which we carried out unobserved and without direct contact undertakings with the occupants, resulted in astonishing things, as I want to explain as follows. The populations of the 3 continents speak only 3 different languages, each with a uniform dialect, which we have not found anywhere else. And although the three races work together in every respect, such as medically, scientifically, and technologically, etc., they do not mix with one another in the wise that there would exist marriage alliances between members of different races. All three races had the same culture, the same state of knowledge in all things and a medical science, which, highly developed, registered only just minor sicknesses. So in this respect, they are far ahead of terrestrial medical and surgical science. There was nothing to find regarding religions and cults of any kind, because all three races do not recognize belief in any wise, but only a kind of universal philosophy, which is based on the fact that all life and existence arises from a higher power, which is simply called the might by them. This is quite reverently observed, respected, and honored, however it is not worshipped and not venerated. The might constitutes for them all origin of life and all existence, which both comes to be, and again passes away, and again comes to be. And a unity and a duality is taught, so the material and the might, which lives in the material, passes away and again comes to be, while the material dissolves and changes into other material forms.
This is practically the reincarnation of the spirit form. The might would be then simply creation, and at the same time the spirit form.
It is so, just only with other terms, as well as also everything interpreted and understood by the occupants of the planet. Regarding these three races still is to say that they are absolutely peaceful, in fact, both from human to human, as well as, however, also among the races and their peoples themselves. Wars are foreign to them just as well as hate and criminality, and purely technologically viewed, they are at the position which prevailed with Earth humans in the year 1968.
Astonishing. Then, these human beings are far ahead of Earthlings. However, how is it then with the form of government?
Each people decides totally on all interests, although a total representation of all three races exists, which is built in the form of an assembly of men and women, which as highest authority is to gain the required recognition of the will of the people.
A little complicatedly expressed, my friend. If I correctly understand your words, then with these three races and their peoples, so to say, there exists a combined leadership which consists of persons, respectively representatives, of all three races. This leadership personnel exists in the service of the people, respectively of all peoples, and executes their decision, respectively. They are responsible for the fact that the will of the people, respectively, peoples, is carried out. Then it is, so to say, a proper democracy. And how is it with these leadership personnel? Do they have then also their own power of decision?
Your interpretation corresponds to the sense of my words. The leadership personnel, which consists of three persons from all peoples, have only executing and advisory powers of the respective peoples, and they do not have their own possibility for decision. All leadership personnel are elevated to the standing of wise persons, whose duty it also is to work out all required necessities and present them to the people, who then decide about them. Incidentally, the three races and all their peoples do not know any party system, as is the case with the Earth humans. On the other hand, they have the manner of voting in the wise, as was the case since ancient times in Switzerland in the manner of rural communities in which the majority decision applied. The interests on which must be voted are announced first by the leadership personnel on the day of the vote, when the people assemble and have to deliver a for or against vote. So therefore no previous consultations are able to be made. Consequently, each citizen of each people, according to his or her own discretion, and in accordance with his or her decision, has to make their own choice.
Interesting. How is it then with the military, respectively the armed forces?
Here, pure harmony and peace exists among all three races and all of their peoples for a little more than 1,208 planetary years, and no armed forces and no weapons industries for military purposes exist.
And so what about the police?
There is no such organization in the wise, like on the earth. There are powers for order, but these form a law and order protection and security protection, which provides for the order and security of the population in relation to natural events, by which I mean natural events. The races and their peoples themselves live in an orderly manner, which has no one who has gotten very badly out of control of the good human nature, like this is the case with the peoples of the earth.
So to speak, an ideal state.
In certain respects, one can indeed speak of an ideal.
What to me is still of interest, dear friend, is their technology of locomotion. Do they have also still such primitive airplanes and automobiles, etc., like we on Earth? This is certainly to be assumed, if they have the technological position which we possessed in 1968. Am I correct?
Your assumption is not entirely correct, because certainly they have a similar technology of locomotion, but the drives are not sustained by explosion motors using benzene and diesel oil, but they are driven with synthetic substances. All three races and all of their peoples do not exploit the petroleum of the world. All necessary substances for all things are from plants of many kinds as well as produced synthetically.
And the food?
There exist large community gardens as well as joint farming holdings, like gardens and small farms, which, however, are also run by individual persons or small groups. And before you ask, there are economically useful animals kept and bred for work and for food purposes, though, however, any form of cruelty to animals is taboo. Flesh for food of humans is solely produced through breeding and slaughtering of certain animals. Fruits, vegetables, and flesh of many and diverse forms, as well as all other necessary food items and required products of other kinds, are in abundance and plentiful. And from this follows that nowhere does famine exist. All bodies of waters and forests, meadows, fields, and marsh areas are healthy and completely intact. Chemical products are not laid down for the purposes of protection or growth of plants, but only substances, which in turn consist of natural products. Hunting for any wild game is taboo, because game meat is likewise only produced through breeding. Like this also is the case with the flesh of fish, etc.
Have you also established how old the humans get to be?
Naturally. The average age of the humans of all three races is a uniform 128 years, and death as a rule is due to old age.
So they are also much ahead of the Earthlings in this respect. But what happens to the deceased human beings? I mean, how are they laid to rest? Cremated or buried, etc.?
The deceased are laid out upon a stone bed far away from residential areas and especially created for them. Individual small yet very stable stone houses, after which the entrance is closed with rocks and boulders. After that, the deceased are left to decompose.
Do you mean by this something like a vault? Is it with the bereaved then also, as is usual on earth, that they visit these tombs?
No, this does not likewise belong to tradition as well, and also not the decoration of tombs with flowers, etc. Also, no inscriptions are displayed and no ritual at all is indulged in at the burial. Among all races exists also no fear of dying and death. The whole thing is considered and honored as a natural and inevitable event.
So should it also be with us. Yet tell me now, you are only really able to reach this foreign universe, because in your ancient data, you had the recordings of Henoch at your disposal. Was Henoch perhaps already over there? And do you go back again soon?
The recordings in accordance with certain things indicated that Henoch was actually in this foreign universe, However, we first must exactly still discover this, which a travel back in time back will certainly be required precisely into the time when Henoch worked. On my part for the time being, I will not be returning back there. But a large part of our expedition remains over there. Consequently, it will further explore the three human races and everything around them, as well as a large part of the universe. I am well aware of this, also that you led a very adventurous life, which I could envy you for, my friend.
You, of all people, must envy me, because when I think about the fact that you and Quetzal borrowed my 45 Magnum revolver umpteen years ago to shoot around in a primeval world and scare cute giant dinosaurs, I could probably go green with envy myself. Really, I wish I could have been there.
Contact Report 346.
Be greeted, you dear fatherly friend.
That is a greeting. But it pleases me, and I thank you for it, even though I am many decades younger than you and you could be my multiple great-grandmother in your young years.
That is probably right, but it is not the age that matters, but the love, the knowledge, and the wisdom. It is these values that make you my fatherly friend. The last 3 weeks, Zaphanat Panik was responsible for the necessary observations on the Earth and for the earthly airspace. He was assisted by 2 other persons with their own flying apparatuses.
Contact Report 348.
I did not imagine your working tempo to be how you actually keep it. To be honest, I was quite exhausted every day and night after our work together.
But you did not let on. But why did you not say anything? If you had, I would have held back my pace. It was not my intention to bring you to exhaustion every day.
I was also ashamed to have to tell you that your working tempo was a bit too much for me.
Contact Report 349.
For my part, I had borrowed a translator from the extraterrestrial Asket, who was also present herself, although she remained invisible to all present due to the technology of her light deflection capability, which also deflects and redirects radar beams. And that was exactly the moment when Asket switched off her light redirection device and appeared out of nowhere. Finally, we were then more than half an hour in the room, when suddenly there was a knocking at the door, whereupon Asket switched on her cloaking device again in a flash and was absolutely invisible.
The truth is that after only a few minutes, the normal person can no longer repeat verbatim what he has said or what others have said. We are much better in this respect, but the more time goes by, the less we are able to repeat what has been said, written, or read word for word. But if something is to be preserved verbatim, then it must either be written down or recorded with appropriate technical means.
Contact Report 350.
Aha, it happens all the time, day or night, that one of you is in my office. I always notice this when the chair is moved or the computer is turned on, when I come back into my office. The CD player is also used, and all kinds of music are listened to. Maybe they even make phone calls, maybe to Era or something. Sometimes you can also smell quite lovely scents in the office, which I suppose can be traced back to some of the lovely girls.
We all feel very comfortable in your workroom, but also in the whole area around the center, where we often go for a walk or a stroll and enjoy it.
And what about our people when they are out on the grounds, such as on the night watch?
That means no more difficulties for us, neither by day nor by night. Our security devices and camouflage devices have been developed in such a way that we can move around in the immediate vicinity of the group members without being noticed by them, even during the day. However, we may be heard walking around if we are not wearing footwear that muffles the sound of footsteps. Also, certain sensitive group members may be able to perceive our vibrations when we are sufficiently close to them. However, none of us use your telephones because we would not know who to call. However, several of us have already thought that through these devices we could call you in the living quarters if one of us is here in your workroom and wants to speak to you. But we did not dare to do so, because if someone other than you were to make the connection through the apparatus, we would not know what to do. But the whole thing would also be just a joke on our part.
Contact Report 351.
For my part, I estimate that if the world were finally to become free of America's powers, if the Americans were actually to withdraw to their country, and if real and logical peace efforts were then made worldwide, it could then take between 50 and 80 years to create real-world peace. The whole thing would have to be under the patronage of a world government, but one that guaranteed each country its own security and administration. But the USA would have to be excluded from the outset as the seat of the world government, because such a government could only be located in a neutral place, which would be best created somewhere in a mountain range or in a desert.
This corresponds to our actions about 52,000 years ago.
That is where I got the idea from. At that time, you created a world government island in a mountain range from where your world was pacified in the wise, as I said. Simyase once explained that to me. You also talked about it once.
That is correct.
A question regarding bodybuilding, which is done on Earth by men and women who look like muscle men, so to speak. There are also national and world championships. Does that also exist with you, and what do you think of it?
Bodybuilding, as practiced by terrestrial human beings, is generally frowned upon because bodybuilding disfigures the body to such an extent that it has an unesthetic and nauseating effect. Our races generally pay attention to an aesthetic body. However, this crude manner of disfiguring the body was also common among our ancestors at a very early time, when they were still attached to certain forms of primitivity in terms of aesthetics and the development of consciousness.
Contact Report 352.
But look here. These chocolates were given to me by Marianne, and I promised her that we would both enjoy them together. As a chocolate tiger, I do not suppose you would say no to that, would you?
Certainly not. Please allow me, but they are really very delicious. Send my heartfelt and dear thanks to Marianne. We will be careful with them.
It is not necessary, Ptah, because I can get some again.
Nevertheless, we will be sparing.
But now I understand what Ptah meant about the chocolate here. Please help yourself, because you both like sweets of this kind.
Thank you, I am so free. But this is very delicious. Thank you very much.
Really excellent. The chocolate is so tender and fine, and exceptionally good in taste. Thank you.
We have not had chocolate for a long time.
Contact Report 355.
Such things also occur with us, which is, however, carried with decency and composure. If we have lost our potency, for whatever reason, and it can no longer be regenerated naturally, then it is common practice for us to accept this and not create any problems from it. According to our ethics, to use potency-enhancing substances for pure sexual pleasure or degenerate sex practices is a disgraceful act and is equivalent to prostitution, which we consider reprehensible and do not practice. The meditation teaching of the Satipatthana method belongs to Theravada, which according to our understanding is the teaching of the religious elders and at the same time the name of the oldest form of Buddhism, called Pali Buddhism, whose writings are also written in Pali and Sanskrit. This teaching, however, only came into being on the earth after the death of Buddha and was created and recorded by 500 religious elders. The actual origin of the teaching, however, lies very far back, namely with Nocedemian, who in primeval times developed the Satipatthana meditation teaching as mindfulness meditation, which was brought to the earth from the depths of space by the travelers from far away and was taken up by the first Buddhism, namely by Pali Buddhism. My wish is that a postcard be made with portraits of all of us. I would also like to have some copies.
Sure thing. You intend to put up posters in your giant room?
Of course, and besides, I will be trading it. Ha ha ha.
Contact Report 356.
But now, my dear friend, I have one more wish to make, and that is, I came across this because of the postcards I received the other day, that you make 2 more posters. One of the series of photos taken in Sadaleg, and one of the one taken around Rumlikun. Later on, a 3rd poster would be desirable, with the pictures of Frecht in Hinwil and from above Beretswil and Winkelried near Wetzikon. Like the first poster, I would then like to have a few copies.
Contact Report 357.
But it took years until then. And it is only since 1999 that we have had the laboriously acquired ability to critically and healthily oppose the words and thoughts of the Earth humans, so that we no longer simply consider everything that is thought and spoken as given truth. Never again will we be deceived by such things. But the fault is also with us, because we too have let our trust be abused too much, apart from the fact that we did not listen to you and did not want to admit that the words and thoughts of Earth humans do not have to agree with the truth, and therefore can be wrong and correspond to lies. All our peoples of our great federation, which encompasses a measure of distance of 48 million light years, in our entire federation, impulse contacts only exist coming from Wepliarn, in the form of help with the evolution of Earth humans, who, however, have not the slightest notion of them, and they exclusively pertain to persons who are active in developmental research.
Contact Report 358.
As I saw, there are a lot of people over in the kitchen, so I will have to be on my guard.
Which should not be a problem for you. You can just turn on your device, which will automatically beam you into your ship when someone comes to the living room.
Contact Report 359.
And as I already told you at 2305 HRS, I stayed in my forest arbor during the time of your correction work and thus for 2 hours, which I use more often to devote myself to leisure and to ponder. And before I came here, I was in my forest arbor again, because I had left something there which I had to get, of course.
Contact Report 360.
One moment, please. Look here, these 3 products, a shower gel, a shower oil, and moisturizer for the skin, are named after your name. As far as I am concerned, I did not know that name was known on Earth. The products are manufactured by Florina Cosmetic GmbH, Inc. in Germany, in 04734 Waldheim. There is also an internet address, florina.de.
Amazing. I also did not know that my name is known on Earth.
These things were given to me as a gift. Maybe you can use them?
No thanks, I have no use for them.
We are not omniscient either, my friend. We have studied Celtic history and have a lot of records about it.
Contact Report 361.
We have spoken about this before, but I have been asked on several occasions how the Pleiaren women and men feel about vanity. Whether they also have lifts and liposuction, cosmetic surgery, breast augmentation, etc., to rejuvenate their appearance or make them look younger. As I recall, you said that this was not the case.
That is correct. The naturalness, etc. of the body, all limbs and the face, should be respected and thus be preserved until old age, as nature has produced everything and also produces with aging. So to bear the signs of nature and of old age, which alone testifies to dignity. Cosmetic operations, however, if they are not necessary for compelling medical reasons, testify to a lack of dignity and to the fact that humans who undergo such operations are insane. Such things are not usual with us, neither for women nor for men, because in fact a certain pride generally prevails among us to carry our bodies, limbs and faces with honor and dignity until the end of time, just as nature has created everything and changes it with age. To change something in this we consider dishonorable and undignified.
Contact Report 362.
What did you find out about the handprints on Atlant's car?
The question was which acid humans had been in the center lately. I assume the term acid humans comes from you?
Right.
But I understood that your question was about the Trilaner. 2 of them have taken over Florina's and Enjana's duties for 6 weeks with regard to the monitoring work, because the 3 of us are absent for this time, which is why I cannot do any corrective work with Bernadette and you. The 2 of them were on the center grounds on the night of the 25th and 26th of June to stretch their feet, as you sometimes call walking outdoors. They were walking around the center in the early hours of the morning when Madeline was on her night watch, as the 2 of them explained to me. Madeline has not seen them, however. But why did you ask about this?
So then, I guessed correctly that visitors from the planet Trilon were on the center grounds. Can you tell me the names of the 2, including their meaning?
I can, of course. These 2 are an allied pair. The female person is called Sistana, which means the gush, and the male person is called Ipral, which means the laughing one. Ipral is spelled with a Y and pronounced U. That is the same for all names beginning with Y.
Well, the thing is this. Last Wednesday, it was the evening of the 30th of June, Silvano drove the old Volvo to the garage car park to park. And since I had something to talk to Silvano about, I went there, seeing various marks on the bonnet of Atlant's car, so I asked Silvano what had happened. His answer was that he knew nothing, while I went to the car to take a closer look at the supposed scratch marks. When I got closer, I first saw that they were small finger and hand prints that were on the bonnet. Hands that had 6 fingers and a thumb, or 7 fingers. Of course, it was immediately clear to me that extraterrestrial visitors must have been here. Some Trilons who had probably examined Atlant's car somewhat handily, because the handprints were etched into the first layer of paint, as were the papillary lines, as Silvano and I quickly discovered. The prints of the delicate hands were clear and distinct. So I was of the opinion that the whole thing must have happened just that day, around noon, because Silvano and I saw a silver disc-shaped object fly away at 11:17 HRS. Of course, we then showed the handprints to all the members who came to the center, so also to Philia. This proved my view wrong, as she explained that she had already seen the prints sometime over the weekend and wondered what it was all about. Since her observation, however, it had rained several times in veritable torrents, but this did not harm the etched handprints, because they remained unchanged. Of course, everyone asked me which extraterrestrials then could leave such prints, etc. So I explained that it could only be the small and about 110 to 120 centimeters tall and green-colored, as well as completely hairless and absolutely human Trilons, which I had been allowed to see 3 times so far, twice in your great spacer, and once here in the center or at the front storage area. And of course, they wanted to know how the chemical burn could have come about. Which is why I explained that these small human beings have a light green skin that is covered with a thin film of acid, which has a slightly corrosive effect. And now, because the rascals were leaning on the bonnet and also otherwise touching at Lance's car, the handprints and the papillary lines were etched into the paint. For my part, as you know, I cannot reach out to the little ones or I will cauterize them. Nevertheless, you also know that I briefly touched the arm of one of these Trilons with my middle finger in your spacecraft, after which I felt a burning sensation like stinging nettles for about 18 hours, while my finger was reddened for almost 3 weeks. Here I have another question regarding same-sex unions. For some time now, people in various countries around the world have been getting smarter and allowing officially certified same-sex partnerships. Unfortunately, however, it is so that despite everything against it, still much resistance exists, and such connections are called lesbian marriages and homosexual marriages or gay marriages. I find this humiliating, honor-sapping, and dignity-defeating for the people concerned. When I think about it, then a decent term like same-sex partnership would be useful and worthy of the matter. What is your opinion?
We use the same name along with the term same-sex alliance.
Contact Report 363.
Let us see now, with this device, in which you have to hold your hand, I can see what damage has been done to your little finger and hand. Now put your hand into this device. Hold it very still, because only then can I make the necessary manipulations. But you will not feel any pain.
Contact Report 364.
Regarding the alien artifacts that will one day be found on Mars by the Earthlings. Can you tell me what these discoveries are about?
The discoveries made in more distant times by terrestrials on the planet Mars are usually only artifacts that were created by human influence in various Martian rocks and are often misunderstood as human work of art.
A short and concise answer. Then everything will not be of great importance and nothing earth-shattering.
Contact Report 365.
Then I would like to play another game of chess, if you like. My yearning for it is there.
Of course.
I am also thirsty. If you can offer me something.
I have some mineral water outside the office entrance or ginger ale, which you already drank. I can also offer you dark chocolate.
I would like to have ginger ale and some chocolate.
Your wish is my command. Just a moment.
Contact Report 366.
How was it in earlier times among your peoples? Were there also similar events? Beslan school siege? And if so, how were they dealt with?
This is very far in the past, because more than 76,000 years ago, such events last appeared among our ancient peoples, and they actually existed among them. The whole of such events lasted 32 years before ways and means were found to end hostage-taking without bloodshed.
I have often thought about how such ways and means could look and have found a solution in the fact that a gas that acts within seconds could be very useful for ending such hostage-taking. Firstly, it would have to be odorless, and secondly, it would have to spread like lightning and cause unconsciousness in a flash. The whole thing would have to be handled in such a wise that gas petards, small bell-shaped bombs used to breach a gate or wall of this kind, would be shot into rooms where hostage-takers and other criminals are hiding. It should also be a given that all public vehicles, ships, airplanes and buildings, etc. should have corresponding gas containers built into them, which could be opened by remote ignition if necessary, and could spread the gas very quickly under high pressure. Gas petards of the kind mentioned could also be effective in the same wise in place of the so-called final rescue shot, instead of killing the perpetrators. And speaking of the final life-saving shot, instead of shooting a human being in the head, it would usually be possible to shoot the weapon-holding hand of the criminal, the arm or the shoulder, without killing him or her. Snipers who are capable of sending a final rescue shot in the form of a headshot are capable of doing so in any form. But it seems that killing and murder are preferred.
I guess you are right. But as far as your thoughts about the gas petards and the built-in gas containers and their remote release are concerned, I am astonished because they are similar to what was actually used by our ancient peoples.
Contact Report 367.
Also with regard to UFOs, which are supposed to be of extraterrestrial origin, but which are in fact of earthly origin, I have learned a great deal through your help, and have gained knowledge which proves that on Earth everything in this respect is usually based on faith and delusion, as well as on the machinations of lies, deception, charlatanry, tricks, deception and illusion, but also on imagination, deception and self-generated visions, etc. Also regarding many UFOs, you have proved to me that they are not of extraterrestrial, but purely earthly origin. Power states of the Earth, like especially the USA, England, Canada, and Russia, have been consciously organizing deception maneuvers since the 30s by carrying out secret test flights with new and futuristic airplanes and other flying objects. They continue to do so without informing the public, which leads to the belief that the planes and other aircraft are alien spaceships. So the governmental secrecy consciously continues to fuel the belief of the population that the UFOs are spacecraft of alien visitors or intruders, which is of course absolute nonsense, because extraterrestrial flying machines can only be observed very rarely on Earth. Thus, mankind is led by the state powers and secret services, as well as by the secret research forces with regard to the UFOs by the nose. Alien visitors, if I disregard you, are so rare that they are to be looked for like a needle in a haystack. That was different when you still had fixed stations on our world, but that is long gone now, and therefore alien aircraft can only be observed very rarely. But the fact that Earth people continue to claim that they have any contact with extraterrestrials, or spirit forms, etc., whether physical, telepathic, or channeling, etc., that is simply senseless swindling, delusion, schizophrenia, charlatanry, or even lies and deceit. Because for several decades there has been no such contact whatsoever, if I disregard our permanent contact. At least this is how I have been oriented by you. But exactly this fact is denied by all kinds of believers or know-it-alls, and by so-called experts, because everything that is lies, nonsense, deceit, fraud, and charlatanry is accepted by scientists, believers, know-it-alls, and so-called experts as real and effective reality, believed and declared in this form as truth, not only with regard to UFOs, but also with regard to telepathy, telekinesis, levitation, and teleportation. But in contrast to this, all that is real and effective reality and truth and reasonable, normal and conclusive for logical thinkers, is slandered and denied as lies, deception, charlatanry, and swindling, and those few who have accepted telepathy, telekinesis, levitation, and teleportation, etc., are denied as truth, are really mastered and can be counted on one hand, are humiliated, ridiculed, and trampled into the ground by skeptics, ignorant critics, know-it-alls of all kinds, as well as by slander and lies. But now the real question. What can you explain about all this?
We and our allies of our Federation have been the only strangers to the Earth for a long time who come to this planet and maintain contact with a person of this world, and that is you alone. But that has its own special reason, as you yourself know very well. But it is precisely this fact that has led to you and us being slandered and attacked and insulted by lies since the beginning of our contacts. The pathologically inclined troublemakers, slanderers, and other malicious people in this respect are, however, so lacking in intelligence that they cannot think far enough to recognize the real reality and truth. They are not able to recognize that the alleged messages of alleged extraterrestrials given by alleged contact, persons are so stupid and banal that they originate from nothing but a completely illogical and usually religious sectarian fantasy. In fact, we know nothing of these alleged contact persons and their messages from alleged extraterrestrials, etc., that corresponds to truth and logic. It must also be said that if contacts had ever actually existed in such a way that important messages or a teaching had been transmitted, these would then have continued until the end of the lives of the contact persons concerned and not simply been broken off. Such an action would be completely illogical, because if some being set out from the vastness of the universe to a planet to bring messages and a teaching, then this is not just a trivial religious sectarian nonsense or the like, which is then also ended after a short time. If it really is true that contacts between Earth people and Earth strangers come about with regard to messages and a teaching, then such contacts are not simply broken off again unless there are compelling reasons for breaking them off. Other individual contacts, which are unexpectedly brought about simply by chance, are based only on brief encounters which, however, are of no significance and are not connected with any mission. Real contacts between terrestrial people and terrestrial strangers, as is the case with us, lead to a lifelong connection and to a lifelong and immense work. And that in our case, you alone are our only contact person on Earth has its own special reason, as you yourself know very well. You are, in fact, in every respect, the only person on Earth whom we can meet physically, and with whom we can maintain telepathic contact without any mental damage. This also means that it is impossible for us to make contact with other Earth people, so we cannot make any other connections, except through you as a mediator. And should it be that in the coming time other alien beings find their way to Earth in such a way that they establish open contact with earthly humanity, then we will withdraw definitively into our space-time structure, because our directives are aligned in this form. But I have already explained this to you on previous visits and conversations.
Yes, I know. Also good, but you are talking again about aliens coming to Earth. Is that going to happen in the foreseeable future? For my part, I thought that due to the extremely negative circumstances of humanity on Earth, this would no longer be the case for the time being.
Your train of thought is also correct, because we do not know anything for the foreseeable future about alien beings coming to Earth to establish open contact with earthly mankind.
But your looks into the future?
They only exist in this relationship until the end of the year 2004, because for us the appearance of alien beings is only then of importance when they actually visit the Earth in order to get in open contact with earthly humanity. But that will not be the case so very quickly. Those who were originally supposed to come here will in any case no longer appear, because through secret visits and clarifications on Earth, they became aware of all the evil and negativity. That is especially driven by those responsible for the state and their followers, as well as by the earthly population. They were thus deterred, and the decision was made that contacts with earthly humanity should not be made, so that the evil and negativity of earthly humanity could not spread to their humanity. Thus, if it is to be that one day extraterrestrial intelligences openly contact humanity on Earth, they will be other beings whose mentality, technology, and science, etc., we know neither their state of evolution with regard to the observance of creative laws, nor their state of evolution. Nor do we know anything about their social laws and regulations, etc.
Then there may come some unpleasant surprise.
This possibility is given, but it should not be expected.
Of course not. Would be idiotic, and would be completely in line with the bullshit that has been practiced in the worst form since the entertainment film industry was founded. Because all films that are based on aliens assume and are designed in such a way that aliens are only evil and degenerate. Especially, how could it be otherwise? The USA is the sounding board in this respect, with the government and secret services fueling the whole nonsense in a mean way to panic the people. In addition to this, there is also the crazy law in the USA that Earth humans can be punished in the USA if they have any provable contacts with extraterrestrials. Especially, it is punishable if regulations concerning quarantine are violated, if contact with extraterrestrial people, animals, or materials, etc., has taken place.
I know that. Everything in this regard is extensively recorded in the documents, which are recorded as follows. Title 14, Aeronautics and Space. Chapter 5, National Aeronautica and Space Administrations. Part 1204, see page 26, PDF page 36, Administrative and Policy. Subpart 5, Delegations and Designations. Extraterrestrial exposure, under new section 1204.509 is added, reading as follows. Section 1204.509 Power and Authority, to exercise authority with respect to extraterrestrial exposure. This section comprises 3 points, A, B, and C, under the sign T.O. Payne, Administrator F.R. Doc. 69 to 8,474. Filed July 15, 1969, 10:56 a.m. M. Federal Register Vol. 34, number 135, Wednesday, July 16, 1969. This is followed by the actual explanations in Section 1211.100 to Section 1211.108, which are divided into nearly 40 points.
But another question I am always being asked. Even in your country, deceased bodies are burned at will. I am always asked why you do this, because the burning of the body destroys the fluid vibrations. Although I know that this is not the case, because the skeleton is preserved when the body is burned, it would be interesting to know why this is so.
Burning is a process of cold fire that does not produce heat. You can imagine it as if something is burned and dissolved with dry ice. So the cold fire only dissolves the actual body without affecting the skeleton. Through the process of the cold fire burning, the mental fluid vibration of the human being settles into the skeleton and is thus preserved, whereby the following personalities can use the powers again when they are born through the rebirth of the spirit form and the total consciousness block.
Short, concise, and clear. Unfortunately not yet possible with us. Well then, I suppose, after this cold burning process, the skeleton is buried.
That's correct. In this regard, we have burials in graves and catacombs, as well as burials in small ossuaries far away from residential areas.
Contact Report 368.
I feel impelled to discuss a few things with you and also to devote myself to chess, if you are willing.
Sure, it will be my pleasure.
Contact Report 369.
This time, unfortunately, the correction work was a bit laborious, because I was very tired, having spent 2 days and 2 nights sleepless because I was busy with research work in Southeast Asia. You and Bernadette have probably noticed that I was struggling with fatigue. In the meantime, I took a 2-hour rest and have now recovered somewhat. Our spiritual leadership has conducted a survey among the entire population of Era, which includes not only the adults but also the children, with the aim of finding a suitable term for the mission that you and all your fellow comrades in arms are fulfilling in spite of all the adversities that are being faced. It is a matter of creating a brief and appropriate term for the Aaron Chronicle in connection with the contacts between you and us and in relation to your mission, which is appropriate both to your effort and to the nature of the mission. The decision was based on a suggestion made by an 11-year-old girl who felt that a term like the silent revolution of the truth was appropriate for you, your comrades in arms, and your mission. This suggestion was generally accepted and now finds its way into our chronicle. The girl, whose name is Cladena, also wishes that you should also use her created term. The value of the name is, who always finds the truth, a meaning that cannot be denied as really applying to the girl. There is also the erroneous view that tourism in foreign countries brings profitable growth, earnings, and prosperity for their people. But this is not true because poverty persists among the population in all countries, because in reality it is only a few from the population and above all big business people who earn a lot from tourism. And of these big business people, it is often those who come from rich industrial countries and make enormous profits with hotels and sports facilities, etc., in the poor countries. In very early times, our ancestors acted in the same way, creating the same problems as you have called them, and as they have existed on Earth for many years. Since the populations of the rich industrialized countries have large financial resources that allow them to flood foreign countries with tourists. The whole thing should be stopped in the way that our ancestors handled it and solved all the related problems, which banned and dissolved all the travel companies and thus also stopped all the mass tourism, which caused a lot of disaster, such as when natural disasters destroyed tourist resorts and killed countless humans. This was indeed the solution to all problems, from which a worldwide cooperation of all political and economic concerns developed, which led to a worldwide uniform mechanization, politics and economy, as well as a uniform world government, which finally led to spiritual leadership and the advice of the High Council. Since then, some 52,000 years ago, peace and harmony has reigned among all the humans of our world and throughout our Federation. Of course, there were many other problems to be solved, which would go too far to mention, but when reason triumphed and the beginning was made, one problem after another was solved and resolved. The whole process of reason lasted 101,036 years, but then everything was sealed. Yes, we are watching the events, but we are not allowed to interfere with them because our directives forbid it.
Will you continue to monitor the coming seaquakes? And how did you actually find out that these two are going to be seaquakes? Did you make a prediction about that?
One of our research groups has been working in the area of the coming events for 3 months and will continue to do the necessary work there. For my part, I will be present at the event and will also observe and analyze everything in terms of research. We have not made a preview, so our knowledge of the catastrophe is not based on it. Our cognitions are based on observations, research, and cognitions regarding the movements of the Earth's crust, and therefore the tectonics of the planet. We have been doing our research in this respect on Earth for about 13,500 years, and we are constantly gaining new results and knowledge from which we can calculate when tectonic and other natural events will occur.
Quetzal once told me that what you just said is the case with you. All the help you receive from the population is voluntary, if any help is needed in case of disasters that you cannot prevent with your high technology. On the other hand, however, you have also organized everything by the state, working together with the people who are helping.
You have been correctly informed as to the matters mentioned.
Contact Report 370.
Your questions will revolve around the seaquake catastrophe in Southeast Asia, if I am not mistaken.
That is correct. Firstly, I would like to ask you what you have noticed in the meantime with regard to the many dead. How high do you now calculate the real number?
The latest number is no longer based on probability calculations, but on data that we have obtained through our equipment. According to the analyses based on the fact that our devices and equipment record biograms of various species, that is to say, of living and deceased life forms, we have obtained very accurate data. As I have already explained, our devices and apparatuses are designed to locate and record living or deceased life forms. Our entire technology of recording and recording biograms is so perfected that we can analyze each life form specifically and also determine its condition. This enables us to determine the exact time of death as well as whether it is a human, animal, or other life form. Furthermore, our devices and equipment record whether it is a female or male life form, what age it is, and by what circumstances it has lost its life. On the mainland, the sensors work down to a depth of about 8,000 meters, while in the water, depths of up to 12,000 meters are possible. In any case, help may only be given completely unselfishly and voluntarily, because all help is a matter of honor and is conditioned by true humanity. This was recognized in our country at an early stage, which is why corresponding laws were passed which forbid any profiteering by the diversion of donations. With us, the task of disaster relief and the like was placed very early on in the administration of the state, whereby the police and security forces were trained for this purpose, made responsible and remunerated through the normal state revenues. Donations collected for relief operations were used down to the last cent for what they were intended for. And today, as we no longer have any financial resources whatsoever, the regular law and order and security bodies are still responsible for relief operations in the event of disasters. Of course, we also have many volunteers who carry out valuable operations in the event of disasters. But these are managed by the competent bodies, because there must be a certain order on which any real assistance depends.
Then there are also natural disasters in your country?
Not on Era itself, because there everything is kept under control and properly organized. But there are still different worlds in our widely ramified federation, on which often great natural disasters occur, where great damage is done and loss of life is to be lamented. Here we provide organized help through our law and order and security forces, with the participation of volunteers who carry out their duties voluntarily and selflessly.
So this means that when you speak of you are not talking about Era, but about other worlds which belong to your federation, and which are not yet as far along in terms of mastering the forces of nature as you Erans are. Is that right?
Yes, that is the sense of my words. On Era, we have everything so controlled, organized, and legislated in relation to natural disasters that no one can be harmed if nature allows its forces to play. We do not influence nature in such a form that we would completely tame it, but the influence is only in responsible forms of weather formation, etc. So the forces of nature can also unfold on Era, but they are tamed in their worst forms, so that no damage is done to human property and no human lives are lost.
Contact Report 371.
You talked about war because of the bombings, etc. So I would like to ask you how you actually managed to end the wars among your people and to pacify everything.
Our actions were based on the actions of Nakademion and Henok, who were our role models. So you also know our whys of acting and the way we have gone.
Oh, I see. You created, like Nakademion and Henok at that time, multinational Peace Corps, which pacified the battle areas to large masses. If I am to fall back on my knowledge, then such a pacification was always preceded by a purge by special forces, in which the rulers responsible for the wars and all their army leaders were removed from office, deposed, and taken into safe custody. Thereby the armies became leaderless, ended the wars, and surrendered, and were disarmed.
That is correct. Those responsible for the wars were banished for life to places for the fulfillment of measures. So it was not the armies that were fought and warred against. No destruction and bloodshed were caused, but only those responsible were taken into custody and banished, whereby all pacification processes could be solved to a large extent through acts of non-violence. The fact that all the leaders of the political government that started the war, and of the military forces that started the war, as well as all the ringleaders in revolutions, etc., were taken into custody and banished for life, created a headlessness or lack of leadership in the armies, and consequently the armies disbanded. The armies were then placed under the new and peaceful government, which was formed immediately after the end of the events, and which was under the supervision of the Supreme Suzerainty or sovereignty, which was responsible for ending the wars and bringing peace to the countries and peoples.
Multinational peacekeeping forces did not actually wage wars, but they did carry out pacification, which included, however, the detention and exile of those responsible for failing governments and armies. G Volt Sem Ag Volt Lozik Kite, actions in logic and rationality that are beyond all might and force, was the watchword. The system was also to be introduced and applied on the earth among all peoples.
That would be the way to pacification of the earth and the earthly humanity.
And the various sports fanatics who idolize sportsmen and sportswomen, what to say to them? Do you know that with you too?
This is foreign to our races.
Contact Report 372.
Then we should still turn a little to the purely private things.
You probably mean the lessons in Swiss German, I suppose. But you speak that Zurichuch, Swiss German dialect spoken in the Zurich area, so well that one might think that you would be ein Zürcher Liegeborin, one who was born and raised in the Zurich area. You do not even have an accent.
That is because of my mother tongue.
I see. Since we have been talking together in Zurichuch, I must translate everything into written German language when I intake the contact reports.
I know that, but that does not cause you any difficulties. Because when I read through the written contact reports each time, I am astonished again and again at how correctly you translate the sense of our conversations into the German language. But let us now transition to continuing my studies.
Your wish is my command. Well then.
Contact Report 373.
I know your letter, my friend, because I have received the copy of the letter you gave to Asket from her. If you want, I will do my best to have Zafanat Paniach prepare it in such a manner that you can transfer it directly into your computer. All I need is one of your disks, which he can then process.
And you think that is actually possible?
For Zafanat Paniach, this does not pose any problem because he knows earthly computer technology better than all earthly computer technicians combined. He is also in possession of all earthly computer equipment in use on Earth since 1996.
Contact Report 374.
But tell me, Quetzal, since you now see yourself entrusted with your own big tasks in relation to your position as an Ishwish, I wonder if you can still deal with the earthly issues. By that I mean world affairs and politics, as well as events concerning nature, etc.
On a very large scale, this is no longer the case. But on a smaller scale, I still deal with everything, because certain tasks are still incumbent on me, and I cannot put them aside because I have taken over as Ptah's proxy.
I am stunned. Ta did not tell me about it.
The status of proxy was only given to me yesterday.
Contact Report 375.
Be greeted, dear friend. I see you have already brought the disc back.
For my part, I also greet you, my friend. Yes, I can already return the disc because Zafanat Paniach worked very fast. However, his work was not easy, because the 3.5 pages were in extremely bad condition regarding the writing. A large part of them had already faded completely, so much of it was indecipherable. Even the residues of the transfer liquid had evaporated so much in the 54 years that nothing more could be reconstructed. Zafenat Paneach, however, is very cunning about such things. So he used a technique he developed to make microscopically small fibers of the paper visible, which changed their structure due to the transfer fluid and thus remained intact. This special technique made it possible to make the invisible visible again, but not for the eyes, but only on a screen of one of his computers. He was then able to transfer the data thus created to your floppy disk, which you should immediately read into your computer as he requested. With your permission, he would like the disk back if you can spare it.
There is no question about that, because of course he can have it.
It was a great pleasure for him to be able to do something for you. He told me to tell you.
On the contrary, it is a great honor for me that he made the effort for me.
Interesting, because his opinion coincides with yours, because he also spoke of a great honor that he was allowed to be helpful to you.
Contact Report 376.
Look here, I got some good chocolate from Hani, from Eva's mother, which I have to share with you, so if you want to help yourself, please.
Thank you, I like the chocolate. Pay Hannah my thanks. This is evident from our observations, which have been made of the papacy since it was established.
Contact Report 377.
Excuse me, my friend, I am deeply touched. All the works yes, they are very deeply touching. What is expressed by all the words in the works, that my friend Edouard, is much more than I ever expected. It shows thoughts and stirrings of the group members which really exceed all expectations, which I could not have fathomed in them, because they are of such a private nature that our directives forbid an exploration of them. It touches me very much, excuse me. For everything, I want to thank all group members deeply, not only in my own name, but also in the name of all our spiritual leadership. With your permission, I would like to ask you for a printout of the entire work, which I will then present to our spiritual leadership with an oral translation. I will take the final manuscript with me for the actual translation into our languages, and for distribution only after everything has been corrected in the final frame edition.
Let me ask you a perhaps somewhat strange question. Our vehicles, cars, buses, trams, trains, as well as certain airplanes, etc., usually have their seats facing both the direction of travel and the opposite direction. Somehow the seats in the direction of travel have been scary to me since my childhood, because I always had the thought that in the event of a collision I could fly away and fly forward. For this reason, I always sat down on a seat in the train and tram in the opposite direction to the direction of travel. That is to say, with my back in the direction of travel. I always did this because I thought that if there was a collision, I would be better protected. Could that somehow be a stupid thought of mine?
Not at all, because our early ancestors were already working on this, and their studies showed that it is actually much more dangerous when seats are placed in the direction of travel and used in this wise. So decrees were issued that seats could only be placed and used in vehicles when driving in the opposite direction, which saved a great many lives. That is how it appears in our annals.
Ah, then your early ancestors also had means of travel and transportation like we have here on the Earth.
Our early ancestors also had to start on a lower level in their entire development, so also in technical terms, so that they too had to make do with ground vehicles and simple flying apparatuses before they became capable of space travel. They then undertook studies and gained experience in the arrangement of seats in modes of transport, which showed that the best and safest arrangement of seats was in the opposite direction to that of the vehicle. Because many accidents also occurred on the roads and in the air, often resulting in many deaths. When this was recognized through tests and studies, a law was passed which aimed to ensure that in those vehicles and flying apparatuses where it was possible, all seating for passengers could only be arranged in the opposite direction of travel. For logical reasons, only the managers of the vehicles and flying apparatuses were allowed to sit in the direction of travel and perform their duty.
Contact Report 378. What I want to say is that you have studied hard on the Schweizerdeutsch, because, like Tar, you speak without an accent. You have studied hard, dear friend.
On the one hand, it was a need, and on the other hand, a pleasure. Ptah and I, when we are together, only speak Schweizerdeutsch with each other, which allows us to complement the language more and more.
It is very intimate to be able to talk to you and Ptah in my mother tongue.
We thought so too. Even Sfath had cultivated the Schweizerdeutsch, as well as the High German language, which is also our own and which you also speak very well.
Contact Report 379.
Let me hug you, dear friend. It is so good to see you well. Let me hug you, Billy, my dearest friend.
Contact Report 380.
We received the old Plejaran alphabet a long time ago, but the new Plejaran characters are unknown to us. Although I have seen them on various occasions in your giant spaceship, and in the beam ships, I do not understand them. Could you please dictate me the new Plejaran alphabet, which has completely different characters than the old Plejaran alphabet?
That is right. About 4,000 years ago, 4,012 years ago to be exact, the old alphabet was replaced by a new one which is different from the old one. If you want to copy them, you can read them here on this little device. The letters C and Q as well as V are included in our new alphabet, and it is the same as yours, and you have to write the umlauts A, O, U, and CH, SCH, ST, TSCH, and CK separately.
Contact Report 381.
That should be enough for today, because I now feel like challenging you in chess.
Contact Report 382.
But first, I would like to come back to what we talked about on the 13th of March, 1999, in relation to the video with the statements of the group members. At that time, I was talking about the fact that a new video was to be made, but this has not yet been realized. The idea here is that the whole thing is done in the form of an interview with all the individual group members, whereby certain questions are determined in advance and then answered. The questions should cover a wide spectrum. And indeed, regarding the spiritual teaching, also known as creation energy teaching, missionary work and observations, as well as photography opportunities related to us and our flying apparatuses. This is also connected with a wish on our part, because we want to broadcast the completed work on ERA to the entire ERA population through our planet-wide information channels. Because a great many requests have been received from the entire ERA population regarding the fact that they would like to get to know all group members and their experiences, etc. in this way. It has also been the case for many years now that our worldwide efforts of clarification and surveillance in this regard have not produced any positive results, and therefore no contacts between terrestrial human beings and extraterrestrials have been recorded. These clarifications are without any doubt, because our monitoring in this regard is absolutely faultless. Because our apparatuses and devices register all foreign to Earth mental vibrations of acute activities, but also of telepathic nature, Therefore, nothing can escape us in this respect. If communications between Earth foreigners and Earth humans had taken place in the last major period of time, then this would have been recorded by our automatic recording devices and would have become known to us. This in addition to the fact that we have always made individual clarifications with regard to all persons who claimed and still claim to have had or still have contact with extraterrestrials in any way. But the results concerning such contacts are consistently negative to this day, and that is absolutely clear. It is no different with extraterrestrial flying objects. Because also with regard to these, we have built up a global surveillance network a few months ago, so that no objects can enter or leave the airspace without being registered by us. Until recently, this was different, because we had not yet installed the necessary equipment. Consequently, some foreign objects escaped our attention in recent years. But this has nothing to do with the registration of foreign mental vibrations, which we have been controlling worldwide for more than 82 years. Therefore, we are also informed about when and where contacts between Earth humans and Earth foreigners have actually taken place. During this time, their number, you accepted, applies to only 8 such contacts. But of all those who claim that they have or have had such contacts, only one is who openly admitted the truth and came forward, the American Daniel Fry. All others remained silent to the public about their contacts. And what else is to be said about extraterrestrial flying objects? They have entered Earth's airspace very sparsely since 1984. What has been observed since then of unknown flying objects were usually, with very few exceptions, secret military or official flying objects of terrestrial origin.
Contact Report 384.
The one who slanders other human beings is so laden with dirt himself or herself that they are no longer able to recognize themselves under it. This is an ancient wisdom, which is also known to us, but which we express in somewhat different and more moderate words.
Contact Report 385.
The thing was that after my father's Svath death, my mother still worked on your most important matters with Asket until 1964. When she passed away in 2001, her and my father's records came into my possession as an estate, partly in Quetzal's and partly in mine.
In Afghanistan, unfortunately, the old injustice of the Taliban is being committed again, that a woman is accused of adultery and murdered by stoning, and the adulterer is punished with 100 lashes.
A monstrosity, as is my personal opinion.
Also, according to our laws, no human may claim the right to decide over the body, life, and death of another human being.
There is never a reason and never a right, except in self-defense, to execute or otherwise murder a person, not even by law.
I also find it unacceptable, as our laws express it, that for the same violation of the law, a woman is punished in a different manner and harder than a man.
For man and woman in every respect, in a jurisdiction for the same breach of the law, the same measure of execution of measures or punishment must always apply. But this must never be directed against the dignity of the human being, and not against the untouchability of life and limb.
Then I would like to ask if you are familiar with the earthly history of humankind.
All of us who come to the earth are concerned with the earthly history of humankind, so I know about it.
Contact Report 386.
I would also like to ask, without being impertinent, if you would like to tell me your age. Here on Earth you really should not do that, because the female sex always makes a secret about their age, and if they do mention their age, then it is often not true. Especially some conceited females often claim that they are younger than they really are. Many, unfortunately, cannot cope with age, which is why they also have their face and body surgically beautified.
My name means the one who brings hope, and my home is Error. What you say regarding the female sex on the earth is known to us on Error, but incomprehensible, for we do not practice having our faces or our body parts surgically altered in order to appear more beautiful, young or younger. We find it a great honor to grow old with dignity and to bear the marks of age. So even the mention of age does not cause us any problems, as I can also tell you my age of 422 years. My task and activity is not an elevated one, for I am a simple woman and also work in a simple way in a monitoring plant of natural food production, together with my husband. We have 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son, all grown up and working with Ishwishtar in his big flying apparatus.
What tasks and activities are incumbent on you on Era, you have already said, but I do not understand what is actually meant by that. And how is it that you have mastered the German language?
I learned the German language only to be able to talk to you personally, because I have many private things I want to discuss with you. On Error you are known through Ishwishtar and our spiritual leadership for being a very wise counselor and for giving a valuable answer in everything. So why was it my wish to ask you for various pieces of advice, if you allow? And what I can say about my tasks and activities is this. On Earth, you call my family task, to my knowledge, housework or housewife, while my other task and activity is based on the supervision of food production. To be more precise, I am a trained gardener and am responsible for planting and caring for and harvesting natural food. In other words, it can be explained that I carry out my activity in a very large vegetable cultivation plant.
Very respectable. I should have understood that natural food production refers to this, to vegetable growing and the like.
Vegetable growing is also correct, yes. But in addition there is the care and the harvest. But the utilization of food does not fall within my area, because my husband is responsible for that.
Why, Ptah, does Najdesha speak of you as Ishwish Ptah? That's new to me, because I thought that it wasn't usual for you to mention the titles or something.
I just like to call him Ishwishtar, like many others do.
Aha, but still I don't understand.
When someone in our country speaks in the manner of Najdesha, it is the same as when we speak to each other with my friend or dear friend. So it is a matter of dignified naming, but this has nothing to do with the fact that people on Earth address each other with titles, which is nonsensical.
It is all so improbable that I am sitting in front of you and we can talk now. For many years I have cherished this wish before I dared to reluctantly present my request to Ishwishtar who, surprisingly, immediately responded to my request and promised me that he would bring me to you. Yes, and here I am now and still cannot really believe that it is really so. I am very grateful to Ishwishtar for that. I also want to express my deep gratitude to you, Edward, for your spontaneous response to my showing up and my wish. It is really hard for me to believe.
Contact Report 388.
I myself am a great philatelist and have owned all postage stamps of all earthly states since such stamps have existed at all. So I also own all postage stamps, as well as all stamps that have ever been used privately and by transport companies, etc.
Contact Report 389.
It is a great pleasure for me to see you again. May I hug you? Thank you, it was a great need.
Contact Report 390.
We agreed I would come a little earlier, so we still have time to play chess.
Yes, that is what we agreed. Do I understand that, my son?
You got that right, Dad. Ha ha ha.
Uh-huh. It is based on the principle of how you treat me.
Yes, that is what I mean. Well, something else pleasant happened in the last days and nights as well, as Florina and Enjana told me, who moved around the center on various occasions during the day. They also observed that around the main building and in the trees and bushes in the house tree garden, many songbird species feel comfortable and have built their nests, where they do their breeding business and raise their young. Among them are also various species of migratory birds, which can only rarely be observed in Switzerland. They have also observed roe deer, foxes, martens, badgers, dormice, and a trusty hare, some of which can reach as far as the house. They have also observed 4 squirrels, which you fed at the house, and which have become quite trusting. In this regard, Florina and Enjana have on several occasions observed how you fed these small animals by tapping the floor with nuts and holding a nut in your hand, where the squirrels took it away. Other center residents could do the same, as well as 2 children who were in the center. Florina and Enjana have recorded these events and your bird and animal life, which we do not have on Era, and which we will show to our humans via the remote viewing systems on devices. It will be a joy and surprise to our humans to see what a little paradise the Sim Yase Silver Star Center really is, not only in terms of the whole environment, but also in terms of the bird and animal life. Also different lizards, beetles, butterflies and honeysuckers, also pigeon-tails, but also a lot of insects and beautiful night owls, like moths, etc. 2 owls, several bats, an eagle owl and a normal one, as well as a barn owl, together with different day birds of prey, like buzzards, falcons, sparrowhawks, hawks, and kites, which are unknown in their earthly forms here on Era, have captured Florina and Enjana on their devices. If you have no more questions, then we can still go outside and walk around a bit, where we can talk. Afterwards, we can play a game of chess together.
Contact Report 391.
That will also be the case in the more distant future.
I know your concept of time. Farther future probably means that it will take another 1,000 years or more.
Your assumption is correct. We have always made recordings of conversations only in connection with the monthly meetings and the kitchen conversations, because these 2 are often instructive for us.
A long speech, my friend, also a bit unusual for me, because such concerns and questions are actually only known to me from Earth humans. Somehow it amazes me, but on the other hand,
we too are only human, Edward. And only because you are my best friend do I dare to present everything to you in such detail and ask you for good advice. It is true that you are several hundred years younger than I am, but it is true that you are better versed in these matters than I am. And when you say my son, then I really understand your words and the advice you give me as coming from a fatherly friend.
You are embarrassing me. I do not want to say that. I really cannot be your father, just your true friend. Excuse me, even if I sometimes call you my son, I see you more as a fatherly friend. It is simply my saying that I say my son as I say girl or child to women. Maybe you can call it a quirk, but for my part, oh, you know.
Good. Then I would like to have a private conversation over a game of chess.
I am very pleased. Here is the chess game. So let us do it.
Contact Report 392.
That goes without saying, dear friend, if I may call you that.
It is a very great honor for me if you call me your friend. Then I want to put forward my questions, And when you have given the answers, I want to leave you alone to enjoy a little walk outside. Then I want to go and do some outdoor exercise. Goodbye, Billy, dear friend, and let me give you a hug.
Florina is really a very lovely young woman, and her trust in you is very great, which is why she wanted to ask you the questions and not me. In a nutshell, you, Billy, always find apt words to describe the facts. I feel the need to acquire this ability as well.
Contact Report 393.
Edward Billy, it is a great pleasure for me to see you well. Come.
Come to my arms too, my friend. I will join Manara and Taljda if I may. What question? That is silly of me.
I do not want to stand back either.
Although neither of us is from the other side of the river, as you are accustomed to expressing yourself, we men too can cultivate our custom. Be greeted.
It is always a great pleasure for us to read and study your and the group members' writings and books.
Your writings and books are not only read and studied by the few of us who know the German language, but also by very many other people on Era, on Sadr, Nsan, Daron, and Druan.
But surely they do not speak German, do they?
No, of course not. Your and the group members' writings and books will be translated into our languages and distributed through the public information and teaching medium. Thus, everything can be read and studied by everyone on our home worlds.
You should not be surprised, because all our home worlds belong to the Pleuran Federation.
And there are many other peoples who are not descended from the Nacodemian Hennock lineage. In fact, your writings and books are taught, read, and studied by all Federation peoples.
I must be known as a colorful dog.
I am familiar with that phrase. Yes, you are known throughout the Federation.
But now Ptah has just announced himself on my device here. He will be here shortly. We will leave now and come back at a later hour to discuss some purely personal matters with you. So we do not want to say goodbye, but simply go our separate ways to still be able to move around the center's grounds.
Who is the young lady, my friend? Can you understand me, girl?
The child does not understand Swiss German, but she has learned German, and only because she wants to talk to you. She is from Era, and her name is Cladina Icarina. The first name means she who always finds the truth, and the second name means the Immaculate. She likes to be called by her second name, Icarina.
With your permission, I would like to talk to you a little because I have some very personal questions for you.
Icarina is the girl, dear friend, who coined the term silent revolution of the truth for you and your group mission. What I did not tell you at an earlier time is that there was a prize for the appropriate term, which was to be allowed to visit you, but the condition was to become proficient in the German language. Icarina has fulfilled this condition, and so she is now sitting in front of you.
May I present my concerns then? Ptah's presence would suit me very well because I would like to talk to him later about our conversation. May I record everything? Thank you very much for your profound explanations, which I have understood comprehensively and have also recorded here with my device. You awaken a very good feeling in me, and I want to keep this in my memory. If I am not allowed to visit you again, then I will remember you as a dear and kind father and high advisor.
Thank you very much, but I must honestly confess that I am astonished at your language. For when I look at earthly girls your age in terms of linguistic expression, I am ashamed to admit that, contrary to yours, their language is rather childish. I find your eloquence phenomenal.
Billy, it was an unusual pleasure to meet you and receive your advice. So I want to say now that I will remember you deeply. We may never see each other again, but rest assured that my memory of you will never be erased. I also wish you farewell. Goodbye, Billy. Good, kind father.
I am honored by your words, Ikarina. Thank you. My wish is that you will always be well, and that the joy will never leave you. It was really a great honor for me to meet you. Goodbye, Princess.
Contact Report 394.
But now, my friend, I am thirsty. If you will please get me a glass of cool water.
Contact Report 395.
Here, put this little device in your breast pocket. Then you will be invisible to the animals, just as they will not be able to smell you or pick up your swinging waves. I will also be invisible in the same wise, but we can both see each other.
It is as usual. We can see each other, but the animals cannot see us. We can also perceive the smell and scent from outside as usual, and it smells good here. Somewhat unusual on this floor with my healing sandals. Can the animals hear us when we talk together?
No, that is not possible either. They can only hear our footsteps, so we have to tread carefully, also because of the vibrations. But now, my friend, we have to walk a little bit in this direction because my locating device tells me that what I want to show you is back there, about 40 meters away. That is a brown bear, yes.
Is it possible to get a closer look at him?
We can go right up to him, and if we do not touch him, he would not notice us. It will also be a few days before it will be the case that he is sighted by a man, as I know from a vision of the future, through which I, too, first became aware of the bear.
Contact Report 397. Question: What we see in the starry sky is not real, because the visible light may already be millions of light years away. How then do the Pleiadians aim at a star that is actually somewhere else, when they can travel in zero time?
Answer. The coordinates of all destinations are not determined according to the visible light of the stars, but according to the effective positions of the real destinations or places of destination, which have only just been precisely researched and registered, and are therefore generally, with some exceptions, not identical with the visible light objects in the universe, which in many cases no longer exist materially.
Now what my father, Svath, in 1947 and Asket in 1958 predicted, and you continued to calculate and also foresaw, according to the prophecy and prediction of my father's father, which he conveyed to 3 Earth humans about 1,000 years ago.
Contact Report 398.
I have sent a message to Asket concerning the prophecy and prediction which you wrote in 1958 according to the notes of my grandfather and the information of my father, Svath and Asket, and which you have formulated in today's German language. Asket has immediately transmitted these to me, and they are 162 verses, which you must also transcribe. For this purpose, I want to leave you this device, from which you can make the transcription after I have left. I will take it with me on my next visit.
Contact Report 399.
It must be said that today's knowledge and the entire development is based on that of humans from the old days. They were the ones who fundamentally heralded the actual progress of the Earth humans, even though all their knowledge and skills were lost again and had to be found again in modern times. So what exists today was often conceived, calculated, found out, worked out, and produced thousands of years ago by Earth humans, even if in an ancient kind and wise, and according to the technical and medical and other possibilities of that time. And all these things, ideas and inventions, etc., did not originate from the knowledge of and not from the help of extraterrestrials, but solely from the ideas, thoughts, and considerations as well as research, etc., of the terrestrial people. Extraterrestrials really only had their hands in very few cases. But even in earlier millennia, many inventions were made, insights were gained, and countless things were achieved by Earth humans without the influence of extraterrestrials, which were lost, and only in modern times were they rediscovered, reinvented, and reapplied, and will continue to be so.
Contact Report 402.
Are there actually prophets on Era and on the worlds of the Federation? And if so, how do people feel about them? We have never talked about this before, so I therefore know nothing about it. But what I do know is that on Era there is only one direction of philosophy, and it is oriented towards the creative laws, which are taught by spiritual leadership and are learned and followed by the people at their own discretion and will. Consequently, there are no sects and no gurus like here on Earth. But what about the non-Playaran races of your Federation?
We have actually never talked about that. Yes, from time to time, wise prophets appear here and throughout the Federation, giving prophetic instructions to the peoples, which are actually followed by every people. Our prophets, just like the earthly prophets, show us what negative things will happen in the future as a result of the behavior of the peoples, if the wise advice is not followed, because all our peoples have a great respect for them. This, besides the fact that they are also instructive in all things of life, as well as in the creative and natural laws and commandments, as is also proper to spiritual leadership and its duty. So in this respect, we can speak of an equality of our and the earthly prophets. Our wise prophets are held in high esteem by all nations and are respected in venerability. And now, as far as the various numerous peoples of our Federation are concerned, it must be said that some of them are connected to the philosophy of the creation, and thus also to the teaching of the Spirit, aka creation energy teaching, while others are only on the way to becoming so or still represent purely human ideological ideas, but have nevertheless developed a very high level of evolution.
Contact Report 403.
Regarding the earthquake series in Pakistan, have you made any further clarifications today regarding the number of dead?
I would like to talk to you about that privately because I am very moved by the whole thing. The misery in the entire earthquake area is catastrophic. More than 1 million humans are ill, especially children and elderly humans are affected by all kinds of diseases, many of whom will die. It is very distressing for me, although I have experienced many such events. And it is unfortunate that due to the correctness of our directives, we cannot intervene to help. For if we were to disregard them, then the Earth humans would become dependent on us and would again and again rely on our help alone in all kinds of events and catastrophes and would lose their own initiative to help themselves and to make the necessary progress. So our help would be counterproductive and therefore irresponsible and criminal towards earthly humankind. Furthermore, the Earth humans would demand of us that we should give all of our knowledge of medicine and technology, etc. to them. But this would lead to disaster because the earthly scientists, politicians, governments, the secret services, and the military could not deal with it, nor could the entire population. Then we have to get into my flying machine. Because the conversation at that time between you and Quetzal I can only retrieve from there, and then save it to a device, which I will leave here for you to write it down.
Is it written in German?
It is not written, it is a voice recording, and you have to copy it word by word.
Contact Report 405.
But tell me, what's all this about your son-in-law or Simyase's husband suffering a ship breakdown and falling into a sun? Note, see Contact Report 41:S 66-71.
He was on an expedition with a group of friends from our Federation. Their technology did not yet correspond to our knowledge and standards at that time, which is why their flying machines were not yet as safe as ours. So it could happen that one of the flying machines was disturbed in its function by a heavy technical damage in such a manner that it could no longer be steered and crashed into a sun. My daughter Simyase's marriage partner was traveling with the group in question in one of their flying machines to explore the said sun when the damage occurred and the accident happened.
Oh, then it was not one of your ships that he was in when it crashed.
That is what I said. Our friends' flying machines at that time were still deficient in terms of safety, but that has changed fundamentally since then because they were able to take over a lot of our technology.
Contact Report 406.
I would appreciate it very much if I could record the questions together with your answers on my recorder.
Contact Report 407.
Since I, as a medical doctor and psychiatrist, also deal with the things you mentioned, and since I try to get hold of everything that arises in this field on Earth, I have not been unaware of Mrs. C and her actions for years. This is a permanent condition which is extremely difficult to diagnose, and therefore difficult to recognize even by our specialists, psychiatrists, and trained psychologists. I will visit you on the 5th of January to spend an hour in chess with you and give you new predictions.
Contact Report 409 Susanka. Thank you, but I do not understand the German language here. I am talking to you with this language converter.
Susanka is my mother, and her name means protector of the lilies. She works for our family in the household, in addition to doing her 2 hours of compulsory work every day, for which every person amongst us is responsible. The age of my mother is 411 years.
It is interesting. Your name is similar to a name we use here on Earth for the female sex, namely Susanna. In Hebrew, it simply means lily.
The source of the name Susanna, the second name of your Eva, is also Susanna, as I know, goes back to our name Susanka, which was common on Earth a few thousand years ago. There is another form to this name, namely Susanja, which means lily bearer. The male form of this is Susanjan, and for Susanka it is Susank.
Contact Report 410.
The direct ancestors of the yellow races, as the races of China and Japan are called with you on Earth, came to Earth 25,994 years ago, counted from today back, and settled in the areas of today's China and Japan. Their very distant ancestors were at very early times or millions of years ago, like the white, red and brown races, part of the refugees from the Sirius areas which were shifted to the Dern space-time structure. The yellow races first settled in distant regions beyond the Sun or central Sun, where they founded large races in the Nisan system on a planet called Kudra and created a huge overpopulation. As a result, in addition to the fact that the planet was slowly becoming uninhabitable, a great emigration took place about 2.4 million years ago, with large masses migrating and settling in the Lyra systems on this side of the central Sun, on a neighboring planet of Lasan. Their planet was called Nisan. These systems and planets in the Lyra regions were also offset to our space-time structure by fractions of a second or seconds. Whereas the Nisan system and its planets, thus also Kudra, beyond the galaxy, belong to the Dern space-time structure. Now it must still be said that about 2.4 million years ago, when the emigrants set out from Kudra and moved to the Lyra regions, a certain part also came to Earth and settled already in the areas of today's China and Japan, where also already Earth-born human beings existed. The early emigrants from the Kudra peoples who settled on Earth were left to their fate without any technical achievements, because the transport ship that should have brought the technical materials never arrived on Earth but remained lost. Thus, the immigrants were also deprived of the technology that would have enabled them to contact the immigrants in the Lyra systems. This resulted in them being forgotten. 25,994 years ago, Nisan was once again overpopulated, and larger groups of emigrants were formed to pursue investigations in regard to other emigrants in the past. So they also came across the Earth and the areas of today's China and Japan, which resulted in migrations to these areas on the Earth and the resettlement of today's China and Japan, including the merging with the very distant descendants of the former emigrants and with the Earth-born ones. These later immigrants came to Earth by popular decree, free of any technology, to find a new beginning, which should prevent another problem of overpopulation from arising. Nevertheless, the peoples retained their knowledge and their sense of invention, and consequently, despite the lack of technology, they continued to make technical progress, albeit in a kind and wise that no longer corresponded to the old technical forms. The tendency towards overpopulation has continued to this day. It should also be mentioned that the two yellow races were never on good terms with each other, which is why they were constantly engaged in strife, which often led to armed conflicts.
Thank you. That is clear. But can you say anything else about one of the Hanok personalities, who was also with those distant descendants of the Nocademian line on the other side of the Milky Way, as well as on Nisan?
It is only to be said that one of the Hynek personalities acted as a prophet among the yellow people, both on Kudra in the Nisan system beyond the galaxy, and on Nisan in the Lyra regions. Unfortunately, however, his efforts were pushed into the background and disregarded, as has been the case since time immemorial with many peoples of the Nocademian lineage, and also with races who otherwise came into contact with it, the teaching.
Contact Report 411.
The first question is about how humans die on Era. Because you do not know any more diseases that could cause death? The second question is about the care of humans who are in need of care due to accidents, etc., or in old age. We have never talked about this before, so I myself am not aware of it, and would be grateful for an answer.
In fact, our health care and health hygiene are so highly developed in every respect that we no longer know any diseases in our world. Nevertheless, we must protect ourselves from germs when we come into contact with other humans from other worlds and with the conditions of other worlds. We are generally only immune to all kinds of diseases that existed on our world, but not to diseases of other worlds. So for us, immunizing protective measures are necessary when we enter other worlds, which also applies to the Earth. But this does not cause us any problems, because our medical knowledge has allowed us to protect ourselves against all germs for a very long time. And that brings me to your question. In fact, humans no longer die of any diseases in our country, but usually only as a result of old age, or which unfortunately can also happen, as a result of accidents. Normally, about 94% of all accident injuries can be healed by our medical science and medical practice. But unfortunately, there are also those cases where no medical art of healing can help anymore. If injuries require a longer period of recovery, medical professionals are available to provide all necessary care until the injuries are completely healed. However, these cases are rare, because usually injuries of all kinds can be healed within minutes or hours, including fractures of the bones, as you know from your own experience. If care is necessary, it is not provided in hospitals, which we have not had for a long time, but each injured person is cared for in their own home by specialists. And as far as dying in old age and the state of health of the Aarons is concerned, it has to be said that such signs of old age, as they are given with the terrestrial human being, are no longer true with us. Consequently, all humans on our world are in good physical condition up to old age, and there are no complaints of old age. Consequently, they die in old age as a result of old age itself because the vital functions fail. Thus, except for causes of accidents, no more humans die of diseases in our world, but this only applies directly to Era and to a few races of the Federation, while the majority of them have not yet reached our level in all relations. The average age of us Aarons is 1,050 years, which is also equal to the earthly years. The races of our Federation, on the other hand, have average ages between 248 and 793 years.
Aha! Then the Earth humans are still very much at a disadvantage to be accepted into your Federation, if that would be possible at all. The average age of your Federation is probably based on the fact that they have reached this high age through a corresponding evolution of consciousness, through which they have got everything under control, including technical and medical science, etc., through which they have achieved a longer lifespan.
That is correct.
Contact Report 412.
The reason is that I took the time especially for this visit, because exactly on your birthday today, I will be accepted as a member of the Plejaran spiritual leadership in less than 6 hours. That is what I wanted to tell you personally.
This is another surprise that I am very excited about. But how did you manage to do this so quickly after you became an Ishvish? How did you achieve that so quickly? As far as I know, it usually takes quite a long time for a Ishwish to be accepted into the spiritual leadership, because you do not know the vitamin B?
Vitamin B, what is the reason for this? What do you mean?
Vitamin B is what we call the relationships a person needs to have if he wants to achieve something that can only be achieved through relationships.
Strange, but I understand. No, relationships in this sense are foreign to us, because if something is to be achieved, it can only be achieved through appropriate commitment and performance. And the fact that I have already been accepted as a member into the active spiritual leadership is based on the efforts and achievements I have made since I received my status as an Ishwish. As you know, the status of Ishwish does not mean that membership in active spiritual leadership is automatically associated with it.
Yes, I know, the membership has to be earned. It could be compared to the professions here in our country, such as those where you have to complete the apprenticeship and pass the exams, which results in a journeyman status, which is similar to the status of the Ishwish. If the profession is then further educated here, then the status of master emerges from it, which then, so I think, actually corresponds to the status of spiritual leadership with you. Am I right in this or am I wrong?
The comparison is good, because it can actually be seen as so. But now, my friend, I feel like competing with you in chess and having a private conversation with you. And if you have some chocolate here, then...
Sure, just a minute. Here, my son, you can feast on this.
Let us move on to the chess game.
Okay, here I go. Shall we use the roller table to play on as usual?
Today I find it more comfortable here on the sofa at the table.
Contact Report 413.
What about you? Does the man's world also have problems with the understanding of the woman's nature, as it is the case on the Earth?
No. With us, other forms are given between the female and male sex, because efforts are always made on both sides to bring about the necessary understanding and comprehension for each other. And consequently, the same problems of understanding and comprehension between the two sexes do not exist, as is the case with the Earth humans.
That is what I wanted to know. But what about the joking around between the two sexes? Do you know it too? Or is there a deadly serious attitude?
Joking between the genders is also present with us.
How nice. Then I can also tell you about the joke I recently created regarding the male misunderstanding of the female being among the Earth humans. If you want to hear it?
I am wondering.
So, given that the men on Earth can finally understand the nature of women, it should be that when a female is born, an instruction manual should be provided at birth or with the afterbirth.
Huh. What? Oh, so, ha ha ha. That, my friend, ha ha. That is good. I will keep that in mind. Others will have their fun when I tell them your funny idea. Ha ha ha. Good, really good. An instruction manual for the female. Ha ha.
Calm down again, my son.
Ha ha. I'm calming down, Daddykins. I am. Ha ha ha. But seriously now. Ha ha.
Contact Report 417.
It corresponds to an absolutely illusory opinion that everything can always be expressed in calm language. Because the truth is that sometimes the voice must be raised quite loudly to explain something logically and rationally and to stimulate the necessary logic and rationality in the other person. This fact, as well as the raising of the voice and the elevation of the voice, etc., is valid throughout the universe so that the whole thing not only occurs on the Earth, but also to a large extent in our Playaran community. We too have the same rules as on the Earth and everywhere else in the universe, so that we too are assigned to the making of a sound and the raising of the voice. And in a quite massive way, but this never has anything to do with quarreling and strife, or with hatred, as is mistakenly thought by many Earth humans. As long as humankind possesses a material body, so will he or she be afflicted with these things. Therefore, we too, for supermen only exist in the illusions and fantasies of illusionists and fantasists, and as well as the irrational ones and those who think illogically.
The incident has made it necessary for me to learn some things about the future, so that I can act accordingly. So I would like to ask you to hold a future review for me and then explain the course of events to me.
And what you are asking us for in terms of a vision of the future, I am afraid I have to tell you that this is not at our discretion, because this is the responsibility of the Arahat Atharsata level. However, we will make an effort and ask the High Council to convey your request to the higher level. This will take some time, so you will have to wait 2 to 3 weeks for a reply.
Contact Report 421.
Are football and the like, extreme sports and certain passions also inherited in the same or a similar wise?
That is indeed the case. These inheritances also fall into the realms of diseases which express themselves in the form of fanaticism and uncontrollable states of excitement of getting very badly out of control of the good human nature, which can get out of control in such a wise that destructive rage, hatred, lack of compassion, and even acts of killing, etc., result. These factors occur in the individual human being, whereby they turn into a malevolent force when several like-minded ones come together, because those affected by the disease lose control over their thoughts, feelings, and actions as they fall into a frenzy of destructively being out of control.
This is foreign to you, no?
This is indeed the case, which was not the case in earlier times. These diseases have been eradicated over the course of time, mainly by stimulating the mind and rationality through training courses, in order to consciously recognize and fight fanaticism and uncontrollable states of excitement of getting very badly out of control of the good human nature and to bring them under control. The process in relation to the total population then also took about 1,800 years before the diseases were eliminated and no longer hereditary.
Contact Report 423.
Our technology, in terms of electronics and so on, is trying to make all products smaller and smaller. Of course, the electronic processors and superconductors, etc., are also getting smaller and smaller. But in order to allow the energy to flow through superconductors, they have to be cooled down to 0 degrees Celsius, otherwise they will melt due to the electrical energy, which generates heat. You have solved this problem, but I do not know how. Can you explain that?
This is a simple thing. Hot electrical energy is used on Earth, whereas we have not used this form of energy, which is very disadvantageous and also dangerous in many things, for thousands of years, but have replaced it with cold electrical energy. This form of energy can easily be used for the finest material connections, in processors, etc., without causing damage or heat. The form of cold electricity also has the property that humans or other life forms that come into contact with this form of electricity do not suffer any damage in any form, which is in contrast to the case with hot electricity, which has lethal effects. So for our technologies of all kinds that depend on electrical energy, we exclusively use the safe cold form of electricity. However, where the finest techniques are available, such as in the field of atomic, subatomic, and ultra-superatomic techniques, we no longer use material compounds. Because in these forms of technology, which are so tiny that their structures can no longer be seen by the naked eye, the energies are transferred without resistance purely by the means of swinging waves. Naturally, we use similar technologies also at a macro scale, where we also transfer necessary energies without connection. We use material connecting lines only for certain technologies that allow such simplicity.
Contact Report 424.
Real contacts were made only through impulse contacts through a telepathic transmission device with which we usually contacted various and higher educated human beings of Earth to provide information. However, these people did not know that we were contacting them in this manner. Neither did the many scientists, for example Einstein and other notable human beings of Earth, who we provided information in the same way, which have led to progress in technology and medicine, etc.
Another question regarding your Federation. You once said that it stretches over many dimensions or space-time structures, and over 50 million light-years. May I ask you, how many different dimensions your Federation consists of?
And it has to be said in regard to our Federation that it is spread out over 3 dimensions, and that our 2 dimensions, ours and yours, are included.
Contact Report 426.
It was not a long time for me because I listened to the music playing on the radio. It was uplifting for me.
Contact Report 428.
Aha, but how about the strolling on our terrain by you and your Confederation members?
That is part of each of us pleasures, and we do not want to miss it, even if we have to exercise caution.
Of course, but you are always welcome. The acid guys, the Trilans too.
They will be the ones who will probably walk most frequently on your terrain in the near term.
Ah, then our car owners can be happy again, when the little ones delight the paint of the cars with their little fingers.
But that does not anger us.
It is their habit to fathom things tactilely with their fingers.
Contact Report 430.
May I ask who was your companion, Ptah? If I judge correctly, his appearance reminds me of the description you gave me on the 10th of July. But I will ask it myself, if I may, because I see that your companion is wearing a language translator, as I know it from your technology.
So then you understand me well, dear visitor. You are probably from Barden, if I am not mistaken.
Note: the Barden were the people involved in the Tunguska event in 1908.
Yes, I understand you, because as you can see, I carry a language translator on my breast pocket. My name is Sugam, and I am actually a Bardan. My job corresponds to that of a biologist and zoologist. We at Bardan know your work and also many of your male and female associates. My name means, the honest man, and of course there is also a female form called Sugami, with a special emphasis on the A.
I see. I understand that your female names do not end with an A, as in the case of the Pleiaren, Lyrans and the other races descended from Hanok respectively Enoch and Nokademion. But do the female names all end with an I?
No, this is not the case, because as with the male names, the female names also end with different letters.
Interesting. Would it be impertinent and rude of me if I asked you to give me some names related to both genders?
First I will tell you the masculine name and its meaning, then the corresponding feminine name and its meaning, which is only different in form regarding the feminine representation. Sugam the honest man, Sugami the honest woman, Arotus the inventor, Arota the inventress, Sirit the man who dreams of the world, Siriat the woman who dreams of the world, Norel he who conquers time, Norel she who conquers time. Zorel the man who wanders in time, Zorel the woman who wanders in time, Claudar the generous man, Claudari the generous woman, Awens the fairy tale prince, Awens the fairy tale princess, Quanti the man who paints the rainbow, Quentis the woman who paints the rainbow, Hodii radiant king, Hodia radiant queen, Socotra's king of ice, Socotra queen of ice, Jemal harbinger of spring male, Jamali harbinger of spring female, Srandit master of the sound of the sea, Srandita mistress of the sound of the sea, Alcid he who is born in honor, Alcida she who is born in honor, Mandeb he who dries the tears, Mandebe she who dries the tears, Ilker the joyous man, Ilkera the joyous woman, Netreb he who knows the bird languages, Netrib she who knows the bird languages, Ralajad he who is quick as an arrow, Ralajade she who is quick as an arrow, Extrel favorite of the muses male, Extrel favorite of the muses female, Skamal he who guards the springs, Skamali she who guards the springs, Quenter the rainbow wanderer male, Quental the rainbow wanderer female, Mergas he who loves the scent of flowers, Mergit she who loves the scent of flowers, Nerber son of freedom, Nerb daughter of freedom, Tskained he who gathers wisdom, Tskanidi she who gathers wisdom, Essence the man who preserves honor, Ezine the woman who preserves honor, Sarek he who has great treasures, Seril she who has great treasures.
You and Florina have said that the Trilaners will walk around our compound. They actually did, touching the cars of Eva and Bernadette and leaving the traces of their acid hands or acid fingers on the hood, as they did with Atlantis's car. Bernadette actually believed that she could wash off the etched fingerprints, so she went to the car wash and scrubbed the hood, but it was of no use, because the acid marks could not be removed.
Which is not surprising because the skin acid of the Trilaner is quite corrosive.
I learned that from my own fingers when I was stupid enough to touch a Trilaner's hand because I just wanted to know how the acid on their skin affected mine. Fortunately, I suffered no damage.
You should have just listened to my daughter Simya say and put on the gloves she gave you.
It would be a very great honor for me to welcome you privately to my family and myself as a guest. Unfortunately, I cannot pick you up myself, because I do not know how to use flying ships that can carry me through world space. It is only given to me to use our planetary flying ships.
Why do you call Ptah and Quetzal Schwish? Is it so common for you to address humans with their titles?
No, we think, like the Plieran, from whom we took this form some 25 years ago, that we give the Schwish the dignity they deserve by prefixing their name with the title.
Is that the general view? Or is it to be likewise understood, as with the Plieran, that the title is only mentioned in a dignified and honorably based manner, and precedes the name if there is no direct friendship, etc.? Is it somewhat like here on the earth, where we address people more formally when they are strangers and not part of our close circle of friends or acquaintances?
That is the situation, yes.
May I ask, what is your life expectancy on Bardan? What is your age? And yes, I am sure you also have marriages or life alliances between men and women. How are these held?
Our life expectancy is calculated to be 211 years on average. Of course, I can also tell you my age. I will be 70 years old, calculated in terms of earthly time, in a few months. Of course, we also maintain life partnerships between the female and male gender, but not in monogamous, but in polygamous form. My families include 2 wives, and together we have 1 child each.
So your families consist of you, 2 wives and 2 children. It is interesting that you will be 70 years old in a few months, because I will be 70 in about 6 months. But your 70 years, are they a term for the same time as we have here on the earth?
That is converted to the earthly conditions. Our inhabited planets, of which there are 3, as I am sure you know, orbit our central star at 3 different distances. The next, Bardan 1, in 99.6 million kilometers, my home world Bardan 2 in 145.2 million, and the outermost, Bardan 3, in 198.7 million kilometers orbiting our Sun. Such a constellation is extremely rare, especially in the relationship that these 3 worlds carry life forms of diverse genera and species, as well as us human life forms.
And what are the rotational times of the 3 planets?
Of course they are different, but the exact orbital period around our central star is only known to me from my home planet Bardan 2. Our planet orbits around the Sun in 359.4 days, and its own rotation in relation to day and night is 26.3 hours.
Well, what form of government do you have?
We adopted the Plieran form of government 37 years ago, which is very good and has solved all our problems. This form exists over all 3 planets as a common central form of government.
So you also do not have wars and the like anymore, I suppose?
No, the feuds between the nations have been finally settled, but there is a common large and well-armed protective might on all 3 planets, which ensures that no more wars and terror can arise. This protective might is also responsible for any defense that may be necessary if intruders appear from outside. However, the peoples themselves no longer possess weapons of war. The protective might does not exercise any power with regard to governance, but keeps quietly in the background in order to intervene in case of possible emergencies, which, however, is practically no longer necessary at all. Consequently, the protective power serves only as a precautionary security and fulfills its purpose.
A multinational peacekeeping force, so to speak. that can intervene with logical G-Vault, Gavault, beyond all might and violence, with all available forceful means, physical, psychical, mental, and to use consciousness-based powers, abilities, and skills in order to carry out and practice tremendous deeds and actions. Respectively, actions in logic and rationality, as the Nocademian Henoch-Enoch formula suggests.
I am familiar with the Pleeran statements in this regard. Yes, it is this system that we have adopted on our worlds and whereby we have final peace among all people and peoples of all three planets. I simply address you as a friend, which, by the way, Jeshwishta told me to do, and since I have been talking to you, strange emotions have awakened in me that make me feel as if we have been together for a long time and have known each other for a long time. It would be a great honor for me to include you as a friend in my thoughts and feelings. However, our ancestors have already reported these strange things, as is recorded in our annals. Concerning the humans of your world, or rather the Christianity they practiced, our ancestors also had serious conflicts and wars.
It is a bit dark here on the trail, but I have the small flashlight here. In its weak light we will not stumble, and Karen will not see us either.
It is really dark, but maybe it is better to use my light here, because it does not shine visibly like your light projector, it only lights up the ground. As I know from our own past, our ancestors also had to fight very hard for the truth. Unfortunately, no wise human like you was able to help them in word and deed. Our wise ones were well educated in all kinds of things, but they were ignorant about spiritual matters and the creation and its laws. Our ancestors believed in gods and demons. And when more than 1,200 years ago our ancestors visited the earth as space travelers, they returned with a new monotheistic religion that quickly spread to our three worlds and soon led to severe religious wars between the believers of the old gods and demons and the new believers of the Christian faith. The wars lasted 36 long years before reason triumphed and peace was restored. This was done by abolishing and banning religions. A process that took about 160 years before no one believed in gods and demons anymore, and the doctrine was finally established that the human alone is God and has to bear the responsibility in every respect. Then about 100 years ago the Pleeran came into contact with us, whose philosophy conformed with ours, but which was much more far-reaching than ours. In this we thus learned a great deal more. Which means that everything with us today is oriented according to the teaching of the truth and spiritual teaching, aka creation energy teaching, as this knowledge was transmitted to us by the Pleeran. Thus it has also become known to us that you have appeared on the earth as a proclaimer of the modern age and are fulfilling your difficult mission, from which all our peoples also profit, because through the Pleeran we receive the works of your teaching, according to which we orient ourselves. We also know many writings of your loyal ones, which are also very helpful to us. Everything is an immeasurable gift to us Bardan, for which I, on behalf of all our peoples on all three worlds, should express the deepest thanks to you and your loyal ones.
Contact Report 433.
But it is also possible that, at the actual present time, secret terrestrial laboratories exist, about which we have no inkling and we cannot find out anything about them, because they are shielded against any electromagnetic swinging waves from inwards to outwards and from outwards to inwards, such that even our possibilities for finding out and analyzing fail. This is absolutely in the framework of what is possible, because even though we possess an advanced level of technological development, this is geared in a particular form, as is the case with every humanity. Therefore, it is possible that, on the Earth, technological trends, and so forth, are pursued which are even more advanced than our capabilities, such as, for example, that electromagnetic teleportation swinging waves are generated, which initially manifest themselves in the area of their goal and then also disappear again without a trace, without allowing their origin to be determined, because no coordinates whatsoever or other traces are able to be pursued and are therefore not verifiable. In that regard, very advanced technologies are also quite possible. Therefore, also for humanities which have not yet reached our technical state, because, as mentioned, it is significant to research the direction in which progress is being made in inventions and developments. Also on the Earth, all kinds of things are made in secret laboratories belonging to the scientists and the military, as well as the secret services, and so forth, about which the public has not the slightest inkling, often not even the mighty and the mightiest of the governments. So, as a rule, cognitions, research results and inventions and so forth, only come to the public through the multifaceted media, and even then is censored, only when everything is already outdated and replaced again by the latest achievements, which are naturally kept secret.
Contact Report 435.
Then another question concerning your old age. What is the reason for your average age of 1,050 years? That would be interesting for us to know for once, if you are allowed to talk about it.
The why is not a mystery, but the how. I am not allowed to say in detail. The reaching of our old age is genetically conditioned, whereby the necessary conditions were created by genetic manipulation, which I may not mention in details. However, I can say a few words about one factor of the entire genetic manipulation, namely that a genetic change in connection with oxygen is extremely decisive. Too much oxygen is a factor of destruction for the human organism, at least for us, and for terrestrial humans and various other humanities. So this evil had to be remedied by genetic manipulation, in the wise that by gene modification the organism produces many more antioxidants, while free radicals are also very much reduced, etc.
Contact Report 436 question. What gives extraterrestrials, who were not born on this planet, the right to enter the personal thoughts of humans in order to obtain information, and is it not possible to protect against the abuse of privacy? Answer. And that which is mentioned with regard to the intrusion by extraterrestrials into the purely private sphere, or into the purely private thoughts of earthlings, is to be explained in such a wise that a certain paragraph of the directives does not allow the Pleiran to do so. Question. But only recently have the Pleiran directives been somewhat expanded in this regard. Answer. But that has nothing to do with the fact that the purely private sphere of the earthly human might be intruded upon. It is only a matter of what is generally given with regard to factors that are connected with the truth. That is to say, whether conscious lies or the truth is told. Whether there is an illusion, a delusion, a schizophrenia, a deception or an imagination, etc., things which are of a purely private nature. Factors by which living together, etc., is regulated, are completely taboo, so only everything which is not of a purely private nature may be touched. No longer private in nature are all factors by which fellow humans are deceived, and a false truth is pretended to them by any circumstances. such as, for example, by conscious or unconscious lies, by delusion, schizophrenia, illusions, deception and conceit, etc.
Can we do a chess game afterwards because I feel like it? Also, I would be grateful for some chocolate if you have some here.
It is obvious, the chess game as well as the chocolate. One moment. Here, my friend, with best regards from Marianne. She always provides me with it.
The chocolate is good, thank Marianne for that.
Contact report 438.
Now the question is, what percentage of water and land surface does Era have?
Of course I can answer this question, because it is part of my knowledge. So I can say that Era has a total water area of 55.7% and a total land area of 44.3% of the total planet surface.
Contact report 439.
It will take some time, even if Quetzal is reachable at the moment, because it takes about 2 minutes for my questions to reach Quetzal via all relay stations, just as it takes 2 minutes for the answer. It will also take 2 or 3 minutes to find what I want from the original recordings. Then I want to search for the contact I need to make through my flying machine, which I can do from here. Ptah is still sitting on the sofa and closes his eyes, obviously concentrating, while I remain calm and wait. The whole thing takes about 7 minutes, then he opens his eyes again and talks. Quetzal is reachable, and he will send me his answer in a few minutes as soon as he has found the data.
You did all this by way of pure thought-swinging waves?
This is the only mode in which I can do it, because everything has to take place through the apparatuses of my flying machine, whose apparatuses are controlled in every respect only by my thought-swinging waves.
As is the case with all your ships, apparatuses, and equipment, unless you wish to handle things manually or acoustically with your voice. I would like to ask you how many continents Era actually consists of, and how high is the highest mountain?
Era consists of 2 big continents, one of which you have visited. The highest mountain consists of a volcano that has been extinct for thousands of years and has a height of 26,403 meters.
When I was on Era, I did not see much of the continent. There are certainly islands in the sea, but what about volcanoes? And further, what about seaquakes, earthquakes, and storms? I'm also interested in how old the planet Era actually is. You, who are also a geologist, know that very well.
Of course, on Era there are also various islands in the seas, which we call by different names, just like on Earth. There are also active volcanoes on both very compact continents, which according to our research have remained the same for about 320 million years and have not undergone any major changes. Because the tectonic movement is only moderate and does not cause major changes in the event of seaquakes and earthquakes. Moreover, the planet has already calmed down so much in its activity that seaquakes and earthquakes are no longer of great importance to us, quite contrary to those that occur on Earth. Era itself has an age of 7.2,720,000,000 years in relation to the oldest solid matter.
From Florina, I know that the entire planet's surface is 55.7% water surface, and the total land area is 44.3%.
The islands are also included in this land area, and I'm interested in what percentage of land area they have to be calculated with.
I can answer this question as well. Of the 44.3% land area, 5.7% of the total land area falls to the islands, while the 2 continents have 38.6% land area. And before you ask that, the smaller continent comprises 17.4%, of which 3.1% is mountainous, and the larger continent, with 21.2%, has 4.2% mountainous.
And can you say what the continents are called?
The big continent is called Galian, which means the big one, while the small continent is called Saruma, or the fertile one. privately and play another game of chess. But now, Edward, my friend, we should finish our official conversation so that we can talk privately and play another game of chess.
Contact Report 440.
To question 2. The truth of the matter is that the Pleiaren are much more subtle in their conscious and psychical swinging waves than the terrestrial human beings,
who are still extremely coarse and uncouth in this respect due to their defective consciousness evolution.
Earth humans, in terms of consciousness.
For this reason they come into distress when they fall into the still very deficient swinging wave range of the Earth humans in terms of consciousness. The comparison is, for example,
as if a consciously very highly gifted and highly evolved Earth human would have to stay in the area of the highest degree of consciousness madness, complete idiots in the sense of mentally ill, as the Earth human mistakenly says.
Sooner or later he or she would go crazy, because they are not compatible with consciousness lunatics of this kind.
The comparison is a bit crass, but the whole thing must be seen in this context.
If an electrical apparatus is taken as a comparison, to which a certain number of volts, amperes, hertz, and watts is assigned, then it can function perfectly with it.
But if it is supplied with impure energies, for example too high or too low, the apparatus will be damaged.
The same comparison applies to the Pleiaren, as well as to the Earth humans, and in the case of the Earthlings also with regard to their dealings with each other.
If, for example,
one person is spiteful,
aggressive, dishonest and evil towards another, etc., then the latter inevitably takes damage to the consciousness, to the thoughts and feelings as well as to the psyche, that is to say the whole mental block, if he or she does not move away from the area of the attacker. This should be enough to explain the situation.
Contact Report 441.
Around 22 years have now passed since you and Quetzal told me privately that you had comprehensive cognitions
in regard to terrestrial UFOs and the massacre of animals and alleged abductions which were disguised as the shoddy efforts of extraterrestrials. You said thereby that, in regard to this, involved in these machinations are governments, the military, as well as industrial businesses and powerful ones of finance, which constitute a special group to which still smaller groups are also related. At that time, you promised that you would officially explain more about that when the time is ripe for that.
Can one now speak publicly about that?
With the named group, it concerns a worldwide branching from governments, the military, industrial groups, secret services, paramilitary and powerful ones of finance, as you correctly said. Those in the know and contributors are only certain elements of the same, who profit greatly, financially and power politically, from their secret machinations, for which reason the entire powers of the government, military, and industrial, as well as finance, are not involved in the situation and are also not informed in regard to this. The group is not organized as such, rather is only a loose collection, whereby their interests, however, have a common form which, already since the 1920s, was designed to operate a continuous, ingenious, large-scale disinformation campaign regarding the question of extraterrestrial life. The group, which is split into many small groups, has many kinds of technical possibilities at their disposal, which they employ for their evil and human misleading purposes. That started with technologies of electromagnetism to do with precision electronics and computer engineering, up to and including apparatuses through which brainwashing and the programming and altering of consciousness is evoked in humans. They even have back-engineered beam ships at their disposal, whereby, in certain contexts, even anti-gravity finds application. It has also occurred many times that premeditated abductions of Earth humans by extraterrestrials and the massacre of animals has been and is faked by this group. That stands partly also in connection with those illusionary and schizophrenic visions and apparent experiences of those who believe that they have had or have these kinds of real experiences. pictures of alleged extraterrestrial flying devices is strategically circulated worldwide. Also, wrong information and falsified pictures of alleged extraterrestrial flying devices is strategically circulated worldwide, whereby, according to our investigations, about 98% of all false pictures, films, videos, and false information is directed at moving the Earth humans to angst and terror of extraterrestrials and to engender hate and thoughts of revenge in the Earth humans. Therefore, in this way, angst, terror, and hate is stirred up against all life foreign to Earth. Especially films for cinema and television serve this purpose, as also, however, do many books which are constructed on lies and untruths and are written partly by experts in psychology and psychiatry. All this nonsense sells very well to the Earth humans, because many on the search for the effective truth trust and believe this false information and these films and pictures. Angst, horror, terror, hate, and revenge always sell well, while the truth appears too banal and therefore appears uninteresting as well as not worth knowing. Only the fantastic and unreal find a place in the interests of Earth humans. However, precisely that is the launching platform for the infamous machinations of the worldwide group, because, through disinformation and fear-mongering in regard to the malicious foreigners to Earth, the entire group, which reaches right around the world, derives horrendous advantages of a financial, governmental power, military power, as well as an economic form. The entire war, electronics and weapons industries, and so forth, thereby gain an enormous boost. Yet in the worldwide group, secret paramilitary units also exist as smaller groups which carry out the same kind of operations which, however, are mostly controlled by the worldwide group. In particular, these small groups carry out premeditated abductions which are credited ostensibly to the extraterrestrials, as well as, however, also simulated appearances of alleged extraterrestrial flying craft, which are then collectively declared to be extraterrestrial UFO appearances and are often observed, photographed, and filmed by many people. Thereby the illusion of an ostensible extraterrestrial abduction or observation of extraterrestrial flying devices is evoked. What is further to say about that is that, in this worldwide group, with all the small groups who partly also work autonomously, there exists a proper UFO trade and a subculture in regard to animal massacres and abductions and so forth. The entire thing is secretively financed through governments, the military, industrial groups, and financially powerful ones who are interested in angst, terror, and hate being stirred up to their highest forms in regard to the alleged evil extraterrestrial foreigners, because they can thereby gain gigantic financial profit and advantage. It is on this basis that, in every regard, from this group, only stories, cinema and television films, and observations of UFOs will be accepted and profitably exploited, which are based on everything negative and, as is becoming proverbial with the Earth humans, on the malicious and aggressive nature of the extraterrestrials. Only that which evokes angst, fear, and terror as well as engenders hate and revenge is accepted by the group and exploited worldwide in order to obtain enormous profit with it. Conversely, in addition to that, everything which is good and positive is vehemently slandered and is designated as a swindle, lie, and deception. As is the case with you and us, since in keeping with the interests of the group we are not permitted to exist and you are not permitted to be in contact with us, rather you must be a liar and a fraud. So, from the group and their small groups, the Earth humans will be served up deliberately false and fear-influencing stories in regard to extraterrestrial UFOs and foreigners to Earth, and their alleged horrifying machinations like, for example, painful examination contacts and animal massacres, along with falsified encounters with alleged extraterrestrials. Along with profit, The whole matter also serves deeply based psychological propaganda in order to insult forms of life who are foreign to Earth and to brand them as malicious beings and to create angst, hate, revenge, and hysteria because great financial means will be thereby freed up, which serve research for the production of innovative and futuristic weapons of all kinds. Therefore, in these Earth humans, in regard to the extraterrestrial, an enemy will be psychologically, deliberately created which does not exist and which will, in a manner, be made into a malicious being such that the Earth humans, in their angst, will be driven to freeing up horrendous sums in order to therewith manufacture weapons against the alleged malicious invaders. Also, with these acts, various groups play off against each other, which, however, is part of a well-thought-out plan which is carried out and implemented by secret services, psychoterrorists, espionage groups, and treacherous disinformation agents, and which is underpinned by false information regarding UFOs and alleged extraterrestrials. Additionally, belonging to this plan is the invention of an imaginary extraterrestrial enemy, as well as a danger emerging from this. An enemy, and a danger which, naturally, will have to be fought. The infamy is thereby that, first of all, everything is made ridiculous because the concerned abductees, examinees, chance contactees, and UFO observers can provide no evidence for their experiences which would withstand a real examination. Then comes the second fact, which exists in the fact that angst, terror, hate and feelings of revenge is produced in the Earth humans, whereby then the weapons industry can be built up, and indeed, especially in regard to futuristic weapons, of which the normal Earth humans have no idea and of which they do not ever dare to dream. The entirety is thereby a well-thought-out psychological network on which the progress of the entire weapons industry and the power of the military, of the federal leadership, the finance sharks, and the industry businesses, as well as the secret services, can be built up ever further. To this end, angst, terror, hysteria, hate, and revenge is sown in regard to all foreigners from outer space. So, the Earth humans become duped and financially exploited by the responsible ones of this dangerous group, and they're small groups and are deliberately driven to abhor and to hate the extraterrestrial foreigners. Corresponding cinema and television films serve as especially suitable means for that. The foreigner angst, respectively, alien angst, which is thereby produced, surpasses all normal angst, and the responsible ones of the group know that precisely, for which reason they can also thereby calculate that all necessary finances flow to them, which they require for their weapon research, their weapon manufacture, their leading of wars, and desires for power, as well as for unrealistic cinema and TV films which demonize the Earth strangers. The creation of a supposed threat from extraterrestrials as well as the alien angst is, for them, a profitable matter which is operated under the shabby cloak of a federal, respectively, country security and of world peace. For the entire machinations of the group, the meanest machinations are quite good enough which, as said, were already operating since the 1920s, and to that also belong highly developed electronic weapon systems, futuristic flying discs, Earth humans who are hypnotically and surgically converted, as well as converted in their consciousness, to robots, whereby some have an appearance like the being which is called the Little Gray. On one hand, there is the dim-witted paradox that the extraterrestrial flying devices are denied and the strangers to Earth are made ridiculous or made out to be monsters by means of psychological propaganda, while, on the other hand, a financial exploitation of the peoples results through the inciting of angst, terror, hate, and revenge, and indeed thereby in that a simulation results in regard to a supposed threat from extraterrestrials. A paradox without compare, to which the question must be put, How far are the Earth humans imbued with reason and understanding that they do not recognize this paradox? The entire prearranged game of the group and their small groups, as already said elsewhere, also includes faked encounters with alleged extraterrestrials, whereby these are truly nothing other than normal Earth humans or those who have been transformed into aliens. In order, then, to affirm the improvised encounters with those foreign-to-Earth psychologists and other experts are pulled in into whom the wildest stories are hammered for so long until they believe the entire swindle and nonsense and employ verifiable and genuine analyses which are recorded and published in books and documentation as well as in cinema and TV films. And since, as a rule, the supposed extraterrestrials are described as horrible villains just according to the plan of the group and their small groups, the picture of the extraterrestrial threat is powerfully incited. Thereby, not only is the slandering in regard to the real strangers to Earth always more exaggerated, as also more and more finances flow into the cash box of those who stupidly and dim-wittedly earn as a result of the entire tissue of lies and slander, and thereby come by the means to reach their criminal goals. A certain part of the group has also fallen to a Christian sectarianism and to the supposed end times in such a way that hope is directed at a malicious invasion of extraterrestrials resulting on Earth, and thereby the prophesied Armageddon will become reality in which Jesus Christ celebrates his official return and God the Father will exercise his judgment. Their delusion is therefore bound with a biblical end of the world, which, as they believe, rests on the terrible badness of the Earth humans. And in order to accelerate this divine judgment as well as the return of Christ, they do everything in order to make the way free for that. The monstrous power of the worldwide group and their small groups as well as the religious fanaticism, together with the cultic maintaining of the secret of the entire underhanded, degenerated, and deceptive as well as criminal and felonious machinations, lead to malignant effects which could not be worse. These are the facts which I have to name in regard to your question.
From your words it comes forth that that is also still so today.
Yes, that is really so, and it will also still remain so in the future.
Contact Report 444.
Do not turn around and guess who is behind you.
I have already recognized your voice, Anjana. Be greeted and welcome.
That is not enough, so it is a requirement for me to hug you. It is a pleasure to be entitled to visit you. Ptah has made it possible for me because I want to discuss some things with you that move me and that I only want to entrust to you. Can we talk about it right now? Because I am very much urged to claim your trust with my request. Because it is so that I am impatient to hear your advice when you are not lacking time. With your explanation and your advice, you free me from all my big worries I had during the last weeks. My very dear thanks. Let me hug you again. Thank you, thank you.
You do not owe me thanks because your trust is more than gratitude enough. I am sure it would have been easier for you in the last few weeks if you had come here earlier, so that we could talk about everything and find the advice. Ptah would certainly have allowed you to come here during working hours, for example, after we had done the correction work together with Bernadette.
Unfortunately, that was not possible because we had extremely important tasks to do, which did not allow us to devote ourselves to private matters. Our work was really very important and could not be delayed, so we even had to spend our free time on it.
Contact Report 445.
So I can raise a question about the way the Pleiaren dress. What I have seen in everyday life on Era in this regard was that women, children, and men dress in an appropriate moral form. So I have not seen any of them walking around half naked or even completely naked. But what does it look like when you take a bath? During a kitchen talk on the 21st of February, the following question was put to me about this, which I could not answer.
because during my short visit to Era, I did not see very much, which refers to the question, nudity in public. What is the acceptable limit of clothing for the Plejaren? If you can tell me in a few words the most important things relating to that question, I would be happy to.
I can do that, of course. We Plejaren are always so fully clothed in public that there are no parts of the body freely visible that could be sexually provocative to the opposite sex. When bathing in public, a sparse bathing costume is worn, of course, but this is kept within chaste and ethical or moral limits with regard to the nakedness of the body. Therefore, it is neither customary nor permissible to wear lewd clothing in everyday life, or when bathing in public waters or in facilities intended for that purpose, nor to go half naked or completely naked. Semi or fully nakedness is only given in an intimate manner in living communities or special friendships, but never in public. In the case of special friendships, it should be noted that half or full nudity is only justified if the friendship of both sexes exists in a purely platonic form without any sexual intent. Morality has a very high value for us Plejaren, which is why the ethical forms are strictly maintained and cultivated in every relationship, whereby, of course, prostitution of any form is frowned upon and prohibited by law.
In communities, are there any taboos or rules?
There can be no question of that because private life is inviolable in every respect when it takes place within the framework of legislation.
By that I mean that a community is run in all things legal, according to a specific community law. So there must be no violations of the rights of cohabitation in any form whatsoever. It should be remembered that this applies to both same-sex and opposite-sex partnerships, right? Besides, I suppose that this legislation has nothing to do with the state laws?
You see everything in the right wise. If you feel up to it, we can talk a little more over a game of chess.
In private. That is convenient. Good, here is the game.
Contact Report 446.
Last Sunday I watched a program on TV which talked about electronic technology, which will be common on Earth in 2070. It was quite interesting, because it showed a lot of things that you also had in the past. Before you extended everything concerning the operation and control of devices, apparatus, spacecraft, machines, holographic vision, communication and robots, etc. to pure mind control. Actually, we have never officially talked about it, or at least only rarely, the reason being that it would have sounded too futuristic and fantastic. But now that the Earthlings are broadcasting such information programs on television about future electronic technology, I suppose we can talk about it too, can't we? In our core group, the whole thing is not a secret. But outwardly we have not let it be known much that all your technical and electronic operations are no longer done manually, but purely with mental vibrations, so that all possible operations and circuits, etc., on apparatuses, devices, weapons, and all kinds of machines, etc., are done purely with mental vibrations. However, no holographic control panels are used in this process, which would still have to be operated by finger touch, as was shown, for example, in the program in question. In your case, the whole thing works through a central computer, which receives all thought vibrations and converts them into corresponding functions, as Quetzal once explained to me when I was at his home. Although you can operate everything by hand, because everything is equipped for it, you only use it if you want to or if there is a breakdown. But breakdowns are completely impossible, because your technology is perfectly sophisticated and can independently detect and repair potential damage before it occurs.
Our technology in this regard is actually very highly developed and seems really futuristic to Earth humans, so it is perhaps not good that you have talked about it now anyway. The reality of all our technology in every respect is much higher than what you have explained in your words, as you know. The whole thing, in every respect, is not yet imaginable for the Earth human, and therefore not comprehensible and not to be understood.
When I think of the androids, which can think and act independently because they have an autogenic artificial brain, then I have reservations. Because if the humans of the Earth are not able to control these artificial beings, then there is the danger that androids will one day take over the dominance of the humans. Autogenous artificial brains, I have learned in relation to your androids, have a spirit form, and therefore, the artificial consciousness forms can switch and rule at their own discretion. So the Earth humans, if they develop such androids, would have to install a safety device in them, so that the danger of the androids taking over the rule over the humans is excluded. This would be the same as with your androids, for which it is impossible to strive for dominance over humans through such a safety device. But now I would like to ask a question about your handling of weapons in connection with the population. It is a question that has interested me and others for a long time, although I have never asked about it. But what I want to do now is this. Firstly, are all your weapons designed as working tools, whereby I only mean the ones you carry with you, or which are simply considered to be handguns, like handguns in our country?
All weapons in this regard, as well as all other small and large weapons, are also designed as working tools of various kinds. The type of use as a tool is, for example, the lifting and transportation of heavy weights or of objects and goods, in that anti-gravity is generated by the weapons or by the working device, which facilitates the lifting, moving, and transportation of loads. The devices are also used to generate heat, cold or fire, etc., if required, as well as to dig up earth, to fuse metals, glass, synthetic materials, and many other materials with each other, also in such a way that, for example, metal can be fused with glass, with stone, synthetic materials, and other materials. There are many possibilities in this respect, as well as in the use of our weapons as working tools. Of course, we also possess exclusive working devices, working robots and working apparatus of every possible kind, but which would appear futuristic to the Earth humans if I were to describe them as such and in their function.
I am aware of that, but I have no idea of the full extent of its possible uses. Of course, I am aware that your weapons can be used as such, with various forms of weapon energy, and that they can shoot tiny energy projectiles of great penetrating and explosive power. As I know from Manara, Simyase, Asket and Quetzal, although I myself was once allowed to do shooting exercises with such an old weapon. You only have energy-based weapons that only shoot energies and energy projectiles, but no more material projectiles. We call them ray guns.
That is true. The energies are of various kinds, as are the energy projectiles, which are much more effective than all the material projectiles of earthly weapons of any kind known to you.
Heat rays, cold rays, rays with an anesthetic or lethal effect, then also electromagnetical oscillations and energy projectiles, etc. The weapons and the associated working tools are not operated mechanically and not manually, but only by thought vibrations, as I know.
This also corresponds to the facts. Every weapon and all the possibilities of using it for work purposes, etc., can only be used through thought vibrations that are tuned to the thought patterns of the person to whom the weapon belongs. Second and third persons can therefore, under no circumstances, use a weapon once it has been adjusted to the thought vibrations of a particular person, not even as a working tool.
You once explained to me that in your country weapons are also used for sporting purposes, such as marksmanship or simply for personal enjoyment. What about the possession and carrying of weapons, which are without exception designed as energy weapons? I believe that weapons should only be in the hands of humans who can be absolutely certain that they will never cause harm. This would, however, require thorough psychological tests to ensure that the person to whom a weapon is entrusted never misuses it. This would have to be done not only in the civilian, but also in the military sphere. And this would have to continue until the man of the earth in general has reached the point where he lives his life according to the creative natural laws and commandments, as is the case with you.
Our ancestors already had your idea, who acted within the framework you mentioned, until one day our folks were ready to cultivate their world of thoughts and feelings, as well as their way of acting according to the laws of creation, from which the state of our present way of life has resulted in a comprehensively responsible form. These absurdities are completely impossible for us, because our evolution of consciousness has already reached a level several thousand years ago that is far above these inhuman primitivities. Thus, weapons are not intended to kill, but only in an extreme emergency, when there is no other possibility of self-defense. Possible conflicts which, however, have not occurred among our races for thousands of years, which may arise among foreign races, and in which we may become involved. We settle by force of arms only when circumstances require it, but only with stunning effects, because we consider killing to be contrary to creation in relation to the teachings of the Spirit. Only in the very first emergency of self-defense against a human being would the use of a deadly weapon be considered for us. This order also applies with regard to the killing of animals, so that we do not know any hunting as it is practiced by terrestrial human beings. Only in extreme emergencies would we kill low animals for self-preservation in order to obtain food. However, our animal world is left to itself, therefore it regulates itself. The fact that we let the fauna, as well as the flora, lead their natural life can only be achieved by regulation because we keep our planetary population within the limits of the natural and therefore do not allow overpopulation to occur. We cover our meat requirements by cloning or replicating living cells of animals and all kinds of creatures, which have been bred by replication for about 4,000 years, which also applies to many animals and creatures and all kinds of plant products, in addition to the fact that we also do horticulture and field cultivation for vegetables and fruits, as well as herbs and spices, etc. We also produce many kinds of materials by replication or multiplication, as you once called this process. But as far as the possession of weapons is concerned, it has to be said that every human being on our planet, as well as on various other worlds of our Federation, is free to possess a weapon without any permission for whatever purpose. Many possess weapons which are used as pure working tools, but also for the pleasure of leisure time activities regarding shooting in competition, for which only electronic targets are used. And indeed, many people of our worlds possess any kind of weapons, but no mischief is done with them, just as they are not used for murder, etc. Such degeneracies as murder and manslaughter, jealousy, hatred, vengeance and revenge, terror and fanaticism of any kind have not been seen in our world for several millennia, nor have crimes and uprisings, etc., in any form, because all people of our worlds live according to the spiritual teaching and thus in full awareness of the fulfillment of the creative laws and commandments. In this form, our efforts are also directed towards pacifying other peoples of other planets, with whom we can contact and instruct according to our directives.
But now something else. With regard to the clothing of the Pleiaren, you said the following on the 8th of March. We Pleiaren are always so fully clothed in public that no parts of the body are freely visible, which could be sexually provocative to the opposite sex. When bathing in public, of course, a sparser bathing costume is worn, but in relation to the nakedness of the body, it remains within chaste and ethical or moral limits. Therefore, it is neither customary nor permissible to wear lewd clothing in everyday life, or when bathing in public waters or in facilities intended for that purpose,
nor to go half naked or completely naked. Half or full nudity is only given in an intimate way in life communities or special friendships, but never in public. In the case of special friendships, it should be noted that half or full nudity is only justified if the friendship of both sexes is in a purely platonic form without any sexual intent. Morality has a very high value for us Pleiaren, which is why the ethical forms are strictly maintained and cultivated in every respect, which of course means that prostitution of any form is frowned upon and forbidden by law. I was asked what is meant by sexually suggestive in terms of the wearing of clothing. From my understanding, I explained that this meant the wearing of clothing which sexually displays sexual characteristics in a provocative way, or which provocatively expresses the sexual organs. In the case of women, I think this also applies to the bosom, because I have only ever seen the female sex in your country chastely cover the bosom up to the base, unless clothing is worn that reaches completely to the base of the neck. Am I going with my explanation correctly?
Your explanation corresponds to what is given.
Contact Report 447.
Our female names, which in very rare exceptions end with a letter other than an A. Billy, 1964. Quo vadis humanitas? And what is to be said further, the ray ships, that is to say, spaceships of foreign intelligences from distant worlds, are no fantasy, because they exist like you and me. They are not cloud agglomerations, balloons, lightning, flocks of birds, and the like, as they are so gladly called by scientists and leading authorities, by opponents of the truth, or by laymen who do not want to make themselves ridiculous with the recognition of the existence of the so-called UFOs. These unknown extraterrestrial flying objects, if they are not, as is often the case, top-secret earthly military aircraft and planes, they are real, as thousands of very good photographs, films, and reports prove. And there is no shortage of real contacts, even if there are very few of them worldwide and only a small handful in number who have spoken with extraterrestrials. They all testify to the real existence of the extraterrestrials and their objects, the beam ships. They and everything else testify to the effective existence of the extraterrestrials, even if this existence is ridiculed by the terrestrial authorities and evil antagonists as not being proven or simply presented as a hallucination or even a lie. But for what reasons do the denying authorities and antagonists maintain very secret UFO reconnaissance groups, etc., which have the task to clarify the origin of the UFOs from space and to arm them for a possible space war or a sudden invasion from space? An idea, by the way, which corresponds to a complete nonsense. Because the spacemen do not control our Earth in order to conquer or subjugate it, if they wanted to, they could have done so long ago. Because their technology reaches to the fantastic compared to the earthly one, and the earthly weapons of all armies would be nothing more than a toy for them, which they would throw away as rubble and useless junk due to unworthiness and uselessness. Moreover, their very highly developed technology goes back many centuries and millennia, so that if it had been in their will, they could have conquered the earth when it was still in antiquity or in the dark Middle Ages, when it was growing towards its present state. But why are the authorities so eager to find out the secret of UFOs, and especially the unsolved mystery of the radiation propulsion, which makes the extraterrestrial aircraft or UFOs fly through the Earth's atmosphere at speeds of up to 100,000 kilometers per hour and more, neutralizing the gravity? So why these secret researches under exclusion of the public, when everything is supposed to be only lies and deceit? Why that? The authorities are afraid. Frightening, deadly fear, for they fear an attack from space. And for this purpose, it would be urgently necessary that they themselves be in possession of ray ships and ray weapons so that they could counter the enemy attack already in world space itself. Others, however, fear panic and rampage of the population. If they should really become aware of the existence of the extraterrestrial UFOs and their crews, because panic and rampage already rolled over the population of different countries. When UFO sensational reports, so-called direct reports from the place of the event, were broadcasted over the radio stations. Direct reports, however, which did not correspond to the truth and were only sensational radio plays. The number of deaths of the population running amok went into high figures. However, the authorities, who stop practically all UFO reports, if they have real backgrounds, do not consider that the panic of the masses will be much greater one day if the extraterrestrials should really come in masses, in order to prevent perhaps the greatest insanity of the earthly humans and to change the face of this world for the better. If the revolutionary events, which are caused by the humans of the earth in a responsible way, roll over this world. But it is questionable whether extraterrestrials ever interfere in earthly matters in this respect, because they have directives which would only allow them to intervene under certain conditions. A real contact person, as well as reconnaissance planes and simple observers of really extraterrestrial flying machines, that is to say, UFOs, are dealt with by the authorities as well as by the people and by malicious adversaries and slanderers, who insult lies and fraud and may even be imprisoned for many years in a mean way or interned in insane institutions, because, as already mentioned, the authorities are unwilling to reveal the profound truth. They do not shy away from publishing denying notes and treatises in the newspapers or from having them published by bought-in laymen, critics, opponents, and so-called experts. For these reasons, in various countries, a real contact person, of which there are not even a handful, an observer or enlightener plays with his freedom when he takes his task seriously and tries to create enlightenment. And the few people who have or have had contact, not even a small handful, have a very difficult position, because they encounter hatred, mockery, disbelief, official intrigues, and partly church-destroying statements, as well as slander and much more.
Contact Report 448.
Hello, Ptah. You are brave, my friend, to come wandering down the street in broad daylight. What if someone were to come now?
That would not be so bad, because I am only visible in this short area. That is to say, only in a room with a diameter of 4 meters. You do not know that yet, because it is a new invention that we have been testing for quite some time now and have found that it works excellently and is useful for certain purposes of ours. So it was created for special projects, and you, now that you are in my shielding area, are not visible from the outside either. So now, very many new technologies are available to us, which would have taken up very long development times for us if they had not been provided to us by the Meier in good friendship.
This probably includes the Dimension Gate, which you are probably still working on, right? Here, on television, there is a series running that is called Stargate, which is roughly comparable with your Dimension Gate. Only its appearance and function are a little different than what you showed me 3 times. In this science fiction on television, a large ring is used, which is equipped with control symbols, and in front of this there is a kind of control panel. This, in contrast to your mechanism, which needs nothing of the sort, but which is set into operation just by a small device on your overalls, out of which nothing appears like a gate flickering at the edges, that is to say a passageway, through which one recognizes the other dimension or the area, etc. that exists beyond the gate. The whole thing works as though one would look through a window or through a door that would have simply been placed in the open countryside.
Yes, this gate is also among the achievements of the Meier, with whom we have developed it. And in addition, It is to be said that the whole thing became so functional a few weeks ago that it can also be used perfectly and safely for the passage of humans. We can move back and forth through it, both in the present time as well as in different space-time configurations, that is to say, dimensions.
And can you also go to the DAL universe with it?
That is not possible for us, but our engineers and scientists are working together with the Meier in order to make this a reality. We only operate our past and future travels and previews under certain conditions, but not just to know the distant or most distant future. Which is why, if necessary, we limit ourselves to a maximum time of 100 years for future investigation, while no boundaries are set for travels to the past. We do not want to know the distant and most distant future for logical reasons, for we know that only the path of normal development leads to the real and correct culmination point. We have an absolute monitoring of all of our contacts with other civilizations, humanities, and worlds. Therefore, it is absolutely known to me as an Yeshvish of Era and of our two other worlds, what and where, that is to say with whom, contacts are maintained outside of our worlds. This also applies to our Confederates who maintain no contacts with any Earth human, except with you. But anyone on the Earth who claims to stand in any sort of contact with any people from us Plejaran or from our Confederates is a deliberate liar or is delusionally sick. For as it has already often been said, you are the only human being on the Earth who truly maintains contacts with us. Once again, I want to explain clearly and plainly the following. First of all, we Plejaran and our Confederates live in other space-time configurations, into which no normal telepathic impulses of Earth humans or other inhabitants from this, your space-time configuration, can penetrate. That is one thing, while the other relates to the fact that we do not maintain, neither at present nor in the future, any telepathic or personal physical contacts with Earth humans, except with you. However, this has its specific reasons, which are based on the fact that you are the only human on Earth who is linked here since ancient times, through all your old personalities and through your present one, with the mission and who also leads this. And as a herald, that is to say a prophet, you can bring the teaching and can teach and explain them. Thus, our joint contacts are connected with a great and important mission, which also justifies the contacts and gives them a deep meaning. And when the last spark of your present life has gone out, it will mean the end of our contacts on the Earth, for when your time has come, we will withdraw ourselves finally from this world. Thus, if lying elements should still appear during your lifetime and thereafter, and claim that they stand in contact with us Plejaran, etc., then this would correspond to a matchless lie. And after your existence, we withdraw ourselves finally into our space-time configuration without ever having to return, for we fulfilled our obligation that was assigned to us by your former personalities and by you at present. Only the old assigned obligation led us to the fulfillment of duty in this space-time configuration, in which you lead your life and fulfill your difficult mission. Only in the very distant future, when Earth humanity has progressed so far on a technological basis, in order to be ready to penetrate into our space-time configuration, will they encounter our worlds and civilizations and be able to take up contact with them. But the way there is still very long and arduous.
Contact Report 449.
On the 20th of July 2002, you told me that you received the knowledge and formulas regarding the possibility of a penetration into other universes from Asket's friends, respectively from the Sonern. But another time you also said, which unfortunately is not in a contact report, that the formulas are based on the records of Hanok. How does that come together now?
By different past journeys up to the earliest times of the second Nocademian, we could clarify the following. The original records, formulas, and plans already led back to the second Nocademian, who, however, did not complete them. Consequently, only the first Henoch continued to work on them in such a wise that he also succeeded in completing everything that enabled him to enter the Return universe and to stay there for a longer time and to work on several worlds. Shortly before his death, this Henoch handed over all his records on this subject to Asket's ancestors, after which they fell into oblivion because nobody worked on them anymore due to serious human problems that arose and the resulting disinterest. This also led to the loss of important data, and thus the completeness of the data, plans, and formulas were no longer there. But nevertheless, the records, formulas, and plans were passed on from one generation to the next generation for millions of years until they entered the DAL universe and, penultimately, came into the custody of Asket's father, Ishwish Kasil, who left them to her. But since Asket, as a space engineer, was interested in the records, etc., and since Ishwish received permission to return to the forgotten technology and also to enlist the help of the Sonair, she acted accordingly. So she handed over the records, plans, and formulas to the highly developed Sonair for further or re-elaboration, from where we then received the further and largely re-elaborated data, formulas and plans, which were also further and finally elaborated by our scientists, which made the whole process and penetration into the Return universe possible for us in the first place.
But what does the name Kasil mean?
One who commands deference. I know because a friend of mine also goes by that name.
Contact Report 450.
Now the question is, do you have any devices or apparatus that enable you to perceive and analyze not only the coarse material swinging waves, but also the fine fluidal swinging waves? In this I also include deposited human fluidal powers.
Such analysis devices belong to the standard equipment of every flying apparatus, but also to every person who carries a small device of this kind in his or her clothing when doing research work, etc. in foreign areas.
Then it is a warning device as well, I suppose.
Yes, that is the case.
Then a question regarding the Syrians, with whom you have been in contact for some time now after all. My question is based on the fact that Bernadette is working on putting the Nocademian lineage into a brochure, in which a statement of mine from the year 1995 is also integrated. At that time, it was still the case that you were not able to maintain contact with the Syrians, but that has changed some time ago, as you explained to me. How was it that you were able to get in contact with the Syrians after all?
It is not the Syrian folks with whom we have come into contact, but our contacts take place only in remote communication form with some groups of consciously higher evolved scientists. These form our liaisons with the various governments, which are occupied by scientists who are also consciously higher evolved and who lead the peoples. We do not yet maintain personal or physical contacts because various prerequisites for this are still missing. The populations of the Syrian peoples themselves are not yet so far advanced in the evolution of consciousness that they would be equal to their scientists. And it is this fact that we cannot yet maintain official contacts with the Syrian peoples. Physical contacts are not yet possible with regard to scientists either. But nothing stands in the way of remote communication contacts, because the evolution of consciousness of scientists allows this, which is why we have opened these contacts. In the remote communicative way, we have also appealed to the Syrians' reason, so that the old persecution mania against those genetically manipulated by their primeval ancestors was abolished, which, however, had already been handed down only in ancient annals, but had long since been forgotten by today's Syrians, and was only cultivated by a small group of fanatics who, like the neo-Nazis on Earth, for example, created and practiced their hatred from the old writings within themselves. But we only found out about this some time ago, just when we were able to contact various Syrian scientists by remote communication, whereby we did this because we wanted to get hold of those hateful fanatics who threatened your life for so long and called themselves the Men in Black.
But if you are now in remote communication with the Syrian scientists, then they must be really advanced in terms of consciousness development. This reminds me completely of the earlier times when scientists were the genetic manipulators.
Then, as now in the Sirius regions, scientists are the rulers and the powerful ones who have the peoples under their command and give them the directions of thought. But these scientists of today are so far removed from the old forms of government that they lead the peoples in a free form, so that they too can evolve consciously, although they are still far below the level of the evolution of consciousness of the scientists. The old system of government by scientists has been maintained over very long periods of time and has only changed to its present form about 140 years ago. So it will take a long time until the peoples in general reach a higher level of evolution equal to their present scientists, whose earliest ancestors used their knowledge to bring their peoples under their power and to keep them in that power. This is no longer the case today, and as a result of the high evolutionary development of the Syrian scientists, we have been able to establish remote communications with them, which will enable us to establish physical contact with them in the near future, but which will be limited to the scientists and not extend to the peoples. So we will give development aid to scientists in every possible relationship and in every responsible wise possible for us and for them, whereby the teaching of the Spirit, aka creation energy teaching, will also be a comprehensive teaching.
What I am still interested in, Asket's father, Ishvish Kasil, was an uncle of yours, a brother of your father, Sfath. But how is it that Asket is still relatively young, since her father was a brother of your father, while you yourself, as the son of Sfath, are already an older man?
My grandfather fathered my father Sfath, while my father's brother Castle was born as the second son of my grandparents, who emigrated to the Dal universe at the age of 82 and then, counting from today, became Ishvish 461 years ago and fathered Asket about 400 years ago, before he died about 11 years ago at the age of 1,163.
Then he became a little older than Sfath, when I think of the 1,152 years that his life lasted.
That is true.
Contact Report 451.
When I hear you talking like this, I assume that you have upgraded all your technology and brought it up to the level of the Sonair. 22 years ago, Quetzal told me that you were negotiating with the Sonairn to get all their advanced technology. Asket's people, the Taimars, are also supposed to be included in these negotiations, Quetzal explained at the time, because they could only partially benefit from the highly developed sonar technology. So I assume that Asket's people are now in possession of all the new sonar technology as well.
That is correct.
Contact Report 453. A note. This contact report contains charts which provide data on the age, birth date, planetary origin, and other information pertaining to the extraterrestrials who have been in contact with Billy.
As usual, you smell nice of lemons.
That is not enough for me, so it feels so good to hug you. Be greeted in this wise also by me now.
Talja, may I ask your age?
That is no secret. I can give my age as 386 years.
Thank you. And you, Ptah, may I ask the age of your daughter, Plagia?
Of course, she is 336 years old now, so she is quite a bit younger than my daughter, Simyase. It is really something joyful because I passed all the Schrute examinations 3 days ago and got the first degree.
Ptah, my dear friend, I am so pleased. Congratulations, my son, this is really a tremendous joy. It is farewell to assume that you will also pass the other 6 degrees in this life, for you still have a few hundred years ahead of you during which to learn.
Dear friend, Edward, I do not want to hold back with my thanks and express them to you, because a lot is due to your efforts. Because through all your hard work, which you have done for our spiritual leadership and which I have studied and learned from in its entirety, this step was possible for me in this life. The many thousands of closely written pages that you produced with your old typewriter and with the computer gave me and our spiritual leadership a knowledge that we did not dare to hope for in this life. In this regard, I am also to convey to you all the thanks of all who may use your work.
It was only the fulfillment of my duty. Fine, then you are now Schrute, which ends your Ishvishtum. However, do you still retain oversight of the 3 worlds that you have had under your care? Or does someone else now take over that duty?
Everything remains in my charge as before.
The name Muhammad or Muhammad, does it also have a female form? I am actually not aware of this.
The name also exists with us, whereby the female version is Muhammada or Muhammada. Both forms are frequently used with us. The meaning is, the one who is praised. The origin and existence of all life owes this to the basic laws of universal chemistry and physics, from which left-turning amino acids developed fundamentally for the emergence of life itself, which formed and also continue to form the main factor of the biological emergence of life as a whole in universal breadth. From this, it also emerges that every form of life is planetary, chemically, physically conditioned. Consequently, this is also different from planet to planet, and has innumerable forms universe-wide and is not necessarily human-like. As you know, and as you were able to see for yourself together with us on your great journey, see Contact Report 31, through large parts of the universe on the most diverse worlds.
Yes, I never forget that. All the different life forms, which also included various intelligent ones that were not human-like. I would like to say, however, that despite the very great strangeness, they cannot be called monsters, just as they cannot be called human-like life forms. Some have also developed higher and higher cultures and techniques, which may seem futuristic and fantastic to Earthlings, but nevertheless corresponds to the truth. Many of the alien life forms, however, were of the animal kind, and you let me look at a great many bacterial forms under a device that I would like to call a microscope for the sake of simplicity, because it had such a function, but has no resemblance to the devices we know. It was interesting for me to be able to determine that human life is extremely thinly spread throughout the universe, and that most life-bearing worlds carry life forms that look completely futuristic to Earthlings. And I remember you explaining that human life forms found their widespread expansion in the universe on various occasions only because they created the technical means to be able to emigrate to other worlds through space travel. I also still hear your words today when you said that life forms existed on practically all planets. Comets, meteors, and celestial bodies, as well as in the nebulae and gases in the universe, even if, as a rule, they were only bacterial life forms, except on planets. And as you have let me see, such life forms also exist on the moons of our SOL satellites, as well as on these themselves.
Goodbye, perhaps when we get back from our holiday.
Goodbye, and it was the great pleasure to see you again. Salome, girl, take care. And away is the child. Where are you off to, Ptah, if you do not mind me asking, and who's going anyway?
We are going to visit my daughter Simyase. She sends her best regards. As do her friends Asket and Nera. We, that means my daughter Plagia, then Florina, Enjana, Taljda, Quetzal, and various others who are known to you, as well as me, and a few others you do not know. Altogether, we are 146 persons.
And how long will you be away? And who will take over the duties in earthly space?
It will be about 3.5 months until the end of October because our visit to the DAL universe is not only for holidays, but also for a study tour that we will do with the Sonern. This is necessary in relation to the construction and handling of the various new and very advanced achievements we received from them. The duties regarding Earth will be performed by Federation personnel, persons you do not know.
So contacts are off for the next 3.5 months. I find it interesting that you use your holiday time to study, to do further education courses, so to speak. That would probably not occur to Earthlings, because, as a rule, they usually think that holidays are a time for lounging around and letting off steam, etc. At least that is the rule. Which of course includes exceptions, because there are also human beings in all the countries of our beautiful Earth who, like us in Figu, also fulfill their duties and do the necessary work on holiday, and do not just lie around on their lazy skin. Of course, all these holiday workers also allow themselves some free time to pursue their hobbies and pleasures as well as recreation. But they do not forget the fulfillment of their duties, which they also perform to some extent during their holidays.
We do likewise, for we always and in every case use our holidays to perform certain works and duties which are of importance to ourselves or to our peoples. Our sense of duty demands it in this wise, which is why it would never be apropos for us to devote our holiday time only to senseless idleness. Our sense of shame also does not permit us to dwell in complete idleness, to neglect our learning, or to fail to perform important duties that arise.
It also creates inner satisfaction when an achievement is made instead of just lying around twiddling one's thumbs and indulging in all the evil vices, as many do.
Contact Report 454.
We are triplet siblings, and we are here on behalf of Florina and Injana. And as you say correctly, we use language converters, because we do not know your language. This here is my sister Zeruella, and she here is my sister Zaruala. Zeruala, my name means girlfriend in the agony.
The meaning of my name is girlfriend in the need.
And my name means friend in the need, because the female name Zeruella and the male name Zeruel are only different in terms of gender, but not in terms of meaning. Of course, we are 122 years old, and our homeworld is Era. Zeruella is the firstborn, I am the secondborn, and Zeruala is the thirdborn.
It is interesting that you have 3 names that almost all sound the same.
In our family, we can look back on many generations that have always borne names of this kind.
Do you mean the names themselves or just names beginning with the letter X?
My words refer to the initial letter X, but not to the name itself. According to our annals, no other name has been used in the traditional lineage of our family for more than 6,000 years whose initial letter would not have been an X.
And what about the surname we call family names here? Do they also begin with the letter X? Ptah once told me that also bears his surname.
That is correct, and these surnames have always started with an X from the male side of the descendants, because the family name of the father, Zerianum, is taken over and carried on. This, while female descendants change family names because when marriage alliances are formed, they are attached to the male family name of the spouse. Zeruala. With us, it has been regulated in this wise since time immemorial.
But what does the family name Zerianam mean? Zeruala. The name is both a surname and a Christian name, the female form being Zeriana, and the meaning is he or she who carries the light into the darkness. Note, an alternate translation of the German language sentence, according to DeepL Translator, is, the name is both a surname and a given name, with the feminine form being Zeriana, meaning the one who carries the light into the darkness. Zeruala, you have a name, Billy, which is prefixed to your birth name and registered with a competent authority. This is also the case with us, but the new names that are added to the first name are only valid for personal use, and are used in the circle of those who wish to use this additional name. Can you still tell me what activity you do?
All three of us perform the same activities. Although we have so far had 4 different areas of work, namely cybernetics, geology, and biology, in addition to the fact that we are trained in monitoring activities in various fields. Zeruala, we are not familiar with the sayings of the Earth humans.
Contact Report 457.
And when you are with me, like you are now, they cannot track that either.
This is completely impossible because our technology does not allow any tracking in relation to our flying apparatus and ourselves. Our present technology is shaped in such a way that we can only be seen and located if our protective belt can be penetrated, which we can prevent. Only when it is in our will can we be seen and located, as is the case right now with you, who are in my direct protection zone and you can see me.
Aha! I suppose that is the technique I experienced with you outside Bernadette's room when we suddenly found ourselves facing each other without me noticing you before.
Yes, it is actually that technique. When you are standing outside the screen, which cannot be located by any lower technique, you only see what the foreground and background and the surroundings make you perceive. Only when you can step inside the screen, which I have to make permeable, then you can see me. But even in the state of making it permeable, the protective screen cannot be located, nor, of course, the person inside it.
Contact Report 458.
It is really a shame how many humans here on Earth play sick and handicapped out of self-pity, while very many of the really sick and handicapped people patiently accept their bad lot and do not complain, even if they are in pain and their suffering is really great. Despite their suffering, they are satisfied and glad that they can live at all, and that, I think, is not only remarkable, but honorable, virtuous, and full of character. This is in contrast to the self-pitying, which I classify as cowardice. And on top of that, I would like to say that as a rule, the self-pitiers are the biggest whiners.
That is a true word.
How is it in this respect with you? Do you also have such loudmouths?
It is a genetic phenomenon that has not been present in our humanity for about 1,200 years.
Contact Report 460.
But since I had to watch your March meeting, I noticed that you were absent on both days, so I looked around and found that you were not well. And you look really pitiful, which makes me want to take care of you now. Here, with this device, which you already know, I will now diagnose which evil has actually afflicted you and then treat it. We are now entering my flying machine, where I will connect you to a device and fix the evil.
Reality is a little different than what science fiction movies make us believe, that there are worlds inhabited by humans in every corner of the universe. In truth, they are extremely rare, which is why your Federation is scattered over 50 million light-years and comprises 2 different space-time structures, if I remember Quetzal's explanations correctly.
Worlds habitable by human life forms are seldom found in all space-time structures of the universe.
Contact Report 463.
Those also belong to our Federation today, whose expedition ship was destroyed over the Tunguska Plain about 100 years ago.
There are programs on television which explain that many private people, also well-known scientists, are sending messages with big antennas purposefully out into space in order to make extraterrestrials aware of the Earth and the Earthlings. What do you think about this?
This nonsense is as familiar to me as the enterprise that was started decades ago from the U.S. American side with the golden, round plate that contains a lot of information about the Earth and the earthly humanity, for the purpose that human exo-life forms should become aware of the Earth and Earth humans if they can get hold of the information. The whole thing is not only nonsensical, but also dangerous. For all sorts of unpleasant things can happen both through the information plate and through the messages that are sent wildly out into the world space. It is a fact that not only on Earth exists an unpeaceful and warlike humanity, but also on foreign worlds. And if such evil-minded life forms catch the earthly messages and are powerful in space travel, then this can have very bad consequences for the Earth and Earth humanity. And that also, when several or many decades or even a century or more pass until such nonsensical messages are caught and then spaceships are sent to Earth to wreak havoc here, whereby even mankind could be exterminated. There are life forms powerful enough for space travel in all galaxies suitable for it, whereby these are very far scattered, but have created space possibilities as diverse as they also have the necessary technology to get to Earth. Time is not an issue for certain human space-capable life forms, because they reach old age so they can easily travel to Earth for 40, 60, 100 or more years if their technology also allows them to do so. And indeed, there are dangerous contemporaries among them, as you say in each case, who can bring destruction and ruin, which they also do in their home systems.
Not pleasing. But the firecrackers who send messages out into space can't be proven wrong, because they claim that the radio and TV shows that are broadcast constantly reach aliens and draw their attention to Earth. Consequently, the messages they send out are no more and no less in the same frame.
This is of correctness to a certain extent, but to send out targeted messages with exact information into the space of the world is more dangerous.
Well, then I would like to ask about what your daughter Simyase said to me once. And indeed, that somewhere in your space-time configuration, a planet exists where women live exclusively. Unfortunately, Simyase gave me no further explanations about that. I still know that in those days we spoke about the Amazons, for which reason she spoke about this planet of women. Now I would like to ask you why only women live on that planet, and how it is possible, in spite of that they have descendants, as Simyase said.
That which my daughter said to you is right. All over that planet, which is named Seritan, there are no male human beings, rather actually only female. And that they bear descendants in spite of that is because, already for more than 1,600 years, they have developed spermatozoa from stem cells with which they fertilize themselves and thereby bring about descendants. With the successful development of the spermatozoa, only spermatozoa which guarantee female offspring are selected to use for procreation.
And can the gender of the offspring actually already be thereby determined?
That is right.
Then are you saying that in fact only females are therefore born on the planet Seritan?
Yes.
And how did it come to be that the women there arrived at this practice?
The world of men was very geared towards acts of gavolt against the world of women, and also constantly led bloody wars and stirred up strife with all possible means. Finally, that was too much for the women. Consequently, they found means and ways, in the manner I have mentioned, whereby they gave birth only to female offspring. So it came to be that there were fewer and fewer men, and they finally died out.
And I assume that the women there certainly live a good and peaceful life.
That is also right, which can be attributed not in the least to the fact that the entire world of women lives by the creational laws and recommendation as they have been passed down from Nocodemion.
Contact Report 465.
Other than our mythologies that speak of chimeras, are there actually such creatures on other worlds?
They do exist, but we know of only one planet where such beings exist.
On my great journey, I was not able to observe any. But it would be very interesting if I could see them. Apart from the Salbedden with their reddish shining eyes, which fly through the air and also sat on the ridge of our center roof, I have not seen any.
The Salbedden are not chimeras, but floating, as the term Salbedden expresses. They are purely human life forms and float through the air by levitation, but also walk on the ground normally. If the opportunity arises, I will take you to a world where several species of chimeras live. That should be possible during my vacation time.
I would be delighted. But where do these beings exist? In your space-time structure or in ours?
They live in your space-time structure, on a world in the spiral galaxy, which you call Galaxy NGC 2770, which is about 12,000 million years old. This is the spiral galaxy we came to on your great journey through a time jump of about 90 million years back into the past, where you could observe the huge explosion of a supernova at the outer edge of the galaxy. At that time, however, there were not yet higher life forms in that galaxy.
And that is where it is supposed to go back in time again. Yes, the supernova no longer exists, but you may still be able to see its most distant effects. That supernova would have been something I could have put in writing after I returned from the great journey, like so many other things. Yes, but you did not want me to call up all my observations and experiences from your memories and write them down. But it will be a special experience for me to be able to fly with you again into that area and observe the chimeras. It would also be interesting if I could talk to one of the life forms, because I assume that they are able to speak. But how long does it take to bridge the 90 million light years and return here?
We will only need a short time for the undertaking, although the question is how long you will be able to speak to one or more of the beings. Communication will be possible through our language converters. But it is supposed to be a purely private enterprise, without you describing our trip. I have my reasons for this, as well as after your great journey, why you were not allowed to write down everything you observed and experienced.
Thank you, Ptah. The whole thing is not pleasant, but you cannot change facts, which I know only too well. Somehow you just have to deal with it, even if it is always very difficult. That is also the case with you, I suppose.
We too are just simple humans and cannot change facts, and so certain things, like the ones I just mentioned, are not easy for us to deal with either and always affect us.
Exactly. So you also have to deal with your thoughts and feelings like we do, even if it is often very difficult.
Contact Report 467.
You can. But today I would like to also talk to you again in a very private wise, where we can also enjoy a game of chess.
Contact Report 469.
But tell me, how many species of life forms do you know? Which have developed so far in their intelligence that they can think consciously and also carry out conscious actions and also create technological achievements, etc., as well as build up their own cultures and which are classified in a consciousness evolution? Yes, in my opinion, and also according to your earlier statements, it cannot be that only humanoids or human beings have developed, as we are. Yes, already Asina and the Trilans and those who can fly are different forms than we are.
We know of 14 different species of life forms, as they correspond to your question and which I can tell you. Then I would like to give you information, whereby I name the individual life forms according to how it makes sense to Earth humans, and how they also understand it. Thus I will begin with us actual humanoids, whereby I must explain that all life form species, which I have to call show human or human-like forms in shape, as well as forms mixed with their other species, whereby the only human-like beings are not actual humanoids, but just different and embodying two different species. All of them, however, are capable of a conscious consciousness development, have their own cultures and languages as well as technologies, whereby some of the ones we know are also masters of space travel and belong to our Federation. All of them, at least those who belong to our Federation, are peaceful beings and have no warlike or violent ambitions. 1. Humanoids are human beings in the form in which we Plearen and the Earth humans, as well as many of us, are allies of our Federation, to which, however, other life forms also belong, which cannot be called humanoids in our sense, because they are of a completely different kind, but nevertheless consciously capable of evolution and have developed their own cultures and techniques as well as languages, as I already explained. 2. Amphiboids are, in terms of form, life forms of mixed human and aquatic animal nature, which can live both in water and on land as well as in a climate that is heavily water-filled. Asina Image 1, Image 2, for example, and her people are among them. Note: see Contact Reports 90, 91, and 93 for information on Billy's first encounter with Asina. 3. Reptiloids are life forms of mixed human and reptilian form, their bodies being covered with scales. 4. Insectoids are life forms of mixed human and insect-like form, their skin showing chitin-like characteristics. 5. Sauroids are life forms of mixed human and sauropod-like form with a skin similar to elephant skin. 6. Primatoids are life forms of mixed human and primate-like form with a hairy body, but in a stronger form than the terrestrial humanoid or earth humans. 7. Condicoids are in form of life forms actual humanoids, but with the ability to move by levitation. 8. Pteropoids are life forms with human and bird-like body, with long neck, face, and beak-like mouth. 9. Hydroids are life forms with human and fish-like bodies, whose actual life element is water, which they can also leave for a longer period of time. 10. Thermoids are in shape humanoid life forms with a human-like body whose own life element is hot areas with very high temperature. 11. Frigoroids are in form humanoid life forms with human bodies whose life elements are very cold areas with very low temperatures below zero. 12. Aeroids are in form humanoid life forms with human body, whereby they are poison gas breathers and their life element are various gas atmospheres. 13. Acaroids are in form humanoid life forms with a human body, but their skin is covered by a fine layer of acid, like for example the trilans. 14. Fluoroids are life forms with human-like and diverse plant bodies. 15. Centauroids are life forms with partly human and partly equine bodies. 16. Faunoids are life forms with partly human and partly various ungulate bodies. 17. Cheruboids are in shape and weight very light human life forms, equipped with feathered wings through which they can fly. 18. Seraphoids are life forms very light in shape and weight, partly human and partly animal, equipped with feathered wings through which they can fly. These are the people we know of various genera and species, that is to say, races of human and human animal-like life forms, which I name in the above-mentioned way, so that Earth humans can also get an idea of them. Our names are, of course, of a different kind, but they correspond to the value of the names mentioned. Basically, however, it is to be said that all the life forms mentioned which are the same as human beings are also beings who in their whole or in part resemble our human forms. to which they have changed over millions of years. Apart from this, however, their appearance in terms of the appearance of their skin and its excrescences is different from that of us who call ourselves pure humanoids. But since several of the life forms I have mentioned are probably humanoid in appearance, but different in the outer appearance of their skin and its outgrowths, we call them peregrine humanoids, as has been explained to you earlier. This term means as much as foreign humanoids. All mentioned life forms are therefore in their essence humanoids, which also have a humanoid spirit form and are part of a conscious consciousness evolution. The origin of the peregrine humanoids is not the same as with us pure humanoids, but their development into peregrine humanoids has taken place in a similar way as with the pure humanoids. Their primeval forms were very small and only gradually developed into larger life forms, which in turn were subject to multiple changes until they became the beings they are today. Such a course of evolutionary form has also taken place in relation to us purely humanoids, because our course of evolution has also brought about various changes, until finally the purely humanoid human being was created.
Contact Report 470.
You almost scared me.
Your 2.50 meters, 8.2 feet, were not to be overlooked.
So much has changed for the better since I was last here. It is a great pleasure for me to see all this.
Contact Report 471.
And as far as our vacation is concerned, it is indeed the case that we use it to learn a lot of new things and expand our knowledge.
But if I may ask a question regarding your languages, how then does it stand when you have to translate my works into them?
Our main language leads back to the old Aryan language, from which on earth the old German languages have come forth, and from which the German in use today developed, through which everything can be expressed just as precisely as in our language. We can therefore translate your works precisely into our languages.
Interesting. Only one never hears about these earthquakes in those areas, Vogtland and Yellowstone. It would be interesting for many human beings to know what is happening there.
If you think that can be changed, then that can be changed, because I can arrange for an Earth human to be impulsively influenced by us to write something about it when the new earthquakes occur at the end of the month.
Good idea. Then I will look for it in the newspapers.
Contact Report 472.
You are not easily startled, I can tell.
It takes a little more than an unexpected visit to my office, because I am used to such visits, which is why it is nothing special for me.
But I am sure I would be frightened.
My first question is about your name. What does it mean?
My name says it all, that which goes hand in hand with joy.
And the masculine name, how does that sound, if there is one, that goes with the feminine as well?
Suffering.
With the same meaning, only masculine, right?
Yes.
What occupation did you learn, and your age, may one ask? Yes, and what is your homeworld?
I studied geology and geophysics, astronomy, the art of pragmatics and scientific cybernetics in relation to biological, technical, and sociological systems. I also carry out the activity of a controller for various tasks. My age is not a secret, so I can tell you my age at 236 years. My home world is Era.
The equivalent to earthly years, I suppose?
That is correct.
Are you in an alliance with a life partner, if you want to answer this question, if it is not too private for you?
I do not have a life partner, but I do have a female companion. With her I have maintained a very loving alliance for 73 years. Her name is Kadana, which means born in love. The masculine name is Kadanas, which I am sure you also want to know. But what I can say for sure is that while I am here on Earth, I will sometimes stop by your premises in order to take some rest from my work.
Contact Report 474.
Safarina told me on the 1st of October that you are all on holiday and will not return until December. But last Saturday, Safarina watched our meeting and realized that I have an urgent matter to discuss with you.
Concerning an overnight stay of several times a week of S with A or this one with S, this would already come to be a habit and thus equal to living with another. A night spent alternately by two unmarried persons once a week, if they are not of the same standing and do not live together, can be regarded as an acceptable form and is correct, which therefore cannot be opposed as that which is incorrect, and also cannot be categorized as living with the other person, which would be the case if it occurred at least twice. With regard to standing, in the case mentioned, there is, for example, Kerngruppe and passive membership, by which the housing conditions in the center are regulated. We have also been doing this for a very, very long time, in accordance with a general population resolution, which we are very satisfied with and have been able to establish a valuable order in this respect. The rule that only Kerngruppe members should live in the center is based on our long-standing experience that infiltration by persons not committed to the cause occurs very quickly if they move into a place that is exclusively for human beings who are connected with the cause. In this respect, there are centuries-old experiences in our own peoples. I also know that Sim Yase used the term Wohngemeinschaft, residential community, commune, which is disreputable on Earth and is understood in a completely different wise than here. In our usage and term, a residential community is a family community living in a common dwelling, whereas in your country, a residential community is run in a completely different form, and indeed to the extent that you have described it. What you maintain in the center is actually a residential group of interests. That is to say, a residential group, which you call WG-RG, and in which Kerngruppe members from different families of origin live in individual rooms. Sim Ya-se was not aware of what is meant by a residential community commune on the Earth, which is why she used the terminology as it is common in our country.
Contact Report 475.
Beer, which is drunk in large. But let me ask you a question that was addressed quantity to me about the beverage beer, which is drunk in large quantities, especially by the human beings in the industrialized countries of our world. Especially by the human beings in the industrialized countries of our world. Do you also know this brew?
I am oriented about that. But in our place no beer is brewed, and therefore also no beer is drunk.
But you also have alcoholic drinks.
This is not quite right because they are only alcohol-like beverages, but they are not really alcohol-containing.
However, you and Ketzel have also already drunk peach wine at my place, which had a little alcohol.
These were absolutely only a few exceptions. We had never had such drinks before, and we have not drunk any more since then. Although the wine tasted really good, I cannot say that the alcohol was not noticeable.
How should we really handle things with regard to the names of player and persons, and in general with regard to player and terms and designations, etc.? After all, you once said that these should be retained and not changed if, for example, contact reports are translated into other languages.
I did indeed say that, because for the meaning of the names and terms it is absolutely necessary that they be written and pronounced in the form of the Playaran language that we have given them. If this is not done, totally false forms of meaning arise which no longer harmonize with the actual value of the name or term.
So, the names and terms of your language shall, that is to say, must always be the same in all earthly languages, as is the case in our German and Swiss German languages, and namely regardless of whether the names and terms are used in other languages such as English, French, Spanish, Italian, Japanese, Russian, etc. If this is not done, then name and term falsifications arise.
That corresponds to the meaning of my words. Even a single change by a single syllable or by a single letter results in a completely different, and as a rule, negative sense and unvalue. As for example with the name of my daughter Simya-se, when the E at the end of the name is pronounced in English as an I. Simya-se is a very old name, which we Playaran took from an old Lyran dialect. It means the demi-goddess. But if the E at the end of the name is pronounced as an I, as it for example done in the English language, then this results in a very evil unvalue. Sim, in relation to Simya-se, means half in the mentioned old Lyran dialect, while Jace means goddess. However, Jasi means goddess of the curse. Thus, if in the English language for the name Simya-se the E at the end is pronounced as an I, thus as Semjasi, the name demi-goddess of the curse results from this. Such false name unvalues and term unvalues, that is to say, unvalues, result in our languages and their dialects, even if only a single letter in the word itself is pronounced incorrectly and thus differently than it is given in the written form.
It is therefore then the same as in the German language that every name and every term has only its rightness and its real value if it is read and spoken as it is actually written. Also, with name abbreviations there is a particular case, that the meaning sometimes changes into the negative, as for example in the awful case with the names Andres or Andreas, if these are abbreviated with Andy, which then means dirt dog or dirty dog. With regard to the term Playaran, it is therefore in my opinion the same. Hence Playaran must not be called differently than just Playaran.
What you say corresponds to the rightness, and as far as the term Playaran is concerned, our star system is named according to a likewise very old dialect of the old Lyran language. Pli means sevenness, and Jaren is to be equated with law. As inhabitants of this system, we are Playaran. Only concerning the individual person the N at the end of the term changes or is omitted, so that a woman is therefore a Playarya and a man is a Playara. The term Playaran has the value law of the sevenness, whereas for the term Playarya, the Yara means as much as female resident, and thus female resident of the sevenness. And for the term Pliyara, the second part of the word jar means thus resident, and the whole term therefore means resident of the sevenness. If Playare would at the end of the term be pronounced with IE, this would result in the unvalue destruction. Changes in the pronunciation also result in negative, that is to say, unvalues for the term Pleyaran and Pleyare. If the term is pronounced incorrectly with an I at the end, that is Playarani, then the value destruction is added to the word part jari, hence the unvalue destruction of the sevenness arises from the term. Note: see the Figu video, correct pronunciation of extraterrestrial names and special terms, etc. In a direct democracy, the parliament, the rulers and the authorities, etc., are no more and no less than mere executors of the will of the people, by which alone it is determined what shall and shall not be. That is what we Pleyaran and all our federates understand by an open democracy. And in such one it must also not be that the supreme rulers, a parliament or other governing bodies propagandize for any things and decisions, but rather present only elaborated plans and proposals to the people in such a way that all advantages and disadvantages of the project are mentioned to them. After which the people have to weigh everything up at their own discretion and make the decision by an election without partiality.
Well, however, everything that we now discuss with each other will again be used against me by malicious persons, and thus accuse me that I would politicize. Although I do nothing else than to express what I can see, recognize, and also profoundly understand with clear intellect and with clear rationality.
I am aware of this, because low intelligentum does not die out. As you are accustomed to say, and this is also the case with those who are not able to see and evaluate the things according to the actual facts, because their intelligence is lacking. Only such human beings are not able to recognize the truthly facts, therefore drawing false conclusions and do not understand the difference between private and non-partisan as well as apolitical freedom of opinion and speech, as you and we Plearen practice them, because they are illogically caught up in a politically suggestive assumption and in a political activity of a kind that is characteristic of it, and are neither able to think, consider, and decide objectively, nor are they able to comprehend and understand the truthly facts.
Contact Report 476.
If something breaks, how long can you keep fixing things?
First of all, for every achievement, no matter what kind it is, small or big, there is only one form of production, respectively, one brand worldwide, as you say. And secondly, our production is geared to ensuring that repairs can be made to small appliances and equipment, etc., in the event of damage occurring for 70 years, because components can be produced for this purpose during this period if required. For large devices and large apparatus, such as our planetary and space-worthy flying apparatus, etc., a period of 350 years is specified. We are careful to use as few resources of our and other planets as possible, and also to take care of the environment. Waste products are therefore avoided, so everything is designed so that everything can be recycled.
One brand of product per product, I think that makes sense. Yes, this is only possible because you produce everything and everything of use on a social basis and do not know of money anymore. Therefore, everything is produced by the people, and every human being receives everything necessary of every kind, who he needs or what he simply wants.
A fact that also contributes to the fact that there is not crime in our country, because every person can get everything he needs or wants at any time. This system, however, requires that means of payment are no longer needed, so we also no longer have them.
And what about garbage and litter and so forth? When I think of the packaging mania that exists here on Earth, which generates billions of tons of waste and billions of dollars, I am terrified.
That is not the case here, because all goods are handed out to the population without packaging, with a few exceptions, where the packaging decays after a long time of self-decomposition and decomposes back into its natural components. If it concerns materials that do not completely disintegrate back into their original components, such as things made of materials such as metal, glass, crystal, and plastic, etc., which we of course also produce, then these are collected completely and sent for recycling. This also happens with devices and equipment, etc., which can no longer be used, so we do not have any wear and tear on any materials. Our entire population is careful to observe this order, so that no one produces waste, rubbish, because otherwise it would be impossible to keep nature and the entire environment clean.
Then you have not got any incinerators or garbage disposal plants or garbage dumps in nature.
No, we do not have that, because such things, like money and crime, are also phenomena that only occur in cultures that are still in a state of low progress. What you have written down here from memory is known to me from Askett's explanations, but I realize that I remember a few things differently than what is written here. It is therefore necessary that you correct the small memory errors, which you can do immediately when you put your computer into operation and I retrieve the true text from my archive with this small device.
This is also the case with regard to the fact that the constantly growing human population forces negative and even evil changes, not only on the climate, but also on the whole of nature and all forms of life, including the atmosphere in which negative change is taking place. And as I know from you, the overpopulation itself and its criminal machinations of destroying nature and the enormous CO emissions can lead to an oxygen collapse and atmospheric collapse, which too would mean the end of all life on the Earth. However, the scientists responsible are not talking about this at all. Indeed, they are not even considering this possibility, which is why they are not conducting any research in this direction. According to your earlier statements, on July 17, 1975, during my great journey, such an event is said to have already threatened a world about the size of the Earth called Akart, due to overpopulation irrationality, because 23 billion people were already living there in 1975. As far as I know, the inhabitants of Akart belong to your federation, as do others from other areas there. Also Kohun and Athar.
What you say corresponds to that, which corresponds to the facts. The population of the planet Akart belonged to our Federation, as well as also the population of the worlds of Proxima Centauri and others from there, and other local regions of space around there, from which several of them have come to the Earth. However, all of these worlds belong in our space-time configuration. Consequently, they also possess several of our technologies, like, for example, that technology with which they are able to bridge the time barrier and come into your space-time configuration. The population of Akart, however, no more exists since the year 2007, because in the only 32 years from 1975 to 2007, their total population had increased to 34 billion, when through their stupidity, like also is apparent with the terrestrial population, nature and the climate were completely destroyed, when, in the end, an oxygen collapse and an atmosphere collapse occurred, as you have described this. As a result, all life was wiped out on that planet.
However, you still have advised and helped them, as you said at that time.
Unfortunately, our advice was just disregarded and not followed, as well as also our help was declined. Only then, when there was nothing more to give, the humans came to think things over, but then it was already too late. As a result, we only could just save as many humans as possible. Unfortunately, only 116 million, and resettle them to other worlds.
Your interdimensional and intergalactic communication is based on a faster-than-light technology.
That is true.
Contact Report 477.
This is what Zafanat Paneash is responsible for, because it is he who deals with terrestrial computer technology. His expedition work will continue until the month of June. Then he will return from the Rytern universe like all the others.
Ah, everyone returns. Is the expedition finished? What new has emerged?
2 more worlds were found where early human life exists. Apart from the world we told you about, which already carries a somewhat modern human civilization according to your sense, only 2 other worlds were found, which are inhabited by human beings, and which correspond to about the same level as the first one, where we can speak of a somewhat modern civilization. A world with a high civilization, which also has advanced technology, but not yet space technology, only one was found in the explored galaxy. According to the research results, the Rytern universe is one that is in the first phase of existence of higher life form development.
So there has been a lot of change since I last asked about it. But look here, you can take the fax with you, because I still have a copy of it. When Zafanat Paniach is back, he can read it and figure out what we should do.
I would like to take it with me and give it to him when he is back. It will be a great pleasure for me to see him again.
I can really feel that about you. Please give him my regards when he is back.
I will pass on your greetings to him, which I can already do via our technological capabilities. Because we are in communicative connection with the expedition participants, therefore we are always informed about their progress and successes and can also have our personal conversations.
I find it dashing. Unfortunately, our technological capabilities here on the Earth are not so extensive, and are also very susceptible to faults.
I know that, because your communication technology is only in its infancy compared to ours.
Contact Report 482.
The older I get, the more work I have to do, so I have more and more things to do.
Oh no, you are speaking from the heart, bub. It is exactly the same for me.
Yes, ha, sorry, yes, I know, dear father. Ha, ha.
When you have recovered and you are no longer writhing, can you tell me?
Of course, ha, I have already checked our records on that. Ha, this is good, very good even, ha.
So, no more predictions. That is good and lessens my burdens, which have not seldom weighed heavily on me.
I know that. Many things have also weighed very heavily on me.
Contact Report 485.
Unfortunately, we are also not immune to mistakes. For to be faultless would mean that we would have nothing more to learn and would be closest to perfection, which in truth, however, can only ever be attained in relative terms. If we were perfect and also flawless, then we would stand high above the creation.
Contact Report 486.
But I have also only known this since I studied linguistics in depth.
Yes, you have your linguists who also study earthly languages.
That is correct.
Contact Report 487.
May I ask then if you have the latest data on the earthly population yet? You once said over the last year that this clarification is an ongoing task that you have to do.
That is correct.
Contact Report 488.
You are not looking at the world with happiness, you are looking at suffering. I also feel a deep pain in you.
Your observation is not mistaken, because unfortunately an unpleasant matter brings me here to you, which I want to talk to you about, because I need your advice. I would like to talk to you about that privately, but I would like to do it now and not wait too long.
Of course. What is the sadness that weighs on you, that I can sympathize with? Because the expression on your face expresses suffering.
You call it sadness and suffering. Unfortunately, you are right. Because then it can be said frankly that yesterday my dear life companion, after 543 years together, went the last path of her existence, and that this is the reason for my sadness and pain.
I can feel for you with your sadness and suffering, and I find it very regrettable that such an event has affected you on another occasion, and that you are grieving and suffering. I can well understand that, and it also proves to me with clear clarity that even when people like you, who have reached a very high level of consciousness, are not immune to falling into grief and suffering when a loved one is torn from life.
Yes, even we, who are higher developed beings in the development of consciousness, are and remain human beings who are and remain subject to the ups and downs and the joys, the elation and the happiness, as well as the sadness, the suffering, and the pain.
Please excuse me for interrupting you, because with what you have just said, you are proving to the human beings of Earth, or at least to me,
that you are also only simply human beings, despite your high level of consciousness. A fact that I have always been aware of, but unfortunately not many human beings on the Earth, who unfortunately regard you as higher beings, which you really are not, but also just simply human beings with thought and feeling. Based impulses, as they also occur with us Earthlings.
Thank you, dear friend. You have given me a lot with your words. My thoughts and feelings have become clearer and more peaceful. It was a very great need for me to talk to you, and not to someone else. And with that, I have done well, my best friend that I have. What you have given me with your words of goodness is much more than I expected. This has cleared the air in me and soothed my grief and suffering. It is true that I have come to terms with all that you have told me and suggested. In fact, your words make everything much easier for me to bear than it was the case with previous similar events. Your friendship is the most precious thing I have left in my old age.
Contact Report 489.
I am glad you are already back here. In fact, I have had my concerns about you and wondered how it goes with you.
Thanks. My condition moves again along normal tracks to which you have contributed very much with your words. Indeed, my thoughts and feelings still wander here and there, but I have found myself again and I am in control. It cannot be otherwise either, because it is not in my nature to tell the untruth in any things.
Contact Report 490.
But may I inquire about your condition?
That you may, my friend, and I may tell you that after the conversations with you, I have well found my bearings again. It is amazing that I am allowed to say this, because in previous events of the same kind, I had much more trouble to process and cope with everything. I actually had to get old enough to be able to deal with such events in just 20 days to the extent that I can be happy again. I used to need many weeks for that.
Your old age certainly also plays a few important roles in this. Normally, knowledge and wisdom increase with age. And you with 790 years.
3 more years, if I may request.
But look here, it is something written for you. Oh, it is sealed, I had not noticed. You will have to open it first.
But you know that I do not accept letters.
Yes, it is not just a letter. It is also something from all of us, I mean from us core group members, with which we want to tell you something.
I did not know that. Opens the envelope and reads, "Ah, these words and the names please me very much, for which I thank you worthily. Also in the name of my daughters Simya, Se, and Plagia, because the kind words are also addressed to them. My dear, thanks for this for me and my daughters' very dear compassion in our suffering. The words move me deeply and show me all your solidarity with my daughters and me. Thank you. Very heartfelt thanks to everyone. However, it is still necessary for me to follow the matter at your meeting tonight, where Florina and Anjana will also be present. We will record everything and later discuss what has been recorded with all those who work with us.
Contact Report 494.
Your androids, you create them with artificial brains, which means that you can produce artificial and viable cells, if I may say so in such a simple wise. But tell me, you, Ptah, as a geologist, physicist, biologist, chemist, and zoologist, and which other fields of expertise do you master, which I must imagine?
Contact Report 495.
First of all, I have to point out a serious mistake which has been overlooked, unfortunately, not only by you, but also by me.
As you know, we are not allowed to interfere in any earthly matters.
Contact Report 496.
Further on, however, through the help of the level of Arahat Atharsata, I also researched my and also my father Svath's family tree, whereby I was informed by Arahat Atharsata that my father and thus also my family tree lineage led back about 31,700 years ago to a man named Oldandrin, who was a personality of the Nakademian lineage and also a wise wandering teacher. This means that we, Billy and Ptah, are distant descendants of one of the Nakademian lineages.
Contact Report 497.
His statement is a recitation of a record of my father Svath, which he wrote down in 1724. At that time, my father was responsible for carrying out various future studies on Earth with regard to future scientific factors and paleontological findings, etc.
Contact Report 498.
How do you handle it with small and large events, if those take place at all with you?
We also organize small and large events, whereby it is, however, not allowed to organize large events between buildings. Large events with more than 200 participants are only allowed on free and open grounds or in appropriate stadiums far away from the residential areas. Up to 200-person events may be held in semi-closed premises outside the residential areas, whereby it is stipulated that there must be sufficient and comprehensively large escape possibilities, that is to say, exits and all safety in every respect must be given, so that even in the event of eventual accidents, etc., no human beings come to harm. And as far as accidents at such events are concerned, I know from the annals relating to events that no accidents have occurred for over 900 years as a result of the strict safety measures. We never have mass gatherings of human beings that build up agglomerations in dense form, but there is also no fanaticism and no acts of gavolt, as is the case on the Earth, for example, with football events and drinking bouts, etc. With us, everything takes place within a rational and humane framework, which unfortunately cannot be said of the Earth humans at all kinds of events. Also, with regard to drugs and alcohol, no problems at all occur with us, contrary to how this is the case again and again in an inhumane manner with Earth humans on every possible occasion. Fanaticism and acts of gavolt, as well as drug and alcohol abuse, indicate a lack of development in terms of the consciousness and the intellect, as well as the recognition and bearing of responsibility, something which must for once be clearly stated and recorded. Or thousands of visitors must be open on all sides and freely accessible. Covered event buildings that can accommodate hundreds or thousands of visitors must be open on all sides and freely accessible, just as they also must be such that they can be freely left unhindered at any time. This also ensures that no crowding or panic can arise among the visiting participants. If necessary, separate and elevated stages will be constructed opposite the visiting participants or spectators, etc., on which speeches are held or performances and presentations are offered, which serve for the joy and amusement, etc., of the participating audience or the spectators. For larger events, large viewing screens are also provided so that the game, the speaking person, the presentation or performance can also be seen and followed from a greater distance. If necessary, simple seats are placed on the floor, but they are not covered and may also not have rising rows of seats. However, there are also open and roofed event stadiums, which have rising grandstands, that is to say, rising seating accommodations. Thereby, the roofs must offer the highest degree of certainty that they will not collapse. Likewise, the highest possible safety levels are prescribed for the rising grandstand seats, therefore only materials that guarantee all safety levels and withstand the highest weight pressure find application. In addition, the rows of seats are arranged such that only 8 persons can be seated side by side in one row of seats, with a staircase as wide as the row of seats itself and separating it sideways from the next row of seats on both sides of the rows of seats. Altogether, the staircases are designed such that it is possible at any time to directly reach the open space from the rear to the center of the event venue. This is how all our large and roofed event stadiums are equipped. The number of rows of seats rising one behind the other is thereby just as restricted as the number of rows of seats next to each other. The total number is thereby determined by the size of the respective event stadiums, whereby it is stipulated, however, that the number of visitors is limited according to the size of the stadiums and may never be exceeded.
Contact Report 499.
Further, I can only explain that Charlemagne was recorded in our annals by my great-great-grandfather Hylac in long explanations, which also includes an extensive documentation of the approximately 300 years, which are supposed to have been invented as the would-be medieval historians on Earth fantasize.
I am interested in when your great-grandfather Hylac actually died.
You are confused about the lineage of my paternal ancestors. Hylac was not my great-grandfather, but my great-great-grandfather. According to the earthly calendar, he became 1,463 years old and died in the year 98 before the Christian calendar. His old age was and is as extraordinary for us as it is for Earth humans, when a human being reaches an age of about 125 or 130 years, which is also very rare. He was my great-great-grandfather on my father's side, and he sired my great-grandfather Gabriel even at an advanced age. He also reached an extraordinary age of 1,402 years. Great-grandfather Gabriel then begat on earth with Maria Emmanuel, which is familiar to you. He also begat Ezekiel, my grandfather, one of whose sons was my father Shvath. On my mother's side, there are, of course, also ancestors, but this is certainly not of great interest for you, except perhaps that in the family line of my recently deceased partner, there was also an ancestor, a great-grandfather named Hylac, who passed away at the age of 1,161 years. I do not want to tell you more about these matters, so I ask you not to ask any more questions about them.
And the Quetzal spirit form of today enlivened your great-grandfather Gabriel. I realize that.
Contact Report 501.
Our language, originating out of the Ur-Ur originations, also from where the Arjun and the German language also originated, is formed such that names, designations, and terms are given in the sense that they must be written and pronounced equally in all languages that exist throughout the universe, as they are given in our language in writing and orally. Just as they are given with us, so they are to be used in the German language, as you have also been doing since the beginning of our contacts. Likewise, they must also be used in all other languages in written and oral wise. A name, a term, or a designation, etc. given from our language must not be changed in writing or orally, because otherwise completely wrong meanings of names, terms, and designations will result, or complete nonsense without any meaning, as with the pliarenisk and pliaresk mentioned before you.
I would like to know from you, Ptah, as a physician, what it is all about, because your medical knowledge, etc., is thousands of years ahead of that of our earthly physicians.
Contact Report 502.
My father also belonged to the committee of our writers and linguists, and instructed you in the proper wise. Our linguists and writing scholars who deal with the German language consider the German falsification of language and script to be childish nonsense. According to my own study of German, which I have been studying for a great number of years now, I now have much better and more extensive knowledge than the earthly German scholars.
Contact Report 503.
We discussed your request with all our group members.
You mean with your committee that advises you in regard to our concerns?
That is the meaning of my words.
But now I have a question, which respectively your answer is interesting for some human beings. It concerns the terms God and Goddess, which are not only used by us human beings of the earth, but also by you, but in a completely different form than with us. So you use these terms, for example, in relation to the meaning of names, but also in fairy tales, etc., as I know.
That is correct. For us Plejaren, the terms God and Goddess have always had the meaning of an imaginary, fantastic fable creature who rules, exercises power, or protects human beings, animals, and plants, or any other things. These are instructive fairy tales, respectively invented and fantastic stories. However, imaginary mythical creatures like a god or a goddess are not real in any way, and therefore cannot be equated with a religious god or a religious goddess. Because there are no such religious or other religious fantasy figures like a god or a goddess, only creation. The terms god and goddess already lead back to the ancient history of our ancestors. To the Lyrians, who also brought these terms god and goddess together with fables, respectively fairy tales, to earth. Thus, many such fables or fairy tales lead back to our ancestors, as well as to us Plejaren, whereby the earth humans have partly transformed and changed the story contents to earthly things and conditions. But back to the terms God and Goddess, which have been used equally in our languages since time immemorial, as is also the case in the German and Swiss German languages. In the German language, the term has found its original form back to God, while Earth humans in all languages known to us have transformed the term God into all kinds of other terms, and it still exists today in other modified forms. In the course of time, these transformed terms gave rise to the names of God as they are used today in all earthly languages. With regard to our traditional terms God and Goddess, however, the terms God and Goddess have developed again in the course of modern times, especially from the Germanic term Gouda, which was to be understood as a bisexual, that is to say, in the form of a male and a female god. Before the Germanic term Gouda, the terms Gotu and Goden were common for God, whereby the term Wooden developed from Godan. The two terms were also used by our Lyrian ancestors as God and Goddess in the same way, as it is also the case with us. That is to say, as a term for mythical creatures, respectively fantasy creatures, which as an imaginary power stand above all things, but which are not in any way equated with creation. From time immemorial, the peoples whose origins can be traced back to Nocodemion have consciously recognized and regarded universal consciousness as the highest form of energy and power, and as the origin of all existence. As a consequence, it never appeared that a god or a goddess would have been recognized or appreciated as universal creative force, respectively as creator or creatress. A god or a goddess has always appeared as a pronounced mythical creature or as a fantasy figure of higher power in our fables, respectively, in fairy tales, which are offered in tearful or satirical or joyful forms, mainly for children, although adults also take pleasure in such stories. Basically, these fairy tale narratives are connected with doctrinal factors, but also with legends and true events, which are embellished in the fairy tale narratives, whereby often a male or female mythical creature is interwoven, a god or a goddess. This, however, never leads us to the false doctrine of a god creator or a female creator of all things, Because our children are basically taught at an early age that fairy tales and their characters, etc., are only mythical creatures, and that a god or goddess also only correspond to freely invented characters. This is why it is possible that even small children, as well as older children, can learn in a way appropriate to their thirst for knowledge through such fairy tales in which, for example, animals and creatures speak and to which human behavior is attributed. Our fairy tale narratives in this regard are designed to contain generally accepted truths regarding the way of life and behavior of human beings, which are illustrated as practical wisdom, etc.
That probably also explains why you and your Lyrian ancestors, who also come from your space-time structure, have gods and goddesses in your male and female names, which are certainly also considered mythical creatures, right?
That is indeed so.
Then again, something about God. This term has consisted of 4 letters since ancient times, at least since the time of the Lyrians, your ancestors. Was it also like that before in other languages of your ancestors' respectively primeval peoples?
I can tell you that this was indeed the case, because the two terms God and goddess go back very far. But without exception, the terms were only used in relation to imaginary mythical creatures, and that for millions of years and before our distant ancestors came to Earth. That is what we have been told.
So these terms were used by your Ur peoples when there were no humans on the Earth, not even early humans?
I have expressed this in my words, yes.
Contact Report 505.
But I see that you have digested your annoyance, and that you waited an hour in vain. I am sorry.
It was really annoying, but now everything is okay again.
So then, first, a question about Mount Shasta, respectively, about the distant descendants of extraterrestrials who live there, which I talked about several times with your daughter Simya-se, but also with you. Quetzal once told me outside of an official conversation that you took all the inhabitants from Mount Shasta and on the Aleutian Islands and in Alaska.
That is correct. We have tried to get all the inhabitants of the 3 places to return to their peoples with whom they have always been in contact. We gave them the reasons for our own withdrawal from the Earth, which led to their withdrawal. Their dwellings and all the trappings have returned them to their original earthly state, so that there is no longer anything to indicate their former presence. The process in this regard was the same as in the Pyramid of Giza and on Mars.
I understand. So then you did not take them away yourselves, but they left of their own accord with those who came from their original homeland, but simply on your advice. I have misunderstood something. But can you tell me where these human beings actually belonged, respectively to which people?
That is not a secret. They were distant descendants of a lineage of the old Lyrians to which they also returned.
Then they are, so to speak, related to you, the Pleiaran, because the Pleiaran peoples came out of the old Lyrians.
That is correct.
Thank you. So there is now nothing in Mount Shasta, Alaska, or the Aleutian Islands that indicates their former presence?
That is also correct.
And may we know what you told them that they went away?
That is not a secret. The reason was that we too had abolished our stations on Earth and returned them to their natural original state. But it was important that we had included the inhabitants of all 3 places in our protection, which was not given after we had left. So a further stay on Earth would have been too dangerous for them.
Contact Report 510.
In fact, there are records in this regard, Pope Joan, which trace back to my grandfather Ezekiel, and which confirm exactly what you wrote in memory of my father's explanations.
But I would like to say that I would be very pleased if you would come to my office after your proofreading work and we could talk a little more. It does not have to be any different than before, simply that we can talk without it having to be a public conversation, as is also the case with Florina and Injana. Somehow I find such private conversations simply relaxing.
I can well understand that, because our private visits and conversations also mean a lot to me. I was also told by Injana and Florina that it is always relaxing for them.
Contact Report 511.
I saw that you or someone else was here in the office less than a quarter of an hour ago, because my armchair was in front of the other table, although I had moved it last night and put it in its correct place.
That was me who was using the armchair when I read the internet printouts lying there. And I came here for 2 reasons, namely because I wanted to walk around a bit in the beautiful winter landscape, which I had already done before I came into your workroom.
But I am now interested in whether, since my last question regarding other extraterrestrials who do not belong to you Plejaren or to your Federation, any other extraterrestrial flying apparatuses have flown into earthly space in the meantime?
Since we completed our surveillance technology for objects entering the Earth's space years ago, and are therefore able to locate and register even the smallest objects, there have been no entries of unearthly flying apparatuses that do not belong to us Plejaren or to members of the Federation. It is also not to be assumed that there will be any more such foreign incursions in the foreseeable future. And what has happened in the last 300 years with such flights into the earthly space has found its reason in the fact, as we have clarified in the meantime, that really all extraterrestrials who came to Earth found their way to Earth by some unforeseen coincidence, or in 2 cases by coordinate information. The fact that the way from extraterrestrials to the SOL system and finally to Earth led in some cases was either due to uncontrollable coincidences or due to coordinates received, etc. Some also came to Earth through curiosity, aberration, or by accident, after they unintentionally or intentionally entered the SOL system. However, most of the entries took place because of uncontrollable coincidences and also because the Earth was discovered. There were also flights into Earth from the Alpha Centauri area when the SOL system was approached, and of course Earth was discovered and explored. So it was usually a rare coincidence that extraterrestrials other than us, the Plejaren and our federated ones, came to Earth. Only in 2 cases aliens came to Earth via the coordinates given by very distant Nocademian descendants. There were not any other strangers to the Earth other than those who came to Earth through the coordinates and uncontrollable coincidences. So the visitors were not those who flew to Earth as a special destination, with 2 exceptions. But we Plejaren and our Federation and the ancient Lyrians are excluded from this, because even our very distant ancestors knew the SOL system and the Earth, and so they visited the Earth millions of years ago.
This is familiar to me because they came to the SOL system because of the moon, whose path they followed when it blasted out of their space-time structure through a dimensional gate into our space-time structure and settled on Earth. And it is also clear to me that there is not extraterrestrial human life at every corner of space, and that extraterrestrial human beings are not to be found in every corner of the universe, as the human beings on Earth are led to believe by science fiction films. There are indeed billions of solar systems in which there are also planets, but those that carry human life, which is also highly developed and capable of space travel, are very rare in our Dern universe. That is why, as you once said, your Federation is spread out over hundreds of millions of light years in your space-time structure, because the human beings are scattered in the vast expanse of space, and it is not densely populated with humans. Often there are dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of light years between human-inhabited worlds, and also only a few of the human beings on these inhabited planets are capable of space technology. The same applies to our space-time structure, and consequently also to the fact that there are not masses of human beings on the planets,
but only a few of them in the vastness of our own or any other galaxy. For this reason alone, it is crazy to claim that aliens from this or that constellation would come to Earth from this or that constellation, simply to make some nonsensical religious and sectarian speeches and conversations, and to give divine advice, etc. This apart from the absurdity of the fact that there is no evidence of such alleged contacts between aliens and the human beings of Earth, neither material nor photos and films.
That is indeed the case. A knowledge of languages would only be possible if the foreigners who come to the Earth by coincidence were to learn the earthly languages, as is the case with us, who, as a result of a certain mission, we and our ancestors deal with the earthly languages and also learn and speak them thoroughly. So it is a nonsensical assertion that Earth foreigners come to Earth and simply speak earthly languages. This is indeed only possible, as in our case, which we have been dealing with earthly languages for thousands of years. But if the strangers were interested to get in contact with Earth humans, they would appear openly and get in touch with the rulers, because then political factors would be of importance. In the latter case, it is the same as in the contacts between you and us, where we have no political or military interests, and therefore do not want to get in touch with earthly governments and military. But we are also not interested in maintaining contact with any Earth humans, to have banal chats with them, or to talk about religious sectarian nonsense. Our task in our coming to Earth is based on a very old mission, which is based solely on assisting the prophets of the Nocodemian lineage, so that they can fulfill their difficult task and teach the Earth humans in the teaching of the prophets. For this purpose, however, no public contacts with governments, the military, and also not with the population of the Earth itself are necessary, but only direct cooperation with the respective true prophets. A public appearance would be very counterproductive, for if such an appearance were to take place, we would be seen and worshipped as gods by delusional believers, while governments, the military, and scientists would be eager to get hold of our technical achievements. But this would not only put ourselves and our homeworlds and humanities in danger, but also worlds and humanities that do not belong to us. Not to mention the fact that an enormous chaos of warlike power would be created on Earth, because everything would be evaluated in terms of warfare. This is because the Earth humans in their barbarism are still far from being able to use high technology, which is ours, in a peaceful and humane way.
Do you know anything about whether any aliens still know the coordinates of the SOL system or even Earth, apart from those who already came here?
We don't know, but I also have to say that all extraterrestrials who came to Earth were more or less well-versed in space technology, which cannot be taken for granted. The majority of unearthly human races are still not capable of space travel, and others who have mastered space travel are only able to move within their own solar systems and cannot leave them. Interstellar space travel is extremely rare, as is the possibility of moving through dimensional gates into another space-time continuum as we do and can also create such gates. And it must also be said that those who came to Earth from other space-time continuums could not deliberately create and fix the necessary dimensional gates, because in fact they were only able to move into this dimension of the Dern universe through momentary natural cracks in their space-time continuum. Others, on the other hand, who came from the Dern dimension, only came to Earth because they could create and use space-time gates, which is also a rarity.
Contact Report 512.
Of these 156 billion suns in the Milky Way galaxy, about 7 million are smaller and larger solar systems, which have planets and planets upon which higher life is supported. Some of the smaller and larger solar systems have several planets and planets upon which higher life exists, whereby the number of life-supporting planets and planets greatly increases.
Quetzal said that there are 2,630,000 highly developed civilizations and 1,040,000 low-developed civilizations within our Milky Way. Does this apply to the whole galaxy?
No, it applies only to those highly and lowly developed civilizations that are known to us. The full number of all higher and lower civilizations will likely run into a multiple of that.
Contact Report 513.
I still have some time left because I have taken some time off, because I still want to enjoy chess with you.
Contact Report 514.
There is a lot of personal work to catch up on, and which I have not been able to do during the last 6 months. Precisely because I have devoted myself mainly to this important work, Talmud Emmanuel translation. Unfortunately, it was not possible for my deputy to also take care of my private work and affairs. As it is incumbent upon you to do the personal in a righteous manner, and that is not only the case with you and with the Earth humans in general, but also with us.
Contact Report 516.
But this music that comes out of your computer pleases me.
It also appeals to me.
Yes, the music piece also pleases me, which is why I listen to it sometimes, like just today when I was waiting for you. It is a piece by the interpreter Edith Prock and is called Do You Hear the Bells of Stella Maria?
There can never be absolute safety provided for nuclear power plants, as we know from our own experience when our forefathers used the same unsafe technology for obtaining energy, whereby it was very much more developed than is the case with the current terrestrial nuclear technology. Such nuclear power plants, often with several reactors, were operated until an unparalleled nuclear disaster occurred worldwide, when, as a result of malfunctions resulting from unexpected external cosmic influences, a great number of reactors burst, which claimed the lives of more than 48 million human beings. With our forefathers, a new energy-obtaining technology, which could absolutely guarantee safety, was only created after a worldwide catastrophe was caused by bursting nuclear reactors, as a result of which gigantic areas were contaminated with nuclear radiation for a very long time.
To develop absolutely pollution-free and completely safe energy power stations, just as your ancestors did with regard to thermal power stations, as I once heard from your daughter Simya say. She explained that deep down in the Earth's core, heat was being tapped into and used to run huge heat power plants that could supply all the energy needs on your planet before any other clean energy creation technologies were developed. There was no hazardous waste, and there were not the kind of worst-case scenarios and super worst-case scenarios that were seen in your former nuclear power stations.
In the old days, when our peoples waged wars, these rules were strictly adhered to, so there were only deaths among the combat forces and destruction under military ordnance, combat vehicles, buildings, and command posts. The multinational peacekeeping forces, when they were created and intervened as quickly as possible without long negotiations and with a single or multiple superiority wherever wars were threatening, or where domineers were oppressing their own people or were using G-Vault against them, very quickly brought peace to everything. The mere knowledge that the multinational peacekeeping forces would intervene immediately in the event of any crises and acts of G-Vault led to a situation in which states and tyrants refrained from engaging in war against other states or harassing their own people, etc. The whole thing also led to the individual rulers quickly relinquishing power to the people, who set up governments close to the people, so that only the will of the people was valid and had to decide everything.
Contact Report 519.
It is now almost 10 years since you said that you have come across something very interesting in relation to
The investigations of the various extraterrestrials who have come to Earth in the last 300 years. But you wanted to say something more about this, only when you know all about it for sure. Is it about what I asked you to clarify some 30 years ago? Do you have any detailed information about it now?
Yes, we have this information, and it is based on many years of very laborious research and clarification. After 30 years of investigation and research, it has now been proven with absolute certainty that all known flights into Earth's airspace and landings on Earth-by-Earth foreigners have only occurred because all those who found their way to Earth had exact or halfway exact coordinates of the Lyra and Centaurus systems and the SOL system at their disposal, which they did not evaluate until thousands of years after their receipt and recovery. The interesting thing is that for all Earth foreigners who came to the Earth, these data were based on very old and millennia-old records, which were based on connections with peoples from the very extensive Nocodemian lineage. And the fact that all these records have been analyzed by a wide variety of Earth foreigner civilizations over the last 300 years was based on very old regulations, which were designed to ensure that these records were found and analyzed in more recent times, and that the respective Earth foreigners flew to the elaborated coordinates. The whole purpose of all this was to enable everyone to find their way to our Federation and unite with us. This was also the case for those who came from the Centaurus systems and from other areas. Some of the Earth foreigners who came to Earth, due to errors in coordination, strayed directly to Earth instead of reaching the Lyra system. Others were looking for the planet Malona/Phaeton, which they did not find, but came to Earth in their search. Others were looking for Mars, but found it inanimate and finally came to Earth. But there were also those who suffered an accident, including the Gilgamesh spacecraft of the very early days, as well as the spacecraft that caused the Tunguska catastrophe. With one exception, all Earth foreigners who came to Earth in the last 300 years are now part of our Federation, and interestingly, all of them have proven that their early ancestors were, as I explained, connected with earlier peoples of the Nocodemian line, from whom they have received records of the coordinates of the systems mentioned. They used this data to get to the Lyra and Centaurus systems and to the SOL system. If they hadn't had these coordinates from the ancient records, they would also never have come to Earth. So they only came here to your homeworld Earth by certain coincidences.
Asina and her people, what about them? Note, see Contact Reports 90, 91, and 93 for information on Billy's first encounter with Asina.
They also belonged to it in the same way.
So then everything was predetermined. When was that?
The whole thing leads back to the time 389,000 years ago. Even then, everything was determined and directed in such a way that everything is fulfilled in modern times and especially in the modern age. And further, it is to be said that apart from us, Plejaran, and our Federation, no other Earth foreigners are on Earth or even penetrated or entered the Earth's airspace. Therefore, no Earth humans can have contact with any Earth foreigners. And all those Earth foreigners who came to Earth by the coincidence of the coordinates of the ancient Nocodemian peoples belong to our Federation today, and they too do not maintain contact with Earth humans.
But what if unknown flying objects are observed?
If they are Earth foreigners flying apparatuses, then they can only be those of us Plejaran or of our federated ones. Otherwise, they are exclusively earthly unknown flying apparatuses, like secret aircraft of futuristic design, etc., as they are constructed in secret aircraft construction factories, mainly in Area 51 in the USA, but also in South America, Russia, China, and Canada.
Is this really all clear and real?
Absolutely.
This once again triggers angry cries and howls among the UFO believers, the ufologists, and the alleged contactees, which in turn makes me a snail again.
This will be so. Because the deceiver, liars, swindlers, and charlatans regarding alleged contacts with Earth foreigners, as well as the UFO believers in general, and especially those who boast of being experts in ufology, do not want to understand that apart from us, the Pleioran and our federated ones, no other Earth foreigners come to Earth. And also that those who came here in former times found their way to Earth only by means of old coordinate records, which led back to connections with old Nakademian peoples. Only such Earth foreigners and future Earth followers have come to Earth, but never any others from foreign galaxies and solar systems that did not have the coordinates handed down. So others did not reach Earth, as alleged contactors lie and claim.
This apart from the skrills and the bioorganic flying objects and the future of Earth from other dimensions, as you say. If all the many claims about contacts between the human beings of Earth and extraterrestrials were true, then Earth would be teeming with extraterrestrials.
That is correct. If it otherwise turns out that Earth foreigners are officially coming to Earth, it is in the context of appearing openly and contacting the governments of Earth or an individual government of a state.
Now I have a question about your concept of God, which you have been using for fairy tales and fables since time immemorial, such as God of Flowers or Goddess of the Sun, etc., what we have to imagine by God in this wise. You already explained at the 503rd official contact conversation on the 9th of September 2010. But could you please explain again what has to be understood by God and Goddess in a few more words?
It must not be understood as a being of creation, that is to say, not as a god or a goddess, as a creator or creatoress. As Earth humans, through their religious and sectarian beliefs, misunderstand this. Basically, we understand, in the above-mentioned wise, that is to say with reference to God and Goddess, a fantastically conceived fable creature each, which is inserted into fairy tales and fables as protector or guardian or as ruler in a fantasy imagination-based manner.
Contact Report 520.
But I am interested in something else. An ancestor of yours was a Ishwish named Ptah, and he was married to a woman named Basth. So you told me once at the beginning of our contacts, and I did not ask further about this explanation. But now I am interested in where they lived, because in spite of a long search I did not find anything in all my mythology books. Only in the Egyptian myths does a Ptah exist as a god depicted in human form, initially as the local deity of Memphis. Later he was worshipped as the god of creation, and was especially considered the god of craftsmen and artists. His wife was the goddess Sashmet.
My ancestor, whose name is spelled Ptah, and his wife Basth came from my ancestral lineage and worked for some time on Earth in South America and Mesoamerica respectively, although no records were kept of either of them. Nevertheless, they were two important persons, because they created contacts for the natives with ancient Egyptian pharaohs. This led to a certain trade between the Mesoamerican and South American peoples and the Egyptians, with all kinds of goods, also special plant products, being exchanged between them. Especially the Egyptian pharaohs wanted special plant products from South America, which were basically not anything else but drugs. Ptah also arranged connections between the ancient Egyptians and countries in the East, even to present-day China. A great many matters which we discuss together in private are not meant to be made public, because otherwise too much knowledge would be released and lead to circumstances which could have very unpleasant consequences. This is particularly so because our statements and explanations could lead to technological and scientific knowledge and thus cause a great deal of harm on Earth and among all humankind. Consequently, Our directives forbid that we may speak openly about things and state facts through which Earth humans gain any usefulness which could lead to scientific, political, technological, and military, etc., Ausartungen, to the human beings getting very badly out of control of their good human nature.
Contact Report 521.
Florina will also tell you about that, because I must confess that it has slipped my mind to have to decide with Quetzal and the others.
Contact Report 522.
Then, I would like to make use of your Ptah's knowledge as a scientist, brain researcher, neurologist, and psychologist, etc.
Contact Report 524.
What is it actually like for you when the human beings grow old?
When the human beings become elderly, they remain vital until old age and continue to spend their lives in their own homes. However, if they have any difficulties in this respect, it is our custom that they are taken in by their children and that they are provided with their own premises in which they can live and do whatever they want at their own discretion. Their descendants will then also take care of them and all the things that arise, so that they will not have to suffer any hardship or problems or worries. If there are no descendants, the elderly who need help are taken in and cared for by blood relatives or friends. If all this is not possible, then what you call a home for the elderly comes into its own, where the human beings can do whatever they want, but are also cared for. We do not have people in need of care because the human beings remain healthy until the very old age, because no diseases appear to such an extent that a need for care in old age would arise. Of course, we have a very highly developed medicine which prevents diseases from breaking out and therefore neutralizes them, even if only one single germ appears. Our medical developments and knowledge, as well as our diagnostic technologies, are so highly developed that in fact, a single germ or a harmful physical factor can be detected at the onset of a disease or a physical ailment and then completely cured, etc., before a disease or a physical ailment can arise.
Your average age is 1,050 years, which I suppose is only a certain number of the population. That is how we calculate it here on the Earth. This means that naturally, with you, human beings also die at a much younger age, as is also the case with us. But what interests me now is this: what causes the human beings to die at a much younger age? Here on the Earth, diseases, misfortunes, violence, murders, capital punishment, wars and terrorism, etc., play the most decisive role for an earlier death.
That is correct, but with us these factors do not arise when we ignore possible accidents, which unfortunately cannot be avoided despite the best safety measures. What must be taken into account, however, is the fact that every human being, from a purely physical point of view, has a certain life expectancy that is predetermined. This is inherited over many generations, so that based on the long history of the family tree, the probable age of the human being can be calculated quite accurately, according to the age of the different ancestors on the mother's and father's side.
But how is it then that with general progress and the development of medicine, food production, and technology, as is the case here on Earth, the average age of the human being is increasing?
This corresponds to a natural development. But it ends when the highest possible age is reached, because when genetically the peak of the possibility of aging is reached, then no further life expectancy is possible. This is also the case with us. Therefore, only a certain number of human beings reach the high average age of 1,050 years.
Contact Report 527.
Tell me, dear friend, do you play R and use glutamate as a flavor enhancer in your dishes?
First of all, it is important to say that we Plearan do not use glutamate or other flavor enhancers in our food.
Contact Report 530.
When I was on Era, I saw huge apple plantations, with trees and apples much bigger than here on Earth. The biggest apples I saw, according to your explanations, weighed several kilos. The apples, I was taught by Quetzal and you, are used as food and medicine. I am wondering what you do with apples from a medical point of view.
Highly concentrated food is made from them, and because of their high concentration, they are also effective in a completely natural way from a medical point of view. Apart from the stalk, no waste products are produced during the production process, which means that every apple is fully utilized, including the skin, the seeds, and the core.
Similar or identical to our food supplements?
No. These are pure, highly concentrated foods that contain all the natural substances of apples, but no chemical ingredients, etc., which are used as normal food in daily use. Every human being on Era eats such products every day.
Liquid or solid?
Both possibilities are possible, whereby the high concentration of the food corresponds absolutely only to pure fruit. The same is also possible with vegetables.
And the nutritious cubes I ate on my great journey, see Contact Report 31, and on Era, are they also of a similar kind? 1 or 2 or 3 cubes were enough to satisfy my hunger.
They are. The high concentrate is specially cold-dried and pressed for this purpose, so that a cube of about 2x2x2 centimeters will contain about 3 grams of apple high concentrate, which corresponds to a raw apple weight of about 500 grams.
This corresponds to about 3 large apples as we have them here on Earth. By cold-dried, you mean a kind of freeze-dried or...
That is so, but the process is of course in line with our more advanced technology.
But you also eat fresh and raw apples and other fruit, as I saw in your large-scale room.
Self-evident.
We use chemical spraying for apples and also for all other fruits and vegetables, which is not the case with you, I know.
Contact Report 532.
Then my next question, which does not apply to the future, with those of whom you of course do not want to have contact. But my question does apply to the unknown to you, respectively, to the unknown to you Earth foreigners, of whom we have spoken about in our last conversation. I have indeed no contact with them, and also do not want to get in touch with them. Yet I think that you nevertheless know something about them, for I can myself imagine that you do not put aside the matter without observation and thought.
That is correct. Yet we do not concern ourselves too much with it. For the technology on which they operate, as well as their conduct, does not correspond to prerequisites, which would be important in accordance with our directives, which would allow us to enter into contact with them. From their technology and their behavior alone, we can infer their state of consciousness, which does not correspond to one that would allow us to contact them.
Their technology must, however, still be well developed, for they are able to come from somewhere in space to the Earth. And with their conduct.
Admittedly, this is actually so, yet the aliens are, regarding their consciousness development and their fallible conduct patterns, contrary to the inviolableness and the dignity of all life in exactly the same way, still are not sufficiently developed enough, as also not their technology. As a result, we are not able to arrange them in accordance with our directives into the important security stages, which are predetermined by us as our directives. And regarding their conduct, many matters do not correspond to a consciousness development, which would allow a contact starting and association with them in accordance with our directives. There were and are many incidents caused by them, which are not able to be reconciled with a healthy and higher consciousness ability development, as well as also not with various creative natural predetermined laws and regulations. Despite the higher developed technology, through which they are able to cope with travel through space, They are on this matter not much further developed than terrestrial scientific field-skilled workers, who as a rule all live just according to Earth-human laws and regulations. While at the same time, they, however, still follow little, or in general nothing, in the exercising of the creative natural predetermined laws and regulations. Thus also the integrity of the body as well as the psyche of humans, animals and creatures, which is given by these laws and regulations, is not considered by them just as it is also the case with the Earth humans.
And is this the case with all three groups unknown to you?
Yes. With these three groups is, however, to understand here that it concerns a matter about them of three different factions, who have different areas of responsibility on the earth, who, however, all together build a unity, thus belonging together and in accordance with our observations of only one origin, however, who have different areas of responsibility on the earth. Of three groups is only generally to speak, because our realizations of these earth foreigners is that they are clearly organized for certain tasks in three different terrestrial areas, in which they become evident and are variously working. So one group moves entirely in the west continental area of Antarctica over Tierra del Fuego and all Americas with various islands up to Alaska and to the Arctic. Then another group moves in entirely Europe with Africa and all islands, with Greenland, Eurasia, Arabia, Madagascar, and the Arctic, as well as various islands. And finally, the third group moves entirely in Asia and Oceania with all islands, as also in Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand, and in a part of Antarctica.
Thus also, here once again a misunderstanding, for we always thought that with the three groups may have meant three different Earth alien races, which would come from different worlds.
That was actually a misunderstanding, hence it is good that you have again brought up this matter.
And were you able to find out where these Earth foreigners come from, respectively, where their origin is?
Regarding the discovering of their origin planet, we have ourselves tried, yet I cannot give any information about it. Because up till now we do not know of this, and also on account of the lack of their consciousness and technological development, do not want to enter into association with them in order to find out. There must arise regarding this an unwanted foreordination, which, however, is doubtful, because we ourselves in no way seek a contact with them, as I already explained. Hence, we also do not watch their exact activities, but only take notice of them, which arises through unintentional observations, etc. And as far as the number of Earth foreigners is concerned, such were we able up to now only to observe a few of them, although all of these, however, were clearly registered by us.
However, you still would be able to follow the chaps secretly in order to find their home world if they would currently leave the Earth.
Up to now, we were not able to register any excursions by them from Earth space. As a result, we presume that they are permanently stationed here.
Contact Report 534.
How far is Piero's work with the photo book? Our peoples are very interested in it, because we have already announced that we will be able to make the work available to interested parties through our information channels around the end or middle of next year. By the way, the article book has been very well received by many of our interested parties, who also are thankful for Piero's work, so please let him know. It is a valuable contemporary document for all of us, which we would not want to miss.
Contact Report 535.
Then I have other questions. As early as 1975, I went deep-sea diving with Quetzal several times in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, the last time in 1989, using black light to show me deep-sea creatures. He said that it was only with this light, invisible to the eye, that it was possible to observe these creatures, because with visible light, like with spotlights, etc., it was impossible because the deep-sea inhabitants would flee from it. Thus, I was able to observe many deep-sea creatures that are still completely unknown to our terrestrial oceanographers and deep-sea researchers. The question is, can you explain to me how this black light works? Although the black light, as Quetzal also called it, was used as a spotlight, not a beam of light could be seen. Nevertheless, I could see everything that moved in this invisible headlight black light beam, but I cannot explain how this was possible. How does that work? Despite the deep darkness in the deep sea, I could see very far. Quetzal said that the invisible black light projector reached a good 2,300 meters.
That is correct. But we have such black light sources that can make everything visible at much greater distances. I am not allowed to officially explain the technology in question, but I am at liberty to say that it is a combination of a special infrared and laser radiation that produces very strong invisible light, in the area of which everything becomes as clearly visible, even in the deepest darkness, as it is in daylight and with focusing equipment.
Focusing equipment, do you mean apparatus or devices such as focusing lenses, by which the depth of field of an object can be adjusted in relation to the observation?
That is the sense of my explanation. So this is called a focusing lens.
I am not sure, but I think it is called something like that. And if I understand everything correctly, then you could compare this black light with what we have here on Earth with night vision devices respectively with residual light amplifiers. Only that with you, everything is in a much more highly developed form.
I can agree with this comparison.
Recently, my childhood friend E. Meyerhofer telephoned me and asked me what kind of equipment was needed to color code the different stages of development, as you once explained that you could do that. He asked whether our scientists already had such devices or apparatuses.
They are spectral analysis devices, which are also produced in a still quite primitive form on the Earth and are used by the Earth scientists. Such devices analyze chemical substances by evaluating the emitted spectral colors. Astronomically, the whole thing is based on a procedure for determining the chemical and physical nature of celestial bodies, also by evaluating the spectral colors emitted by them.
He, like me, is aware of this, but his question is about what equipment is needed to determine the evolutionary status of the planets. As one of you said at the time and subsequently explained in private that such color analyses refer to the overall evolutionary status, which I did not question further.
Oh, I see. This probably refers to the overall picture of the planets. But the planets are not analyzed solely in terms of their level of development, but together with the average level of evolution of the planetary population. This says that the planetary color is determined by special spectral color apparatuses, whereby these determine both the stage of development of the planets, but together with the average stage of evolution of consciousness of the entire planetary population. Our spectral color analysis apparatuses thus determine two fundamentally different values, which are only of importance to us in this combination because they specifically determine two different states of development, which can only occur in a mutual wise. The earthly astronomical scientists do not possess such apparatuses, however, because this technology is unknown to them and does not even exist in their minds as an idea.
That is clear. Then I misunderstood something at the time in relation to the colors of the planets, because only such colors were mentioned, but not that it is a combination of colors in relation to planets and the population of the planets.
There really must have been a misunderstanding.
But one more question about that. It is likely that you also have other spectral color apparatuses that can only analyze individual factors, no?
That is correct.